Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the start of day 4 here in China Division 2. We've got a day where we've got 3 best of 3 action as well. Previously on all the other days, it's just been 2 best of 3s, but for our Sunday entertainment, Deno, we got 3 wonderful series.
I mean, what else do you got to do on a Sunday, honestly? You know, there's no other games to play than Dota right now. It's just Dota, Dota, Dota. All other games don't exist in the world.
100% agree. All other games don't exist. They mean absolutely nothing when you compare them up against Dota. So what a perfect game and what a perfect day we have to be able to follow these teams. We're going to be starting off with Last Dark up against Team Dissolution. Both these teams are currently 1-1 in the standings. Of course, it's very, very early on, so we don't have too much of a grasp. We actually got to cast Last Dark yesterday, so it was good to see at least for us, good to see them yesterday and how they're able to perform. And now we have a little bit more insight into their action today.
Might need to see that Morphling getting banned out. Erica was just way too comfortable on it. Granted, it was 2 amazing Morphling games that they just gave him back-to-back on probably his signature hero overall. So, you know, maybe Team Dissolution, they're the ones that have second pick this time around. So you could probably only get away with picking this Morphling in the first phase this time around. And hopefully they have plenty of ways to be able to counter it. But, I mean, we saw with them as well, they went for something a little bit unique too. Small KK playing the mid-Earth Shaker. They were able to pick up the W doing that. So, yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting one.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the series went yesterday, which teams were able to come out on top and how they shaped up. Of course, Limit versus Team Dissolution. Like you were saying, this is where we got to see that small KK Earthshaker. It took a little bit of time. I'm pretty sure that was game 3 till we got there, but it was a bit of a back and forth series. This one did go 3 games.
It was indeed. I mean, even the series that we cast, the second one of the day, was back and forth, you know, big win probability shifting one way or the other. I mean, we just really see the impact that you can have still on this Morphling overall. Sitting behind in net worth, not enough, obviously, you know, still with this draft, with a Wind Ranger, with a Void Spirit as well in this late stage of the game. Very, very easy to be able to take out. And, you know, I always talk about the Abaddon. You just got to make sure that you end the game early against it. And one thing that Morphling isn't that great at doing is exactly that. So, you know, if you let it go until this very, very late stage, you're probably going to end up suffering as a result.
It's interesting. We've seen a lot of teams prioritize the Abaddon in China Division 2. We have not really seen that in some other regions. Of course, we had Limit, in fact, I think it was, who picked it back-to-back games in a row. Now, of course, we're seeing, you know, they just played on Team Dissolution as well. So nice.
People are just trying to make these universal heroes work, man. You could see in this one, like, we weren't seeing too much of the Visage either, but guess what? Universal hero, Venge. Guess what? Universal heroes. So, you know, even in those later stages, if you do play as a support, this Venge can really look to show a lot more prominence.
So there's really no meme behind the all 5 universal strat. So it's
Not
something
really.
that people could be considering.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any time that you can get a Venge, Visage, Luna, you're feeling pretty okay with that one too. And we saw it went all the way to game 3. This was the mid-shaker game. We could see that it was just kills upon kills upon kills. Top of the net worth there on the shaker going up against the Ember Spirit. And yeah, it's just another one of these matchups that even though Chosen One, we've been pretty impressed with his Spirit play. You know, even in the losing games that we were casting in their first series, he was always tending to be the standout there. But I mean, there's only so much that you can do against someone that's just going to crush you in the lane.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You can have good games, but unfortunately sometimes you come up against someone who's just able to match up a little bit better against you, and this was small KK. So excited to see how his heroes are going to shape up in this series versus the Last Dark. If we get any more crazy, unconventional mid laners, because we don't really get the Earthshaker in general as well. We don't really see that hero much at the moment. So it was good for them to be able to find their first victory for Team Dissolution. Of course, a much better name than Poke Gaming as well, I must say. Really prefer
Yeah.
Team Dissolution over Poke, who, of course, were in the previous division. So good to see they've also stuck around with the exact same roster as well.
Although we did like the unicorn logo that they had
That's
previously. True. You know, so it does go both ways. Dissolution's one is just kind of meh, you know? Like, it's just what even is that? little skull man or something like that. You know, everyone's just trying to be as edgy as possible. And, well, IG Vitality, they are a name that's been synonymous with Chinese Dota for quite some time. The Academy team, you know, stemming all the way back. They're TI attendees, IG Vitality, but they really aren't showing it this time around. I mean, we see, you know, obviously they had a very strong start to this game. This was when the win probability was still leaning towards IG Vitality, but they got up as high as, I believe, 12k net worth lead. They were sieging up onto the high ground. They took the first tier 3 tower of the game, but they just let this Morphling come online.
That is a scary thing to do. And Erica Morphling in a very good Morphling game as well. So that's also another thing. When back-to-back games, Erica got the 18th pick. So this is something that, you know, we're going to need to keep our eyes out for. Like you said before, we saw the recap, you know, Team Dissolution, they're going to be playing with second pick. So they will have that advantage where we don't see Erica, you know, getting those crazy gotcha picks, or at least where he can protect it with bans. But then they went for something a bit unconventional. Avenge mid in the second game for the last arc.
They did, but they also went with Normal End on his Shadow Demon twice in a row, and he really made it look a lot more impressive than it had any right to. You know, in some of the games that we've been casting across all the separate regions, you know, there's that one hero that you really just need to make sure dies at the start of the engagements. I feel like Normal End, just because of his positioning, he's going to be the one prioritized in a lot of those, whether it be the Shadow Demon, whether it be something like a Pugna, you got to make sure you take him out. And, well, the Chronospheres were sometimes on point onto the supports, but this was at the point of the game where, again, Erica on his Morphling was just way too far ahead.
And yeah, you just can't let that happen. You're going to have to shut him down. I mean, he's played multiple TIs.
15-0, I think, at the end of that second game. It was crazy.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And what game one, he only had 1 death. So overall, that series from Erica was incredible. And we'll see if they're going to be able to continue. Because heading into that series, they lost their first one, which I thought was very surprising. You know, this was a team that I had some pretty high expectations for, and they lost 2-1 versus Holy Grail, which, you know, have some pretty decent players on there as well. But I'd say whenever you just see the names of Erica and Echoes, you would be definitely favoring them in a lot of their games. So this is how the leaderboard's shaping up at the moment. Of course, nothing too crazy. Mainly at the bottom, Limit and IG Vitality having 2 losses. Everyone else, you know, they're fine. A lot of the middle of the pack, a lot of teams with only 1 win currently as well, which we'll also get to see today at the later series. So
yeah, it's kind of like we're in a sort of Swiss format, with at least with the schedule coming through today, because the first series, the 2 teams facing up against each other, they are 1-1 at the moment, and then series 2 and 3, they're all 1-0. So we're really going to start to see some separation between the pack. I'm really interested to see how it's going to turn out. If I had to, you know, wager a guess, I would probably say last arc. I have a soft spot for Supernova, but I mean, Holy Grail, they were able to get that upset victory against the last arc. So I'm really not sure for that second series. And then for series 3, probably going to go with Team Zero. How about you?
I'd say last arc, Supernova, and Team Zero. I believe in Supernova. I think they can do it. You're a doubter.
You just like the fact that they're playing, you know, with a little bit of assistance from Big Daddy Asta, aren't you?
No, I just I've been impressed with their performances. I mean, because we got to cast their recent series against IG Vitality.
That was the Bounty Hunter one.
Yes, and I felt like the games they won, they were very good. The games they lost, we saw some slight mistakes. But I remember, like you said, the Bounty Hunter game 3 was 19-minute GG. Game 1, they were like 30-8 in regards to the kill count. It was just very, very clean and crisp. Not a lot of mistakes at all. And then consistency, that was the big thing. Game 2, they weren't able to replicate what they the success for them. But I think this is a team, and something you mentioned as well. Maybe it's good that they stuck around in Division 2 for another tour.
Yeah, I mean, again, like they're going to be taking a lot of learnings from that second game that they ended up losing against IG Vitality. You know, this is the one where they were against an Abaddon and they just did not get aggressive enough. You know, Abaddon does nothing if you just look to get really aggressive, get on top of him, prevent him from having that scaling potential. And you saw they learned from it in game 3, right? They picked probably the best possible option against it in the Bounty Hunter, and instead of the game dragging out for 40+ minutes into an eventual loss, like you said, 19-minute GG, because there's just absolutely nothing that you can do against it. So I'm probably going to if they had continued that and they just don't forget the learnings that they had made off of these previous series, because we know, like, I listened to a bunch of interviews from coaches, and the thing that frustrates them most is that you can, like, drill something into a team's head. You can drill it, and they do it right for one series, but then they just forget it the next one. If they do actually remember, and you're, like, reinforcing that at the start of this series, then I think they're probably going to be able to take it against Holy Grail. But if not, and they just go back to old habits, then maybe Holy Grail can make it happen. Because, again, they made it happen against The Last Ark, which a lot of people weren't expecting.
Yeah, a lot of people were not expecting at all. So, of course, that's going to be our latest series, though. And now we can dive a little bit deeper into the first one of the day. Again, Last Ark up against Team Dissolution. For me, I feel like it's going to be very important with how pick priority gets set up, especially with how we saw Erica be able to play with those two Morphling games at the 18th. We already said Team Dissolution, they're going to be playing with second pick, so Last Ark won't have that advantage. I wonder when now they want to try and prioritize Erica's hero, because he is also the drafter, he's the captain, so he also gets to decide when his hero is going to get picked as well. But I do wonder how that's going to shape up with them having first pick now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the interviews that I was looking at, I remember reading an interview about Somnus where he was the one doing a first few of the drafts for Azure Ray, and then, you know, he got a few games into it. He's like, you know what, I'm just doing this for fun. I don't want to have to bother about, you know, opposition analysis and drafting, all the stress that comes along with it. So he just handed off the reins. It seems like Eric has a very different personality, though. He's like, nah, I want to have the responsibility at the end of the day. I'm the win condition, so let me be the one holding the reins. Bat Rider's a pretty good way to start the draft, though, isn't it? Very flexible, very versatile. You like it best as a position 4. I can see why, but I still think a position 3 gives you a ton of value on the bat too.
Which I'm surprised we haven't seen as much lately, though, in getting...
It's a natural build-up, though, right? For the Octarine. Just, you're going to get Vanguard anyway, so why not?
It looks like I mean, Void can be... It doesn't seem like an Erica hero, though. I think often Erica is on your win condition, so more than likely, you know, Echo is going to be playing the Void Spirit, and there's still potential for the Bat Rider to be given over to Normal End or Shining.
Seems like a lot of respect being given over, especially in this second phase of hero bans. You know, the L'Enfer c'est les autres, they're making sure to get rid of his Abaddon. It's the thing that he really just likes to default back to. And of course, the Erica Morphling, it's gone.
Look like
How do you say its name again? Come on. Let's see you try and do it.
L'Enfer, that's it. Yeah,
there you go, that'll do.
Look like Dissolution with boot camping as well, which is good to see. They were not lost to us, so I don't know if Dissolution is if actually got picked up by like a minor org or something, but it's good to see that the boys are boot camping together.
Is that a sports cap that YYY is wearing? What do you think
maybe?
R stands for? Really good player?
But how does that work? You got too many words in there.
Could just be one word.
Really
good player.
It's ready. He's ready. Ready for anything.
Okay. If there's any pauses, I'm going to blame you.
Why?
Because you said he was ready.
Yeah, but it might not be him that's not ready. Could be someone else.
All right. If he pauses, then I'm going to blame you.
What happens if he pauses and he still pauses for his teammate?
Doesn't matter. Should have been ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Okay?
That's some big brain stuff. Thank you very much. I'll come to you for all the insight I ever need.
You always do anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you are the Oracle himself, wise with age.
Many years. I wonder if they're going to go with an Oracle just against this Bat Rider, right? We were talking about how it's good in both the 3 and the 4 role. You've picked up the Void Spirit, which, yes, it can be played position 1, but I really feel like without the Magnus, needs to be mid. So something like an Oracle or just any sort of Dispeller for the safe lane is going to give them a decent amount of value. I'm very happy that the Pugna is being removed.
A big Pugna supporter.
Yep. Wonder if they're considering like a Terrorblade or something like that for the Last Ark, just because you could still pick this Shadow Demon that Normal End has been pretty damn good on so far. not amazing with the Batrider, I guess, but you can also just like set up for a bunch of kills. You can build up a lot of stacks, which again, Batrider really wants to be taking, so wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to reveal, because they do have to show something. So if it's it could be your 5-1 just to keep the Batrider flex for being shining or not.
If they don't pick up an Oracle here, it could just be because they want to pivot into like a Slark with the last pick of this phase, just because it's good against the Void Spirit, it's good against the Batrider. So just picking another support that they feel is going to be effective for the game, like this prevents a little bit of a counter towards the Magnus, which always feels really good. Even just the Aghanim Shard against the Skywrath Mage eventually would have been good for the Telekinesis lift out of the Mystic Flare. So I can see why they've gone for this Rubik pick. Still feels like a good Slark game to me.
And it does indeed. Beastmaster's going to get let through though, which we did see Shining have a pretty good performance on in the second game, where he went down the helm of the Overlord.
And the first game. He played it both games.
True. He went the slums as well. So yeah, Shining very, very comfortable on it. They like to fall back for him to play it. So you got your classic Beastmaster. So it looks like Bat's now going to get played as a 4. And probably looking for our 5, I imagine, for Last Arc.
I really want to see Snapfire be picked up again. And I'm surprised it hasn't been tried as a core, because it's a universal hero. And you know how much the scaling potential is there from, going into the Daedalus and all that. You can afford to get away with going like Aghanim Scepter now for a little bit of both. Well, it's going to be another universal hero. So Vengeful Spirit feels relatively solid, can be played as a position 5 as well. Nothing to say that this has to be played as a core this time around. And of course, the swap for the Mystic Flare feels pretty nice. Magnus counter 2.
So if it gets played as a mid, is the Void just on Erica?
I guess, but
yeah.
I mean, if you just want to get really aggressive and end the game early, maybe you can... I don't know. I would feel a little bit more confident picking something that is able to just be a bit faster. But what is there that they've still got that they can look to play this? Like a fast position 5. Pugner's picked, so it's not that. CM maybe, but you don't really help with taking towers at all.
I'm just trying to think of how they address the Timber now. Like that's already Last Arc had a lot of flex for them, but now with the Timber Sword getting picked up at the 18th, it gives them some difficulty with their draft. Like I was seeing maybe if they could try and put the Batrider as a core, because we know that matches up very well versus it, but you've already shown too many other cores that it's going to be difficult to flex them. So I think you just need to look for your...
you could do what? You could do Bat mid, Void Spirit 1, Venge 5, Beastmaster 3, and then still have a 4 that you want to pick up here. That just does a lot of magic damage. But Skywrath is gone. I'm still seeing the Snapfire, honestly. Like it's more damage. It's a way to get out of Mystic Flare. Magic damage, especially. Potential for scaling.
What, so you reckon Void carry? I really don't think Erica's going to play it.
I think it could, just because you've got Avenge to be able to play with, right? So you're amping up the physical damage aspect because of your auras, right? Like your Vengeance aura, you're also got the Wave of Terror to be able to play around with. Feels pretty nice, and looks like that might be the case.
Quap last pick for Last Arc. They banned out the Earthshaker, banned out the Ember. Is a good old Puck there?
Well, Timber's mid probably, right?
Is he?
Maybe not into the Quab. Maybe they flexed it now. Previously, if it was Void Spirit mid, I think you would have been happy playing Timber mid.
We have seen Timber also play very well into Quab. You just have a reactive armor, you can tank through the dagger, you've got overwhelming amount of right-click damage, so it's a bit more difficult for the Quab to CS. Like, it's a fine lane. We've seen Timber do very well in that. I mean, there's still potential for you to play the Timber into, like, Mag is 1, Timber off lane, and if you want a better matchup versus the Queen of Pain,
they need something to deal with the eventual Helm of the Overlord, in my opinion. Like, Last Arc want to play fast, in my estimation. And right now, they have no one outside of Timbersaw that's going to be able to, like, stand in front of the tower and prevent that from happening. Rubik and Skywrath suck at it. So, all right, we get to see something else a little bit different. This is probably going to be... Where is this Viper going to be played? Universal here, a small KK. He's going to be the one picking it up. But, yeah, I mean, we saw with Mobe playing it over in Western Europe, he really emphasized, even prior to this 7.33 patch, the Aghanim Scepter, the Manta style, going down this sort of route, and feels pretty good even more now with the Universal change, right? Those are just two item build-ups that really provide a ton of stats and a ton of right-click damage, so you don't necessarily need to rely on that nosedive to be able to do a lot of that damage coming out. So it is a little bit of a counter as well if you are going for this this Beastmaster into the Helm of the Overlord sort of build, just because you can't really protect that unit from being the one that's disarmed by the nosedive. So I'm interested to see how small KK is able to fare this time.
Okay. So he shapes up overall. Is it a good enough last pick to favor Team Dissolution in game one, or do we like the kind of quirky, high-tempo lineup that Last Dark might be playing with?
I mean, it's quirky, but it's also like a ton of really strong heroes on this patch right now, you know? So maybe they've just said, you know what, let's pick what's busted, and then let's wait for Dream League to see what Tundra's doing, and then we're going to, you know, flex based off of that. But you know what? Dissolution, they want to be the ones to kind of set the meta. They've gone for something a little bit more out of left field with this Viper pick. I think they might be able to get it done. I have faith in small KKK.
All right, small KK. And I've got your support here in this first game. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform as well, and the boys, as we get underway for our first game. Of course, two teams as well, 1-1 in the series count. So someone's going to jump up to 2-1, a little bit higher in the standings. And we do get Eric of Void Spirit as well. So that's going to be nice to see. Normal? No, he's John. So I am also, once again, always very intrigued on what the item build is going to be for a carry Void Spirit, how that differs from like a mid one. I do hope there's a Silver's Edge somewhere in that item build. I think that's a very good item for the Void overall this game versus the Timbra and the Viper. I think it gives you a lot of extra mobility and just a nice ways to be able to get out of fights. We also see Void Spirits like to go into the Daedalus as well, so just having a little bit of that extra crit could be nice for him.
30 seconds.
Yeah, of course. And it is, again, going to combine together with a lot of this minor summon that they've got off the Wave of Terror. Even just being able to right-click a little bit more often if you eventually do start to scale. You don't need to rely completely on the Astral Step to be able to do a lot of that burst damage, you know, plus 50 attack speed if you do opt to go into that level 15 talent on the Beastmaster with the maxed out Inner Beast. Aura is just... it's so much. You know, you've already going to build into this power treads because, again, you're a position 1 Void Spirit. You want to be farming a little bit further. So looks like they really don't want to contest into this Timbersaw plus Viper at the level 1 mark, and completely understandable. Normal End, again, really playing one of these heroes that relies heavily on their positioning. You know, Shadow Demon in the previous series, this time around the Vengeful Spirit, and he's really going to need to be on point for getting these swaps off, right? Against the Mystic Flare, against the Mag Skewer back, against a Timbersaw just looking to burst his way in on top of you.
Do we feel like you can do that though? Like, is there going to be difficulties for Team Dissolution to get on top of the Venge?
No, I don't think they're going to have too much difficulty, to be honest. Like, you've got, again, the Mag, you've got the Timbersaw. The thing that they are lacking, though, is vision. And that's something that you're going to be able to provide off of the back of the Wave of Terror, off of the Beastmaster Hawk, off of, you know, even a Batrider, who... it's actually a position 5 Batrider. So, you know, maybe looking to play a little bit more selflessly, looking to... I mean, you still need to be that initiator, I suppose. But it also just means that you might need to just give your life up, and it's so hard to make that choice because you're such a useful hero to have in a lot of these team fights. We've seen like Flame Break changing things around, just being able to interrupt things like that Skewer.
So I wonder how Timber actually shapes up versus the Universal heroes. I haven't really seen these lanes. I just wanted to take a quick look, like how Whirling Death even affects it. It looks like they lose 5% of each attribute. So, I mean, we all know Whirling Death is incredible against strength heroes. I can't imagine it's going to be too bad versus the Universal as well.
No, definitely not. I mean, you are against 2 Universal heroes as well, though, right? So they're going to be pumping in a lot of damage going back your way regardless. And again, it's a Batrider.
Shining, skewered under the tower, it looks like, from Lonfern. They're going to be able to get Normal End as well. Ranfu will die. But Lonfair should be able to chase him down, Shockwave back up, but feels like he doesn't have the damage. In fact, Normal End, he's posturing pretty aggressive, but still with the Magic Missile being a bit longer of a cooldown level 1, he won't be able to get the mag as well.
This is the thing, though, against, it's... Mag's a universal hero, but he's still like that same beefy, strengthy style. Looks like they might be able to get away. Doesn't have the highest armor to be able to start the game with. Same sort of thing with the Skywrath mage. He's obviously in a lot worse of a position. It's Normal End. Is he going to be able to get another use out of that Wave of Terror off? Trying to get the deny.
Oh. No. Very, very close there.
Rose has Blink skilled up. To be very careful with where exactly you're blinking against a Viper at this stage of the game, though. But obviously Viper, one of the slowest heroes in the entire game, 275 movement speed. So playing around that tree line, small KK is going to be able to avoid it. Just looking to max out the stats as well. 5 Iron Branches for the Viper.
Wait, did you say it was universal?
Yep. Oh, I'm sure he was showing like that on one of the lists. Okay, maybe he's not. Me dumb.
Call yourself an analyst.
Yep. Bro, I swear I saw it.
I thought you were supposed to know everything. Even the name of Viper himself, which you don't know, so...
I don't know his name. I know he's a Nether Drake, and I know he's from the Nether Reaches, and I know he's actually... Pugna made him his pet, briefly, but I don't know his name, so...
I'm quickly trying to find out, but I can't. So, never mind. I don't know as well.
Viper. There we go.
Viper? Okay.
Well, yeah, like Viper is his name. It's not like...
Is he in danger?
The thing that he is.
Oh, he's in a lot of danger. 3 supports. All right. They're really wanting to try and shut down small KK, and hopefully they can give the kill. Oh,
denied.
What? Aaron, are you serious? What a baller.
Aaron Jaeger doing it again, saving the world. Oh, that SMG voice line. I remember, who was it that was spamming it out in C? It might have just even been Force. It might have been Force. He's a big voice line spammer.
He is. At least he's continuing to rep his home region, which is always good to see from Aaron. And he's been over in China for quite some time now, though. Overall, I mean, lane's going very well for Dire. Who see they, in particular, with this Viper last pick, making Echoes have a very difficult time. So he's only had to go 1 point in the Shadow Strike. Wants that little bit of catch up in the Scream, some extra nuke, but means that with all the rotations they had to mid, it's going to slow down your side lanes.
Getting skilled back Normal End.
And there's some danger. Lonfer might just go for the good old right clicks and we'll be able to kill him off. Echoes is starting to move on over though, but he should be able to get Ramfu. I don't know if they get Lonfer. In fact, he might be in a lot of trouble with the tower aggro. Even got the neutrals not working to his favor as well, but it looks like, is that a worthwhile rotation? Maybe, yeah, you can have the Venge TP back up to refill the bottle, but god damn, and you are having a free game for Viper.
That's the thing, right? I really don't think you could afford to just leave him solo here. Like, he's just going to start to scale even further. You've only got the 1 point in the blink, so just really needing to be on point with where you're positioning that as well. Such a long cooldown at level 1, and yep, the Viper Strike, it's approaching.
And meanwhile, you've left the Void Spirit alone down bottom, so...
Ramfu down might be in a bit of trouble, though.
And it looks like he will be. So finally,
but, I mean,
I get another kill
solo
will
XP,
be returned.
Though. I really don't think that the Viper cares about that. Like, he's pretty happy with the overall outcome there. Just being able to get that solo XP, it's at least it's Echoes that ends up getting that kill. And bottom lane, is Timber going to be okay, or is he actually going to be able to get the kill here? Looks like they will.
All right.
Things are going really well.
Yeah, they've still got the catapult wave down bot. So I don't think there's much the Batrider is going to be able to do to shrug off this attempt. So this tower, I mean, it might in fact completely go down off one siege creep.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've got a Vanguard, you've got a reactive armor, and is able to just take up absolutely everything. Still no Sonic Wave for the Quap.
Okay, just chain away.
He'd already used the Flame Break prior, so he knew that he would always be able to get that Timber Chain off. Might be in a little bit of danger, but that tower's doing a lot. Oh, they protect the tier 1, but for how long?
Well, now they're going to protect mid, though. You've still got this catapult wave here. Small KK just beating into it with Ranfu acting as bodyguard, who's level 5. So all the kills helping out the levels in the supports. And they're going to try and bring down the Queen of Pain as well. With the cliff forward echoes, he'll tick out. This could start to get out of control pretty fast. You mentioned that last arc. Like, this was a lineup that needed to be kind of controlling the early game with the tempo and wanting to end early. And with the lanes going this poorly, I don't think we're going to see that be the case.
And they're just looking to continue that dominance. They've fed back the bottle over to Small KK, so he has that full charges to be able to play around with. Quap still without the Sonic Wave. She needs it, even just for a little bit of that pushback, honestly. The damage, it's great. Just get these heroes away from me is the biggest concern for Echoes right now. It's like Timber should be able to get that bottom tower, trying to outlast each other. Void Spirit's just a little bit too quick. No power treads finished up yet, but the Gloves of Haste giving him enough attack speed to be able to get those 2 right clicks off.
Aaron might be in some danger. Never mind. Boys are chilling. Just supports running past each other, looking to try and connect with the Timbersaw bottom, who's got not a whole lot of mana to play with this potential kill. It's actually top lane, though. RP using the Sewer under the tower. Shining's going to go for the straight TP out. Oh, okay. Small KK had the read that if he kept getting the damage in, wasn't going to tick inside the base, so wants to try and quickly use the haste to connect to mid, because Aaron will get dived now with multiple heroes showing top. Echo's still in some danger. Nicely done from Aaron. Just gets that telekinesis off at the last second on his dying breath, and that's going to enable them to get the kill into Echo, so a great return for that investment.
They tried to get the hell away from me play there on the Queen of Pain. It just wasn't enough. You know, again, 1 point in the blink. It's really not a lot to be able to play around with. And you can see with Red Fudao, he's just looking to play around that Ancient Seal. Already 2 points into it. It's going to combine together pretty well with both the Viper and the Timber.
Speaking of the Timber, they should be able to get the kill. Oh no, that only gets more difficult as the game goes on as well. So if you're already unable to bring him down now, that is some very concerning signs.
Able to just quickly pick up a Lotus for himself. Just to pop it pretty quickly. And then he's all good to go. Still has that Vanguard, of course, to be able to play around with. Plenty of creeps as well to be able to build up those reactive armor stacks.
What are your thoughts on the Vanguard from Shining? Vanguard into Helmdom?
I just think this lane would have been so impossible if he didn't go it, right? The Magnus wants to kind of stay a little bit more passive. He's actually gone... That's the thing that I'm a little bit more perplexed about, is this Mask of Madness build on Lonfair. That, you know, it is a position 1 Magnus, and you do hit like an absolute truck, so having a way to be able to just stay in this jungle and lifesteal and basically act like a Terrorblade feels pretty nice too. And of course, the disassemble is going to allow you to build into that Echo Saber anyway, so not the worst option.
Just taking a look at there's many stacks in the jungle for the Beastmaster. Looks like there's a double at both the Ancients. But the lead that Dai have, they can continue to play very aggressively and maybe even try and take those stacks away. In fact, they're going to try and smoke the top, where they feel like Lonfair is the target of their next attempt on last arc.
I mean, it's just about protecting the space that they have to farm. Oh, no fit out.
Going to be able to get up to him. All they need, a little bit of control. Shining should take out the damage over time. So, and you see they're not really farming across the map as well. Erica back inside the base, Echoes as well. So 4 heroes to be able to get the kill top. You're very happy with it considering no one else is on the map for last arc.
So one thing that I was a little... Nope, actually mid lane Small KK.
Yeah. Flame break into the lasso. Let's see if they're going to have enough damage, but the Sonic Wave, though, maxed out Corrosive Skin, just shrugs off that attempt. And that is not going to get... where's the damage going to come from when you're this far behind? The supports don't have levels. This is looking...
that they completed the TP here onto the Timbersaw. So I think he needs to make sure that he sticks around and you take this mid-tier 1 tower, because I just want to see them following around this Beastmaster as much as possible. You know, it's the 12-minute mark. You're going to get a top power room, which is a regen most likely. Well, you're going to get a kill anyway onto normal end. Happy enough to be able to do that. But you got to just make sure that you're playing around this Beastmaster as much as possible. He's got a gigantic stack to be able to potentially take. If you're able to slow down his Helm of the Dominator, you've got Viper going into a Midas. You know, I was kind of wondering, is this going to be small KK? He didn't go the Boots of Travel, so he's going to have a little bit more difficult of a time picking up a lot of this farm. It doesn't really help the fact that you're a slowish sort of hero. But Midas, as long as you're able to slow down the Beastmaster and getting to that Helm Dom timing, it's really going to slow down that eventual Helm of the Overlord timing, which then, of course, has the flow-on effect. You get more value out of the Midas. This Timbersaw gets even further out of control. The Magnus with the Empower as a position 1 is going to get even further and further ahead. So I just... Yep.
Okay. I don't know about that. Just walking on forward. They're probably going to look to take the stack. I mean, Timber doesn't have the greatest mana pool. I think he needs all of his resources to potentially take a fight at the end as well. So with them leaving the area, they might lose his high ground ward.
I mean, Longfair doesn't have a TP as well. You know, obviously Magnus is the best hero that they have right now on Team Dissolution to be able to take that tower. So I wonder if he's going to go down and farm these creep camps, or if he's going to actually just take the Twin Gate up towards that top side of the map. I guess as long as that ward stays standing and they see them not doing it, there's no real reason for him to move.
Yeah, it's just love and life down bottom. Uncontested is Longfair. Got the Echo Saber now getting delivered for him. And he's actually going to come join the boys as well.
I like it.
Still have that ward, Danog. It hasn't been de-warded just yet. And now they're going to be able to catch out Erica as well. It's an early start from Ranfu. Magic Missile stolen gives him a little bit of extra control. Unfair pump fake of the RP. Nice cancel. Means they still got it for the eventual fight to break out.
They got the objective they wanted, though. They wanted the stack. They just wanted to prevent this Beastmaster from scaling. And look at what it's enabled, right? Small KK, just 200 gold away from the Midas, Beastmaster. Maybe now the fact that that was taken away, I think, is it revealed? I mean, he is showing with the Gloves of Haste, so I guess they're considering that this might be a Midas. I hope that he doesn't buy up the components of it, because he's still holding on to a lot of this net worth on the Beastmaster. Maybe you could just go into the Drums of Slum instead.
The vision across the map for Dire. Okay, I was speaking about that. Batrider just gets a D-ward that was scouting out a couple of heroes moved to bottom. We do have the Wisdom Rooms up. Echoes looks like he's going to be able to steal the bottom one, and that's some much needed experience as well for him. Level 9 currently at this stage of the game.
Oh, he's got to be quick.
Okay, just able to get the blink away.
It was so close, that Ancient Seal, to being able to land onto him. So, I mean, little victories that they're able to get. Void Spirit was able to take the other one on the top side as well. So, I mean, they're even just prioritizing giving those Wisdom Runes over to the cores at this stage, just because of how hard of a time they had to be able to start this one off.
So do we feel like Dire, bottom lane, onto the back? Or we'll be able to bring him down? A lot of damage between the two on the Sky and the Viper, but do we feel like Dire have the capability to find pickoffs across the map? Because it feels like the game plan from Radiant's just going to be to try and split push as much as you can, delay the game, and just hope you're going to be able to farm in locations where they're unable to catch up to you.
I mean, Batrider's good at being able to do that, but I'm not sure Venge has the same sort of success possibilities. I mean, even the Quap to some extent, right? At least until you get into that Aghanim Scepter, probably going to have a pretty hard time of just being able to secure some of those waves. The swap back from the... actually, was that Venge swapping? I guess it was. I thought it was a Rubik swap. Just putting him on the wrong side. That doesn't help.
No, it does not at all.
So props have to be given over to Shining, right? He sees that Gloves of Haste. He pivots away from the Helm of the Dominator.
And they're doing a decent chunk of damage onto him, bro. It's going to keep him inside the Firefly as well. And finally, something will go the way of the last arc. But Dire's starting to put a lot more attention at top. The rotations that come through the rift. Unfair's ready with the RP as well. Doesn't see the greatest angle for it. There's a good Hawk down. Giving a lot of information to play with. They're starting off the small KK. If you're here on the Viper, that's not really the person you want to put all your attention onto. Maybe the Magnus, though, could be the call. There's a swap at the ready for normal end. They are very hesitant. 2k health they have to go through along with the shield rune as well.
It's a pretty big kill that you've given up on the Timbersaw. It was very small, but he had like a 0.2 second window where he could have got off that 20 charge magic wand, but instead he opted to go for the Timber Chain first. So, you know, even tiny decisions like that could be the difference between life and death. And, well, the Last Dark, they'll be more than happy to be able to take that win. Ward is still here on the high ground. They see everything, but fair. Oh, he's going to need to...
Oh, this is awkward. What's going on? They should be able to... Oh, screw it. They still want Shining, and they won't get anyone.
Surely this gives them the information that this is what is on the high ground. I mean, the sentry that they've got covering most of the ancient camp area is not going to reach up onto that high, but... a little bit odd, some of the decisions coming through. At the end of the day, though, 8k net worth lead still maintained. Timber is not going to block up the camp, really just wants to take it for himself, but he's kind of putting himself a little bit isolated away from the rest of the team. I guess for YYYY, he's looking at, more importantly, taking away some of the enemy team's farm that they've got to be able to play around, because this is the last place that that Team Dissolution want to be. They want to keep playing aggressively. They want to try and take away your farm on your side of the map. Gotta say, Small KK has gotten a lot of really great items there, hasn't he? Grove Bow, Hurricane Pike, Midas is almost an unbeatable turret to have to go through.
Lasso out onto the mag. Again, this hero's got a lot of health, though. Unfair shrugs off the lasso. Now with that on cooldown, Timber knows no fear. Might be able to get the TP out, but Unfair's quickly in with the remaining damage required to get the kills. So there's still a lot of heroes down bottom. Meanwhile, Shining's shoving out top. I mean, you've got Erica also trying to push out this mid lane as well. So it's not the worst death at all.
It's not the worst, but you're still getting into more items. Like, the net worth lead is growing, and Roshan is going to TP down bot in 1 minute. So I really want to see Team Dissolution just continue to play around this bottom side of the map. You know, maybe protect this top tier 1 tower for the next couple of waves on Aeonid. Use that to be able to get closer to your full Kaya and Sarge. But after that, just take the Twin Gate back down and look to play around the bottom side of the map. Take away their tier 2 tower, because they're just not ready to fight into you. I don't think you can afford to give up the space for a Batrider to be able to get into this Blink Dagger, for example. That could potentially change things around entirely.
Is that like the next smallest timing they have? Because I was going to ask, what do you feel like is the biggest peak now with them behind? Like, what is the ultimate stage when they feel like this is probably, if we're going to have a comeback fight, this is it?
Maybe not immediately after the Blink Dagger. Maybe they're just going to use that to create more space with the Batrider, because you're getting close to a Manta Style on the Void Spirit. You're getting close to the Aghanim Scepter on the Queen of Pain and her level 12. So probably those two timings are really what they're wanting to be playing around. So it's just a matter of what can you lose until then. I think they just need to give up this tier 2 tower. There's no point defending it. Can they get a tower of their own in exchange? Can they get into this next set of items for themselves? It's not the greatest tower taking lineup outside of the Beastmaster. They're actually even making this TP back on the Timber, just wanting every little bit of net worth that they can get. Erica's going to need to be quick on his feet. Can he get away?
Looks like he will. Let's escape. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Shining. All they need is 2 heroes to potentially be able to bring him down. They're going with the lasso.
I don't know.
It's a lot of damage from the Batrider. Is it going to be enough though? Small KK gets some distance with the Hurricane Pike, and finally, man, this Batrider was doing a stupid amount of damage just by himself there.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You don't really need items on the Batrider, and that was the Blink Dagger reveal as well, coming from YYYY. So, you know, turning around that gank attempt onto Shining. Shining, at the end of the day, he's the one to get the last hit as well. So, despite all of the contribution that the support's made, look at the damage output, actually, though, by the Viper. 2,900. The next highest was 1,000. This guy is crazy farmed, and outputting a ton of damage at this stage of the game, but I feel like they might have missed a very small opportunity there on Team Dissolution, right? Like they reached a few of their big timings. At least now they've got the Kai Assange, they're scanning the Roche Pit on Radiant because they know that this is probably where Team Dissolution should be. Just the fact that they're not there quite as quickly as anticipated, they're going to be able to avoid this scan and might be able to get this one for free anyways.
Does seem like Radiant, though, was starting to group up around bottom, so I feel like it might be go time for them. With all these items completed, maybe this is that one fight they were looking for.
And they take it quickly enough. Viper's not there. It's only Erica showing on the lane.
This is not a very good Roche lineup. Matimba's going to have to use a lot of his resources. They'll get a glimpse of the Viper pathing down to bottom. They've got the lasso up in a couple seconds as well, but he jumps beforehand, so it's going to give them time to react. Both supports start to swing on over. Rubik puts himself in a compromised position. He will end up going down.
But I mean, Raw being used onto the Rubik is a pretty big deal. Very well worth the buyback too.
Jump over the right, quick silence, but the Nectar's going to be able to perch it off. Now with the lasso as well, they get the mag. And now the Timber's in trouble as well. Look at the damage that Radiant are finally pumping out as Erica. A triple for the Void Spirit. Going to look over to Small KK as well.
He's going to die too.
He's pretty survivable, but as soon as everyone gets on top of him, they're going to get the swap back on Ranfil as well. Erica, he deserves the rampage and he'll find it. What a fight. One is all they needed. The timing was there. The perfect sequence of events. And Last Dark can now get Roche as well.
Really does feel like they missed that big opportunity, doesn't it? You know, like all of this experience, all this gold now being fed through to the Last Dark. And I mean, they take Roshan so much quicker. They've got good damage spread across all five, excuse me, especially when they're fighting together. You know, that Wave of Terror, that Vengeance aura, that Inner Beast aura just allows them to snowball over these team fights. You really don't want to be in a position to get picked off because they've got so much repositioning on the top of the swap, the Batrider lasso as well. So yeah, just a little bit too spread out there and maybe just delaying their objective taking a bit too much on Team Dissolution.
As very important thing was all the levels they were able to get off the back of the fight. I mean, you're level 15 now on Erica, so one behind the Magnus off the back of that Rampage is over halfway towards a Skadi as well, so what the hell is the status quo of this game now? Like, what's the game state? Who's favored? Because it's only 1,000 net worth lead.
Well, it's getting to the state where I just want to have a look at what Magnus's items are. All right, so he's got Blink Dagger and he's got Harpoon. They need to be the ones to be able to get the jump. The issue is you've got Batrider pushing lanes out, making that a whole lot more challenging. He was trying to do it just onto a solo target with that double damage on Lomfair, but you're also going up against a Beastmaster as well that shining. Once again, he's having a pretty solid game, providing a ton of vision with his Hawks, and it just becomes very hard just purely off the back of this Batrider and the Beastmaster on their own.
What do they want?
Actually going to find Small KK.
Instant swap back into the Remnant lasso as well for good measure. The
nice
stolen swap. No way it's enough. Erica still jumps over the top to help them secure a double kill for the boys on Last Dark, and the momentum is really starting to build for Radiant.
I give it some respect over to Aaron, saying, you know what, nice attempt. You nearly ended up saving your mid laner, but I mean, this is the thing, right? You're playing with a Rubik and a Skywrath mage. You do not push waves out as well as like a support Batrider does. So I just feel like they're not playing this one super correctly. I mean, Skywrath during all of that engagement was mid, slowly pumping out level 1 arcane bolts into a creep wave. That's not going to be able to deal with it when Batrider could just drop the Firefly, take a lane creeps, take a couple of neutral camps at the exact same time.
This is your carry Magnus team.
And he's going on a guy with the Aegis.
No, boys. Danog.
They're all dead.
They are indeed. What is going on? What? All right.
That's chill. That's what that is.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say any words because I'm kind of speechless.
It was an 86% win probability at 19 minutes. And it turned... in 7 minutes, this is what it turned into. You know, I really feel like this was just on the back of they just didn't play together. You know, they had that big opening. I mentioned at pretty much that 19-minute mark, right? They need to go bottom. They need to set up for Roshan. They need to take this bottom tier 2 tower. They need to make sure that they get the big objectives that they need before Last Dark get into theirs, because they were slowly spreading the map out. They were slowly pushing out with this Bat Rider. They were finding that Manta Style. They were finding the Aghanim Scepter on the Queen of Pain. And I mean, they just didn't. Simple as that. And the Last Dark, they're a good enough team that they're going to be able to punish those small little mistakes like that.
Also, I was very hesitant on the Erica Void Spirit. Didn't think he had the capability to play it. Didn't think it would fit his play style and hero pool. Boy, was I wrong. What a performance from him as well in a lot of these fights. A rampage for him. This is, damn, that's a still, like you said, a little bit of a tilt GG. Besides the fact that they're able to even make them do that and find a way back into this game is huge for them. Because this game looked very difficult, but this started off with a lot of the pickoffs that they were able to find. Was very impressed with how the Bat Rider was able to use some of the blink lassos in some of these engagements, and this hero is strong, dude. That's a big reason why we see it a lot, and I'm continuing to enjoy it as a support.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as well, like, they didn't have any BKBs on Team Dissolution, but even if they went it, like, look at the heroes that they're going up against. Literally every single ultimate goes through BKB, so there's no point in going into it, and it just means that someone, again, like the Quap, is going to have an easier time. Even the Beastmaster, he's, got this Whirling Axes build, and he's able to stack that up too. Bat Rider, you're a support, but why, ended up doing the second most damage on his team, third most in the entire game, so I think, again, it might not be the most make sense sort of draft, but when you're just playing like 5 of the best heroes of the patch, sometimes it just all comes together off of the back of the enemy team's mistakes.
And it seemed like that was the case for game 1. So deserved MVP for Erica. That's 3 games in a row now. We've seen him have some very, very solid showings. 1 death once again for the carry on Last Dark. So a game that was looking almost out of reach for some time. So that's incredible for them to be able to find a way back in the end. So Last Dark, they're going to be able to take a game 1, 28 minutes in. Let's see what we have in store for us, because I feel like there's a little bit more in it now with that very quick GG call. So we'll see if they're going to be able to recover in 10-minute break for Team Dissolution, or if it will be the 2-0 from Last Dark. See you guys after the break. Well, welcome back. We got our game 2 about to begin. Team Dissolution down 1 game in our first series of the night up against the Last Dark. Look at this draft already on screen. No messing about. Team Dissolution going to be on the Radiant side with first pick, Last Dark. Dire side with the all-important second pick.
Let me have a quick look here. Not sure I agree with these bans then. I mean, I think if you have the opportunity to pick up the Bat Rider yourself, just do it, you know? Like, you had the first pick overall on Team Dissolution. It's the best hero, easily, right? We just see anything that pierces through BKB, always solid. Anything that has the ability to, again, be flexed to 4 different lanes is always going to have a really, really solid time. There's basically never a bad game for it.
Can we just, like, is it easier just to say maybe they're not comfortable in the hero? Like they haven't played it enough? Sure.
That'd be all I could think of. I mean, they can still get the Doom, which is also kind of a busted hero, so feels fine enough, I guess.
Also does leave the Magnus in the pool for Last Dark, so no real surprises. And we are probably going to get their first support as well.
I want to see them pick a support that's going to be able to deal with pushing lanes a bit easier, because they had a Rubik and a Skywrath to do it previously. Like, I think the lanes went far too well for Team Dissolution previously. Probably didn't have the right to be able to do it, but you were always going to be going up against that sort of resistance, going up against, you know, again, this Aura draft, a Beastmaster draft, one that has superior vision to you. So I think, yes, it was obviously a huge turnaround. And yes, the GG was probably called maybe a little bit prematurely, considering you are playing a Magnus who has the potential to, you know, skewer back onto high ground and turn things around. But they were just tilted because they just weren't able to execute everything all together. And you know what? Let that be a lesson to you viewers. Make sure that you keep playing your games out, because anything can happen. You know, there could be some internal conflict that happens. There's a reason why I say all games are a 99% win probability until that GG is called, because, you know, crazier stuff could happen.
Are we including natural disasters potentially taking out the network in that as well? Okay.
Yes, I'm including that. Every game is 99%. Even when I give the Danon guarantee coming out of the draft, it is still 99%.
That is some cope, but that's all right.
That's just so no one can say you guaranteed it. I'm like, no, 1%.
1%.
You know,
Yeah,
shift
1%.
the blame. Yeah.
It's a nice fail safe, you know, just in case.
Exactly.
1%. Come on. Gotta forget, there's always that 1%. So,
man, imagine if your last name was Case and your parents decided to call you Justin. That would be just the most tilty, trolly thing that they could possibly do to you.
And where did that come from?
I don't know. You just said Justin Case. It just came to my mind. Like, my last name is Joyce, and if I have a daughter in the future, I'm not going to call her Joyce. Because that would just be troll. Maybe I should, actually.
What,
Maybe
Joyce?
Yeah.
Yeah, but come on. I feel like who would do that? You have to be a really, 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 really not okay parent to do that. You know your kid is just going to not be in for a good time.
Do you ever think about that? Like, what you would call your potential kids in the future? And like, would they get bullied if they had this name, you know?
Yeah. Everything has to be considered. Will they suit the name?
Kids are creative. They'll find a way to bully.
Yes, that is true. That is true. They will, unfortunately. But the little devils, they go okay sometimes. I was a devil, but look at me now. I'm an angel. They steal really.
It's a good one.
Come on, dude. What?
I mean, it's pretty good against the Magnus, right? Like, you just to have another mobility spell, to have Empower, to be able to steal for yourselves. Honestly, like, every single hero on Last Dark has mobility right now, and they're saying, you know what, Erica, you got the Rampage last game, you were the MVP in the last series playing your Morphling twice in a row, we'll just yoink it away. Thing is, though, he would know what you really don't want to play when you're playing up against this Morphling. But the thing is, Phoenix isn't exactly one of those faster heroes, right? So you can't exactly pick up the tempo against this. It honestly is a really great draft to try and pick up the tempo against, right? A Doom, Morphling, Silencer, Rubik, they are slow, low damage heroes in the early game. The lanes might go okay, but early skirmishes really shouldn't be working out in their favor. So maybe what could Last Dark do? If Erica can play Lone Druid, that's what I would be picking right now.
Ooh.
It'd be a godly low druid game.
I don't remember. Actually, if you can. There you go. What?
Ooh. Okay.
I thought they were going to go for their secondary support here, just to at least keep some flex with the Mag Void in the core roles. But once again, it looks like
you never know. Could be a support.
Is that?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it could. You never know. 99%, you know?
99%. Okay, true. But more than likely, we're expecting this to be our Erica hero.
More than likely. I mean, anytime that you're going up against the Doom, the dead shot's a great way to be able to just create a little bit of extra space, make sure that he's not going to run at you. Because again, I'm not sure if this Phoenix is going to be a 4 or 5, but you just weak-ish laner, regardless of what position it's in. So Doom wants to run at you. Rubik has a way to reposition. If you're able to get the calling off, 30% movement speed. If you get the dead shot off, you run away faster because you're probably going to have the Scorched Earth running. And then late game, against the Morphling, just having that magic damage as opposed to the physical means that you're going to be able to rip through this pretty high agi hero in the later stages. I'm just thinking for the Morphling as well, like what is he wanting to go into like a BKB this game? Because again, against the Phoenix, against the Void Spirit, against the Magnus, they got spells that are going to go through that BKB. So it doesn't feel that great, but I really just don't think you could be taking fights while you're being slowed by the Fire Spirits, for example, or I don't know. It's an awkward one. You know, it feels like a sort of game where Morphling needs like 5 items before he can truly be mega impactful in this.
Yeah, I wonder when the Scepter's even considered as well for him too. So you see the Venge, a little bit of respect. Who knows when that's going to get picked up, if that even is a potential for Last Ark. So, and we are now looking for small KKs here.
For Last Ark, I want to see an Ogre McGee, personally.
Okay. What about for Radiant?
Mid laner. Not a horrible puck game. Not exactly a lot of heroes to be able to play around with, but it is going to be able to make a lot of space so that at least the Doom and the Morphling can get into a few of their early-ish items, and they don't have the most reliable catch for a puck at this stage.
Would you have damage issues with Rubik's Answer support?
You would, but I'm just saying, like, you need a way to fix lanes. Because Sansa and Rubik aren't going to do it. Morphling's going to have a hard time doing it. Doom might be all right, but all right, Cop instead. And you puck, though? No, probably not. Clockwork, okay. I could see it working. Just a little bit more lockdown. I would have liked the Ogre just because feels pretty great to buff up all 3 of your carries with the Bloodlust. And, you know, again, just something else for another slow, another stun for the lane. But Clockwork provides the slow stun. And maybe they were feeling that they were lacking a little bit of initiation. Maybe just wanting him to be the one to go in first so that Shining has that second wave of initiation. You're able to get the actual pick-off that you need.
Why don't we see the Ogre? You know, with this dumb luck, new change to him, no intel. Well, where's the hero? What do you feel like the weaknesses are? If this was looking like a pretty decent game for him, I also agree. I thought Bloodlust would have a lot of value, and you wanted a melee hero. So, what's the downsides to him right now?
Well, most of the downsides is just that most of the cores are melee that are really good right now, and you can't afford to go double melee. This game, not sure. Might just be a comfort thing for YYY. But yeah, I'm still on the back of Ogre being pretty solid this time around. You could probably afford to go like a Soul Ring now instead of the Mana Boots, just because of how the dumb luck works. Midas is always good if your team's having a horrible game. But I've seen, you know, in pubs, the Ogres go into like a Heart of Tarask, and then, you know, you're providing a lot of sustain for yourself to put yourself on the front lines, but also plenty of mana to cast your spells as well. So, Not sure. I would have liked to see it this time around. We're going to get a Clockwork, though, my second favorite hero, so I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of value for this Clockwork as well. So another way for you to jump the supports, which is really just vital in itself. These are 2 heroes that are spellcasters with the Rubik and the Silencer, so the potential for Clock to get on top of it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to play in regards to their positioning. Might probably even put you in a position where you need to go like 4-staff, some defensive items now, whereas maybe you didn't have to go for your one particular item. So let us see what we have in store for us. Of course, it's good to see a Muerta carry as well, which we do not see very often.
Yeah, I'm interested to see like Erica's read on it as well, right? Like, you're not exactly a hero that early on, like, the Quap has the ability to jump onto you. So does the Morphling, but maybe they're just feeling like this is going to be a bit more of a passive game. They need to be all around those mid laners. That's where a lot of the action's going to be. So that's where my focus is going to be early on. Love that Observer Ward placement, covering the power rune, covering the lane itself. Not exactly a common spot to be dewarded as well. Every time I'm playing Dire, here we go, I'm giving people in my pubs something to go up against me. But if you are playing against me and I am on Dire, I will ward that mid lane spot.
Oh no, you've given over your secret strat.
Yeah.
How are you going to get out of your rank?
There's no issues with my rank, all right? I don't want to hear it. Top lane. Using an early point in the calling, just again, you see that movement speed already having the impact, but Aenid really doesn't want to just go into those Revenants right now. They pop the blood grenade, they're probably going to get the kill.
Okay, apparently Ranfu's here too, so Salazar yoinks it, but that is more than okay. Also just reminded me as well with the Muerta Clockwork combo, so as soon as I saw those two heroes together, so even extra value out of them, but it was not enough at that stage. They don't have levels, means Radiant able to find first blood.
Are we talking about just like holding them inside of the calling, that sort of combo?
Yeah, and one thing you always like to say is the cogs with the dead shot. It's going to act as a stun instead of just the runaway.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. But give me the Ogre. Give me the dumb luck. Give me the multicast. I want to hear the ding, ding, ding.
A iconic voice line.
Uh-huh. We love you, LD.
Yes, we do. Let's see how these lanes are going to go this game in particular, though, because that was really the big thing for Team Dissolution in Game 1. Pretty much every single lane went very, very well for them. So let's see how different it's going to be this game, though.
I mean, to me, it's all just about this top lane, right? And how you're looking to use some of these cooldowns. Like, Clockwork needs to be very cautious about how he's getting aggressive onto this lane. I really feel like you can't afford to do it once Doom is level 3. You got to just save a lot of your abilities to make sure that you're preventing being run down, because you've got movement spells. Like if I'm just thinking, Wild Wing Ripper's level 5 creep, isn't it? Just I wouldn't want them to be in a case where like they get pushed back even further into where the Doom is looking to play, but he's going to need level 2 Devour to make that happen. So maybe level 4 is where they can really look to get a lot of stuff done.
So I guess that means that Erica then should be able to have a pretty good time early on the Muerta. Do you even think of this hero, like, is this a strong laner? Are you weak at the early levels? Or what do we think of here, her in particular for the lane?
It depends on the support, again, right? Like, you need someone that's going to be playing on the front line and, more importantly, disabling for you. Because, again, dependent on the skill build, even just the 1 point in the Gunslinger, if you get a little bit lucky, it makes the laning pretty nice, you know, because you can be denying and harassing at the same time. It provides prioritizes heroes, so you're always going to have that benefit. And we're able to get a little bit of a pull off, so getting rid of a range creep and a flag bearer creep, giving a ton of value up onto this top side. It's just, I mean, he's got the chain lightning creep, so a little bit more damage just to make the Muerta a little bit squishier up on this top. We'll feed through the salve as well from the Clockwork, to make sure you're able to get back into that lane and farm. But we're approaching that key level 3 timing that I've been talking about. Aaron's going to have the Lotus to be able to enable this. So, I mean, he gives it over to Aenid. You can feed it over to other people as well. So I was thinking maybe he would hold on to it and give it over to the Doom if the situation arose for that. Here we go, level 3 on both Doom and Rubik. So, why, don't want to see him using the Battery Assault or the Cogs aggressively until they look to make this dive happen. Might even look to bring out the Boots of Speed on the Doom before they do go for an eventual dive, just for a little bit of that extra bonus move. I mean, even just that dead shot being used is a little bit of a concern. Might be able to get another pull-off, though, on the Clockwork. Not sure if you want to do this, though. Again, like, you just want your creeps to be the ones tanking up a lot of these tower hits instead, but, well, little bit passive.
Yeah, it is. All the other lanes are as well. I'm quite surprised at how well Echoes is actually doing mid against small KK though. It's like with the high damage that he's got, he's even continuing to try and chase down the Queen of Pain. Might have put himself in a compromised position though, especially with Aaron nearby. They're going to be able to continue to chase him down deep under the tower. Looks like that's not the case, but with Aaron showing mid, left the Doom solo, so they were able to get a big kill there, one that I wasn't expecting with the clock and the Muerta. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shining almost goes down too.
Oh, the clock and Muerta are... is Eriko still going to be able to get this this water rune? Guap's got the blink, so he's kind of in no man's land here. No mana either.
Might be able to get away.
Oh, I feel like you go for the blink here. Surely, small KK. Come on, come on.
Oh, he's waiting for the refill, okay.
I mean, sure, but small KK had the window to be able to kill him. Blink into the Scream, could have checked the mana pool that Echoes had to play with, so missing out on a kill there. And yeah, like we were saying, the Doom ended up dying up top. This is a lane that can kill the Doom. I just expected it to be the Doom and the Rubik for the majority of the time, so that rotation from Aaron not resulting in anything ends up costing them quite heavily.
Bottom lane, we finally have a little bit of action down here as well, so they're going to be able to get a kill onto normal end. Both heroes are pretty low in regards to resources. So, honestly, nothing too crazy going on. Both sides are getting their farm in regards to the last hits. Everyone seems to be relatively happy with the status of this star.
I'd say Eric is the happiest one overall, though, right? Like, he is not being contested at all by this Doom. And, you know, you mentioned the combination with the Clockwork Cogs. Probably going to get a kill onto Aaron, though. I mean, again, this is a rotation from the Rubik that really isn't resulting in anything. If Echo is lucky enough, he will be, to be able to get that haste rune up top. You might even be able to, you know, make, again, another rotation up towards this Doom, although the fact that he's prioritized the Vanguard might make things a little bit more challenging. Could just opt to make this a bit more of a defensive tool for yourself. He does have a couple of bounty runes as well to be able to bottle up and play around with if he wants to. So might just opt to shove out this lane first.
It's crazy. Doom got the pull off with 3 heroes here. Yep. So he's going to be able to help the positioning of the wave. Might still tank a little bit of damage there with the clock and Erica. Let's see actually if they're going to have enough to bring him down with the Vanguard. They're a little bit with him, just toying until Aaron shows up. Nothing too crazy though.
I mean, you absolutely need the Void Spirit if you're going to look to go for that kill. The calling was slightly off the mark as well, not right on the edge for it always to be pathing through the cogs. So, yeah, the dead shot really effective still, but not the perfect usage of spells coming through from YSR.
Oh, they're still going to go for him though. Echoes under the tower with the rotation out of the haste with both charges out of the Astral Stab. That means that this time they will have enough damage. So, yeah, before it was just some poking, you know, trying to dwindle down his health pool. And once he was down to half, Echoes felt it true enough for him to rotate. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mag almost going down as well for Shining. There's been a lot of back and forth, but not really many kills down in this bottom lane.
So, sorry, I just want to talk about top again. You've now got Erica up to level 6, so he's got Pierce the Veil. I'm honestly a little surprised that we don't have more Muertas picked up in this Vanguard meta, because you pop that Pierce the Veil, you're only dealing magic damage. You know, you get an extra 50 damage as well off the back of this, and it makes these beefy heroes a lot more squishy, especially in the lineup that already doesn't have any lack of magic, right? Deadshot, battery assaults. Like, you're going to be able to really kill this Doom if you're able to just find the initiation onto him. And the fact that they've been able to get, I think this is their 4th pull-off on the top lane, is just an even more of an indication that this lane should go well for them.
Yeah. We do see, though, with all the emphasis the supports are putting around mid, at least for Team Disillusion, they were able to get the shield rune for small KK, so Echo's already taken that double bounty back in the jungle, so won't have the bottles to work around with. Bottom lane, normal end does go down, so this is really the big one. I mean, Morphling is off to an incredible start. So we'll see what Lonfair is going to be able to do out of this game. He's got the Manta style queued up. Wonder if it's going to be the second item, Aghanim Scepter, for him. But Shining's really starting to struggle. So have they already started to make some sacks? It doesn't look like that is the case.
It doesn't seem like it as well. And the TP actually came from normal end. Never mind, he did get the bottle. It was placed on the ground, and they're going to go for an immediate smoke off the back of this, really putting a lot more emphasis onto A-Net up on this top side. No hook shot on the Rubik, and good positioning by Aaron. He's going to be the one caught out by this instead. Might not even die.
He'll die.
Okay, he'll die.
Yeah, he'll die, but it's okay, because the Doom doesn't die, and it's able to, of course, play accordingly, safely back towards the tower. You do have the lane starting to shove back out into Erica's favor, but so it looks like both sides, safe lane going very well. And where do we have to look towards some of the early game plays though, from either side? Who is the catalyst from both Dire and Radiant?
I mean, for both, it's obviously going to be the mid lane, right? You can see YYY trying to make that rotation towards mid onto small KK, but this is not like the last game, as might be another death coming through for this mag. Yep. Shining just not able to get underneath that tier 2 tower for a little bit of that extra health regen. Ends up going down. They're going to have a hard time killing this Quap this time around. They do not have the lockdown required unless, again, they are perfect with the use of the hook shot into the cogs, into the calling, into like an RP or something like that. You're going to be able to get away the majority of the time. So I'm really expecting small KK to be the one getting a little bit more active, looking to open up the map perhaps around this 10-minute siege creep. You've got it pushing up on towards the top side, so maybe you can look to make something happen there, but Echoes doesn't want to make that a possibility. Popping the Arcane Rune, looking to get active against this Quap. You know that Phoenix is going to have a pretty hard time against a Silencer at any stage of the game. You pop the last word, takes away that Icarus dive save potential.
Well, they're trying to make some plays down bottom. Erica's going to get active. Nice use of the dead shot. There's not going to be any extra control, and they even used the global silence to enable the retreat. So they will at least get one fit out of the lane. He's going to go all the way back to base, but it's probably going to be a trade of towers, as top lane, they've still got that catapult. Aeonid, so it's going to be able to get plenty of damage into the tower.
Looking to try and stop this push a little bit is the Phoenix, but probably going to be a little bit too late for it. It's the Fire Spirit onto the Siege Creep, I suppose, but it's like Aeonid is going to be able to tank up the tower. Doom just way too beefy of a hero at this stage of the game, and you'd have to say that this is going to be favoring Team Dissolution, right? They've got a Morphling to be able to play around with. You've got a Doom who's got a Midas that is going to scale better into the later stages of the game, and it's a pretty good Rubik game coming out too. So I think this is probably going to favor them. It does go back both ways though, right? Because Phoenix late game incredibly strong. Magnus going to be enabled by the Empower, both for himself and the Void Spirit, and even the Muerta to a lesser extent, but I don't know. I think it will once again just come down to who's able to find the jump, and you would have to say neither team really has the advantage there. Maybe a very slight one over to the last arc. Yeah, just with the hook shot, with the harpoon. My hesitation there is just that Magnus has not had a good game, so it's going to be quite a while until he gets into that point.
You see Normland's going to run into the wrong neighborhood. It's a big thing about the Silencer Phoenix. Dive sends you nowhere back to your starting position. It seemed, really for me, I'm not quite sure on how this Morphling Muerta matchup goes. I mean, they picked the Muerta into it, but I also really don't think this is a strong carry right now. And I think Morphling's actually pretty decent. So I'm not quite sure. With that being said, then maybe Morphling should be a little bit favored. I don't know. It's just, again, a lot of my concerns with the Muerta is we see her as really not a lot in Pro Dota at the moment. So very excited to see how Eric is going to be able to perform as this game goes on. But I do think this is going to be a game where we go a very, very long way of distance here. Like, it seems like either side happy with the status quo. Like, both sides are farming. Shining's getting his catch up. Doom, of course, with his Midas Devourer, he doesn't really want to be active. So seems like everyone just a bit of a farm fest for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, who's more efficient? And again, this is another reason why I was like, well, maybe the last arc are going to be, Team Dissolution are going to be a bit happier, because you've got a Doom. He's probably the best person in this game at this point in time at pushing out lanes. Both team supports suck at it. You've got a Doom who's plenty survivable, that's got a Midas, that's got a Devour, that, he's got to have that passive gold rolling in on top of the fact that he can, take creep waves and neutral camps at the exact same time. So the net worth for them should probably start to grow a little bit sooner. I like the fact that he's going into this full-on survivability build with the pipe, but I'm going to need to see a Blink Dagger after that because he is really the only initiation that they've got to be able to play around. Morphling doesn't want to be the first one into the team fight. He needs to be that second wave of initiation coming through. It's always after like an initial Blink, Centaur Stomp, Infernal Blade, then the Morphling can come in, Waveform, Adaptive Strike, dead.
See, that's still going to be a little bit away. I think maybe the next potential catalyst for a fight is just this Echo that was now completed for Echoes, so might see them look to do something across the map. Guess you don't really have anyone to play with. I mean, Phoenix, no points in Sunray just yet. Vital for him to be able to pick up the levels. Torment is going to be huge for Dire with the Ag Shard on Phoenix. I mean, the Clockwork as well could be really nice for some extra vision. For Radiant, you'd say not as vital. I mean, Rubik's would be decent this game, but it's definitely not the best shard like it. Sorry, it's still not as good of a shard as what it used to be.
Yep.
Small KK. Is the chain control going to be perfect? Global Silence tries to disrupt, but the damage and the spells are already out, so that's a huge kill. Continuing to slow down Small KK's game. You put the Global Silence on cooldown as well, and of course, they really don't have to commit too heavily with two heroes, so maybe they're going to consider about this mid fight now. I mean, even Erica wants to show up.
Yeah, for sure. Not having that Global Silence is a really big deal. They've got that Siege Creep to be able to play around with. No hook shot though, but he does see where the Morphling is positioning himself. I hear an RP.
And it's just onto Ranfu. Solo RP out of Shining. Let's...
Again, they have the difficulty in...
Ooh, Echoes. Actually, jumping over the top. Small KK in a lot of trouble. Now with a dive into the middle as well with a Supernova directly on their heads. And no one is going to be able to address it. Really nice team fight coming out from the last Dark. And now if they won, they should be able to go back and finally get this tower. They've even got a double damage rune for Echoes to claim.
So again, this is all snowball, right? Like just a little bit late on the Global Silence means that the Quap gets the kill, means you get into the next item. And I normally complain about... Oh, surely gets away. Okay. Normally I complain about things like, cores being greedy. That time around, it was both of them. It was the Morphling and the Muerta that took the second Wisdom rune just to try and amp up their levels as quickly as possible. You're still going to give it over to the position 5, the supplementary experience, but considering this is a much slower, farm-oriented game, I really don't hate either of them picking this up, just because it's going to allow them to get into their item builds a bit sooner, their skill builds more importantly, because we know how important it is for the Morphling to be able to play around that level 15, that level 18, like such huge timings for him. And you can see from Erica, he's already starting to put a few more points into the all-attribute stats. Stuff like that just lets them pick up the next item a little bit sooner. What's Shining going to go is the big question. He's got plenty of gold to be able to play around with. Could look to go into the farming build. He's got the skewer maxed out, so maybe for them it's just looking to kind of do what... What's up?
He's going pipe, sorry. That was intrigued me.
Maybe they feel really strong about Erica's farm at this point of the game. Feeling like all he needs is just to be able to reliably stand there and man fight. Doesn't want to have to go a Blink Dagger early.
Hookshot in. The run to the Rubik. Global Silence again. But really used to no avail. They're not going to get much out of it. Clockwork's putting himself on the front line to enable the callers to start the spell cast. Doom pump faking the ultimate. Finally sees an angle, but it's on the Mortar, who's already used a Pierce to the Veil. So the spell casting from Radiant really letting them down in the second game.
I think I get tilted, but it's one of those fights that, they're a little bit slow on a lot of the engagements, right? Look at how much protective vision that they've got on the last arc as well. Like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentries that they've placed down just to cover any sort of engagement points that Team Dissolution are looking to try and invade into. We're even going to be able to get away with a Clockwork going into a Spirit Vessel as well. It's into a Manta Sile, so obviously not going to be amazing. It needs to be layered out later into a lot of these fights, but even up against a Doom feels fairly solid.
So I do want to go back to this mag item with the pipe, because I do find it very interesting that he's decided this. You said I think because we kind of got it cut off, were you trying to say like because you feel like that they feel strong right now, they want to group up with pipe, and that could lead them to a couple of next big team fight wins, which could just give them the overall lead of this game?
Possibly, but not necessarily. Like, my thing is... Oh, sorry. Small KK is able to get away. My thing is, it might delay the Quap in being the Muerta in having to go for that BK. You means you'll be able to resist a little bit of the magic damage coming through. You could be a little bit more farm oriented, so that even if she gets picked off, you can still look to take these consistent-ish fights.
Are there concerns with the mag scaling now? That's my only thing with pipe. Like, if this gank does go late, which I know the past couple of fights we're reading haven't looked too good, if you don't have a mag that's going to be able to equal the Doom's net worth, could that prove to be an issue for the late game for Dial? If it's kind of like the Aura build? Well, it's not going to be Aura guild, but he's not going to be...
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The big right clicker. He doesn't have a harpoon yet, yada, yada, yada. But the thing is, it's a late game Magnus, right? It's always going to be good. You have that BKB AoE piercing stun. You're still going to have the level 20 eventually for the skewer range. So I think you can just go Blink Dagger, look to really get some value out of the skewer in this next little bit. And then once that's picked up, pivot back towards things like the Echo Saber into the harpoon, just to give himself that not necessarily farming potential. I really feel like for this game, for Shining, the Harpoon is just to enable that quick pick-off. Because again, they've got the better initiation. They've got the clockwork for the vision. They've got the Magnus to be able to find that jump a lot easier.
Okay. There's definitely the advantage for Dial, where we do not see the blink yet. And the Doom...
I'm not crazy about the Crimson Guard build for Doom, though. Like, I really feel like he needs to pick up the role of being that initiator for the team. And Crimson, it's not going to do anything, really, against the magic damage coming through from the Muerta.
Speaking of the Doom.
The creep wave ends up blocking it.
Echo's going to be able to jump in for the right side. Aaron's going to do his best to protect the Doom, but the damage has already been dealt too fast. Is this a consideration for Roche?
I would say so. It's a much better usage out of the calling, though, in combination together with that Cogs, meant that he was just permanently silenced, wasn't able to get the Doom off as well in the middle of that fight, even though he was still the target of being chain stunned down on the Doom. Battery Assault, plus the Aether Remnant setting up for it. I mean, if we can have a quick look at the Doom's death summary, it is just taunted, silence, 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 stun, stun, stun. Poor guy is not too much that he can do. This is why they need to be the one to get the jump. You know, it's why I'm talking about the emphasis around this Blink Dagger for the Doom, because they have no one else. Like, Morphling can be the one to go in first, but you don't want to be.
Oh, nice reactions out, Aaron. Let's hope we get that blink away. So now with the ages, I mean, it's still in the 2,000 lead on Dial. What are we expecting them to find out of this? Do you want to see them farm for a little bit, hit another item, then potentially take a fight? As meanwhile, Clockwork runs up to a high gun. He probably doesn't want to be playing around, so you got a cliff forward and everyone set up around it. Not the worst kill though.
No, I mean, it's a Clockwork. He's not really doing anything at this stage. He reached into what he wanted in the Spirit Vessel. I'm sure next he's going to look to opt for like a Solar Crest just to be able to buff up his Muerta even further, just so that when you do pop that Pierce the Veil, you're always getting value out of it. And you can see here, like now, you've got Erica going into the BKB. He's already got that second life from the Aegis to be able to play around with. He's got Shining playing alongside him as well for that Pipe of Insight protection. This makes a lot of sense to me. You know, this is a draft that the heroes are playing together, and it makes a lot of logical sense with how they're going to progress in terms of like their team success. And maybe even just realizing, hey, they don't have any way to actually get in on top of me right now. And if they do look to commit quite heavily, it's probably going to take something like a Doom to be able to take me out, or a Global Silence or something, so that at least I'm going to be able to get that Pierce the Veil off on the second life. Not the courier.
Okay, nice. I was going to say, I'd like to see them get the Tormentor. Again, we spoke about the value of the Ag Shards on Dial. Who is the lucky man to get it? It is the Clockwork. So let's see if what the call is going to be. Yeah, like, still very nice. Vision's always great for the Clock.
You can even just like hook in cogs, don't pop the battery assault yet, and just jetpack out. Use the cogs as like that immobilizer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's one of those weird instances, right? Yeah, it is one of these weird instances where they need BKBs, but you really don't want to buy BKBs on Radiant up against all this, right? You don't want to be silenced by the calling permanently if it was a great cogs. You don't want to be, allowing a Phoenix Sunray to be able to just go in onto you. You don't want to be slowed down by the Fire Spirits, but you basically just don't have a choice. I think Rubik is going into the 4-staff next, which is going to at least solve that clockwork issue that I was talking about, but even if you do go BKBs, you're still going to be affected by the astral step. You're still going to be affected by the reverse polarity, the stun from the supernova. So it's not like you can avoid everything, but I think it's something that you just have to go at this rate.
Do you like the decision to push through mid instead of getting bottom Tormentor and going through there with the tier 2 still up?
Don't think it matters that much. Maybe they're just feeling like, look, if Morphling wants to play a little bit more of a passive game, we would rather have high ground control. It just makes it a lot more effective for a Phoenix to be able to play around that high ground as well. Dropping the Supernova on the edge of that high ground just means that he's always going to be a lot more challenging to be able to take out that egg, and maybe you can get a big RP stun combination off the back of that.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do that, though. There was a smoke to try and set up for a tier 2 tower defense, but they were well too late. There's Blink on the Doom, so he's ready to reveal it with his ulti, but let's see who the best target's going to be for him, because of course Erica's still holding the Aegis for another minute.
And letting him sit on the front lines too. Plenty of vision being provided by both the creeps as well as the Clockwork Rocket Flare. Might even look to use the jetpack to provide that little bit extra.
Morph is, I think, still showing bottom.
Yep.
Hasn't shown in the wave just yet. They'll get a glimpse of him pretty shortly, maybe with that. And the next wave, they'll go back up high ground.
I mean, he needs his level 18, and he needs it badly. He doesn't want to fight into this just yet. I mean, who do we even take at this point? He doesn't have Aghanim Scepter. Magnus, I guess, for a potential skewer back.
You did just lose the Lotus on the Courier. Feels kind of nice. See, they're starting to come back, though. Instant jump. Pops a piece of the veil, and he's still got Aegis for another 15 seconds. Global Sun's going to come out as well. I mean, with the backline, Small KK's trying to deal with some of the supports, but the egg's still going to get layered down. It'll make it a bit awkward for them to take the fight. RP's going to cover the egg. It will be blown up, but they have to put all their attention to deal with the Phoenix, so it means Erica can just freely get the damage out inside this engagement. A 3-for-1, and it continues to favor the boys on Dire in this second game.
Yeah, still had an Arcane Curse on him at the very end, so Erica didn't get that full Aegis regeneration coming through from him. Of course, any damage was going to be able to interrupt it, but he still gets out of there with his life intact. 0 deaths remaining for this Muerta, and, well, it basically covered the period that they wanted it to, right? Look at that great Sunray coming through off of the Phoenix. Probably would have been even better if he had if he was lucky enough to get the Aghanim Shard previously. This Phoenix Egg basically acting like a taunt, meaning that he is just in complete no man's land on Small KK. They're able to get the kill off the back of that as well, with the great RP being able to land in.
It's crazy that Echoes live too. God damn. He's continuing to scale. The supports are very high net worth as well, which is going to be huge. And we just saw the value out of them in that previous fight. And it's only going to get even more as well for them now. So it was just the melee barracks. Range is still standing with minimal health. But even without the Aegis, they feel strong enough to be able to walk down bot. They're going to be able to get a tier 2 tower. And they even have an Arcane Rune for Echoes too. Very close to 18. So still Dire will be feeling very strong.
They will indeed, and again, that was where the, you mentioned the Lotus Orb being killed on the Courier. That's going to be up in about another 15 seconds, and once that's picked up, you've got a Manta Style on the Void Spirit, you have a Yule Scepter on the Phoenix, and you've got a Muerta that's almost got a BKB. Actually, she's got it coming to her on the Courier now, so Magnus really the only one that doesn't have a way to instantly break out of that that global silence. Yes, you've got the Clockwork as well. Not really all that important to give it over to him. So as soon as that global's popped, just Lotus the mag and then look to go in with the rest of the team.
So when did Morphling buy Zag Shard?
Very recently.
Okay. Interesting. Guess what RP maybe is concerned about by getting caught out because of how aggressive he's going to be playing inside the fights. Just wants to try and stay alive as long as he possibly can, get that shift off. Of course, he's got the Scepter now getting delivered. No, I think he's missing the point booster actually, so doesn't have the completed one, which will be a very good game for it. Before the mag, I don't know if you really want to shift into the Muerta though.
I'm just looking at who's going to get picked off here. I mean, they're underneath their vision.
And they're going to go for their own. Straight back into the Remnant. Really nicely done. The communication, but importantly, you just got to execute it. And they did that. So, yes, it's just a kill into a Rubik, but it now means they can get the bottom wave shoved out. At least small KK's pushing mid as well. So they will have a couple waves in their favor for Radiant, which is might even potentially get the power in if he wants to stick around for her.
But I mean, they're doing the things now that Team Dissolution should have been doing last time around. Like, it's 30 minutes. Roshan has the potential to respawn. It's already respawned. And they've already got the vision set up on the bottom side of the map. They have the damage to be able to take it. They've got their defensive items to be able to enable that Roshan fight. And by the time Roshan dies, you're going to have level 20 on the Muerta as well. So just an extra 20% gunslinger chance. Pretty much every hit is going to get that double impact out of it. And, you know, just with the way that it works, Maelstrom has that small internal cooldown, so you're not going to get double Maelstrom procs, but you'll get double crits every single time that crit happens.
Coming, but they will be far too late. And if they still want to take the fight, they'll be running underneath multiple wards around the cliff.
Yeah, they have to back off entirely. They finally want to be able to take a fight on their terms, and, well, at least they've got the gem to be able to play around with, so they know what vision that the Last Dark are playing around with for now. But really, they just need to wait until they feel ready to fight. Like, Phoenix has a shard coming out on the courier, not even wanting to wait for that Tormented to be able to take it. They have not left the Team Dissolution side of the map in what feels like the past 5 or so minutes since that last retreat from the team fight. They immediately just healed up, went straight back to their side of the map because they know how far ahead they are at this point.
It's a nice ward outside the base, though, for Radiant to work with. Potentially scouting out the supports. Maybe it helps them with, like, a smoke wraparound. She'll see how they're going to try and take this defense. Queen of Pain hasn't gone back just yet. Was waiting for the gold to complete the Shivas. Now we'll TP to rejoin the boys.
The smoke's a little obvious, though. You know, no one's defending this big creep wave hitting into the tier 3 tower and the range rack, which is still probably going to die. They're just positioning themselves quite well, putting the Aegis carrier closest as possible towards this Doom. He's going to need to get that perfect blink stop.
Oh, smoke pops, and he will. Gets the jump along with the global silence. So much commitment for just the Phoenix. They're going to be able to break him down, but doesn't result in a turnaround as now with the RP connects onto the Morphling. The skewer onto 3, it's perfect. Shining finds the opening, and that enables Erica to stand strong and get all the damage out they need to come out on top in that fight.
I think this is just another one of those games where it's just not having that quite good understanding of your timings and the items that are going to be effective for them this game. I mean, I was talking about not really seeing the value coming out of the Crimson Guard. But when you consider what you're going up against, this Void Spirit, he's going to be critting you for a huge amount of damage. So the little bit of block that you get from Crimson Guard, not that effective. Same sort of thing with the Magnus. He's never really been in a position to get right clicks onto you. And the Muerta, a lot of the time, it's through the Pierce the Veil. So Crimson Guard not actually going to do anything. If he had the Blink Dagger a little bit sooner, maybe you don't get into this BKB on the Muerta. Maybe you can win a few of these team fights. Maybe you're the ones to take the Roshan, and this game is entirely different. But just off the back of like one item timing, they aren't able to protect against it, and it's mega creeps at 33 minutes.
They're not going to leave the base though. Go for the finishing blow. Is the Last Dark. They're even going to smoke as well. Small KK, aggressive blink, just try and pop it. Scanning out with the mag he's playing.
There's no Doom, there's no Global. Phoenix has a much easier time this time around unless they, once again, just commit everything onto him. But wisely enough, it's basically only the Muerta putting herself on the front. She's got the Aegis to be able to play around with. BKB's already back up. Shining, just looking to fish for another quick pick-off. Might want to just take away those creeps in the lane. Giving a lot of vision on him.
aggressive jump to try and disrupt the mag blink. Meanwhile, Moeta's just pummeling into the Morphling, so force the waveform away and the global silence to cover, but that is now a big tool they won't have in the arsenal for this final defense. Sonic Wave pushed away, Shining tries to find the opening. Unable to do so, doesn't drag anyone back. Hook is dry. Still though, Small KK once again playing a fine line of being too far. Or Echoes, can he find the Rubik though? Blink away, gets stolen. Meme over the right side though. Lonfer tries to commit. A BKB is going to give him some protection for the moment. Shining's ready with the RP though, finds the jump in. Supernova as well in combination. That'll be all she wrote. There's no buyback on the Morph. The G's get dropped. It looks like Dire will be able to take our first series of the night in 2-0 fashion.
This was a lot more of the team that we were expecting to see, right? Not having as much difficulty this time around, except for the first 15 or so minutes in that game number 1. But just when it comes to understanding the macro gameplay, understanding in terms of drafting what is just really solid in terms of what's good in the meta, what's going to be the best way to be able to play it. You know, if you have a hard lane, don't lane. If you have a hard time just standing and fighting, go for a little bit more of the pick-off style. And it felt like every single time they wanted to take a fight on their terms, they got it.
That's definitely enabled, right? When you draft multiple heroes that can start. That's the big thing. Like we went through the list on both sides who would have an easy time. You got your Clock, you got your Mag, you got your Void Spirit. For Radiant, you had your Doom, and that is not an easy hero to initiate. Like sometimes you like to counter though with stuns to be able to follow up. So at the end of the day, you had to execute the draft, and Dire definitely did.
Yeah, for sure. I liked the silencer pick. It was a really good one by for Ranfu Dao, but you know, just that globals, we didn't really see the big benefit out of them. I mean, where it really started to come undone was he was probably like a good 2 seconds too late to be able to save the Quap when they were making that move onto him inside of the Dire jungle. Probably could have saved his life, probably would have enabled them to properly defend the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but that just never happened, and it was all downhill from there.
That it was indeed. So last arc, big victory for them because they're going to jump up to 2-1. So it looks like maybe that first series loss was just a blip on the radar. You know, they needed some learnings to, of course, this was a new team as well. So just extra series to be able to find that connection together.
Great RP by Shining.
Is really showing that fight, you know, in particular with the RP. We've seen a couple times with the skill back into the Remnant as well. So the team is getting stronger with each series.
Man, is Erica going to get his 4th MVP in a row? I kind of feel like he is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who might
maybe Shining, but he had a bit too rough of a time in the laning stage, so probably not him. I honestly think it's Erica. I think he's the one. Whenever we see them in the post game on the cameras, he's always the one that's the most vocal. You know, just saying this is what we did right. Even just in the draft, right? He is the main talker. He is the drafter for the teams. You know, just saying, you know what? I will put you guys on my back. I'll take on the responsibility, and he's getting rewarded for it.
I must say though, I think he has to be in this position. He's by far the most experienced in, I think, all of Division 2. I mean, you might say Ice Ice to the TI winner could come in there, but Erica has been around for a super long time. Like, we say like he needs to be the vocal person, and honestly, you need to live up to those requirements. Like, this is very much expected for him to be able to carry his team in a lot of games and be the one to get them over some of those, you know, tricky games that there might be even. Could be too much expectation, but I think with the caliber of player that he is and with his performances again, I mean, he's placed top 6 at TIs before. Like, this guy is a incredible carry player, and he's showcasing he can play a lot of different carries as well. It's not just the Morphling that he can play. We see the Moeta now. He had a great Void Spirit game as well, which means there's always going to be a lot of flex into the later series if they go for that hero. And
it's now 4 games now, and he's got 2 down behind across all 4 games. So very, very worthy of the MVP. Love to see this hero come out. I just feel like it's such an interesting one. You know, you always need to have it in your back pocket against these really high armor heroes, or these heroes that, I mean, most offlaners love buying the Vanguard. I'm a little surprised that we don't see a bit more of them, Muerta, because there are so few position 1 carries outside of like maybe an Arc Warden that just do lean so heavily into the magic damage in what is still the laning phase.
we are always very big fans of situational heroes and heroes that can just be picked up at any time, when you at least have the capability, at least when, one person is not completely in the grave and the hero just doesn't seem viable at all. And Muerta's not that. We do get her every now and then. I hope we get her a little bit more, like you're saying, but with the Muerta carry, they're going to be able to bump themselves up to the top of the leaderboard with 2 wins and 1 loss. But of course, we still got a lot of series today as well. So they're not going to be at that first place, I imagine, for too much longer today in particular, because next up we got Supernova versus Holy Grail. And again, to close the day, we got Big Brain versus Team Zero as well.
We're going to have 2 teams sitting at 2-0 at the end of the day, and 2 teams sitting at 1-1. So at least last dark, they'll be in a solid 3rd place at the end of all of this. Certainly a lot better than they were after the first day of the entire China Tour 3 Div 2 DPC. God, it's a bit of a mouthful every time we have to say it, but because of how quick that series went, it's actually going to be quite a long break, isn't it? About an hour and 10 minutes or so?
Yes, it will be definitely a prolonged break, unfortunately, but this is just what happens when you get the 2-0 like they did in very convincing fashion. So with that being said, first series done for the night. When we come back, though, we got Supernova up against Holy Grail. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome one and all here for some Chinese Dota action. We are about to get into some games for the DPC, witnessing Supernova taking on Holy Grail today on Sunday, the last day of this first week of the DPC. And to bring you this action is myself, Snare, and I'm joined by the Croatian crocodile himself. It's Lacoste. What's going on, fam? How you doing?
Doing good, just waking up for some early Dota. And I hope it's a banger. I hope I didn't wake up for nothing because I've been covering other regions. And this Div 2 China has always been, like, even in the previous DPC tour, 2021, it's always been, like, very volatile. A lot of teams, try to make it. There's been, like, LBZS, Magma, these type of teams that try to go and make it through. In the end, they do it, and then they fall back down. So looking at how stacked it is, I don't see a team that is like, wow, that, see one of those teams that it's like, yeah, this team is definitely going to win. I could see Holy Grail, maybe Team Zero, because they have like names that I do remember and that I know. So I feel like they could be the one taking it, but it should be an interesting one. I think also teams from Div 1 could maybe sneak in some ideas from them, because some of these teams do tend to pick like off-meta heroes, and then you feel like, oh, wow, this hero is actually strong. Maybe we should implement it because we can play it better.
Yeah, that's one of the great things I like seeing about these lower-ranked regional Dotas. When you have ideas that the pros in Div 1 are like, well, we have an established meta. These guys don't have to worry about, hey, if we mess up one game, that jeopardizes our major slot, right? You have an opportunity to experiment, come up with some new stuff. I believe, do you remember a couple of seasons ago here in China? For a while, no one was playing, we started playing safe lane TA almost every game because of what was happening in Div 2. That's how Lou made his name. He changed the entire region, so there's precedent for that kind of thing happening in the past year. I'm kind of hoping that's going to happen this tour, but we shall see. We're looking for some young up-and-comers. In terms of some of these new ideas, Lacoste, has there been anything that you feel has been underutilized in the global landscape of Dota that you think is kind of good right now?
I think I want to see more Sven. I think this hero hits slightly earlier timing than other carries. It's been picked in Western Europe, I would say not enough time, at least not the amount of times I want to see it. I want to see, I also thought that we're going to have D-patch after Berlin Major ended, but here we are. Some of the fixes, some of these universal heroes feel too powerful. Mag, Void, Spirit, Techies as well. These are the heroes that look too strong. Beastmaster still a menace to deal with. And speaking of heroes like Magnus, Supernova, they do love to pick this hero. Like, they played against IG Vitality the other day, and they picked it 3 times. They do love to flex it, but most of the time they play it as position 1, which is no surprise. People do tend to theory craft with these universal heroes. There was one interesting game that I was covering in NA Div 2. It was Sammy Boy Wildcard. He played position 1 Snapfire, and that game it looked really, really good.
That sounds like a Sammy Boy thing to do. I'll be honest, Lacoste, right? If it's any other player in the world that you told me, play this Snapfire Pause 1, I might have been like, actually, this is intriguing. But because it's Sammy Boy, I've seen Sammy Boy do so many messed up things with Snapfire. I'm like, I don't know how seriously to take this. I don't know if it's actually good or not, or if it's just a Sammy Boy classic. How did it look, though, in the game? What did he build? Did it look effective in any way?
It was nice. It was Maelstrom, Bracer. You tank up your universal hero, you get Manta style, and then you get some damage item like Daedalus. It was fine because it's like pretty similar to, I would say, offlane Snapfire from the 2 patches ago, where you were kind of like building into this utility. So in the laning stage, you're very good. It's just later you get the farm, you get that level 20, level 25 talent, which does kind of put you in a spot where you're like, I'm an actual carrier. Like, this hero can carry the game.
Well, we're going to be witnessing, of course, who can find themselves carrying the game just as we get into our draft here. Supernova will be playing on the Dire side. They have access to the 2nd pick, and Holy Grail, they have a Radiant 1st pick. Obviously, we are anticipating that we're going to have a lot of universal heroes involved in the mix. Lots of Magnuses, lots of Void Spirits. But for me, the interesting thing about this kind of game early on in the DPC, both of these teams have so far only played one game. So both of them have won those games, which means you're staring down the barrel of your first loss. So seeing how a teams approach that kind of situation where there's a modicum of pressure relative to that first opening game is always interesting to watch. So let's see it. Lacoste, tell me, Magnus, Void Spirit, who's coming first? Beastmaster. Ooh, this is good.
Yeah, I could see just straight up Mag right now. Mag +1. They did love to open with the Mag. Never mind.
Wow.
Okay, there's been approach, I would say, with a lot of teams who can utilize Morphling, that they pick Morph against Magnus. So if you want to pick Magnus, go ahead. I'll just have a better version of Magnus, especially if you decide to play it as carry. Because it just works too well. He has like waveform skewer, empower sitting at 400, 500, 600 damage, depending which state of the game we're talking about. It feels really nice, like you can empower one of your other heroes as well in a team fight. You steal some of their stats. So I feel like Magnus for Holy Grail doesn't sound like that good of an idea anymore.
Yeah. Might not be something that comes out, even if it was going to be deployed safe lane. Since they have Beastmaster, they could pick up some other hard carry and utilize his buffer potential, but because there's a Morphling, now it becomes a little bit awkward to pick up your TBs and Deuces. We shall see, though, what they do. By the way, how do you actually feel about Morphling? I've been a long-standing hater of this hero, and I've been just seeing him get picked more and more lately, and I felt he was stronger in the prior patch, and he's not as strong now after the changes, but he seems to have risen in popularity. Well, what do you make of this with the Water Boy overall?
Yeah, I feel like he's in a really good spot because he's anti-carry with his Aghanims. And I don't think, like, good Morphling players out there do tend to join fights early on. It's not like one item I'll join, but like 1.5, 2 items, like some Dragonlance, Power Treads, Yasha, you're ready to go. Like, you don't want to be the first one entering the fight, but if you have like some kind of a save, some kind of sustained good front line, you definitely want to join. Like, this hero does a ton of damage if he joins early on, and he farms fast. And again, having that Aghanim Scepter really works out nicely. Now they're going to cover some of these bans against Morphling, something that he doesn't deal well with. Now they have no control, they have no stuns, so let's see if hero like Storm Spirit is going to pop up, and maybe even Naga Stun. I feel like it's a good Naga game, a good Faceless Void game for Holy Grail. We'll still have to see. For now, they just banned PL because there was a time, I know I talk a lot, but there was a time where Morphling was building into the Fusel Blade. It was a thing where you're like, well, I'm playing against Phantom Lancer, I'll turn into Phantom Lancer myself, and then I'll create Illusions, burn your mana.
Some good old days. We've had some interesting eras of the past here in the Dota 2 landscape. Speaking of interesting, I've been seeing more and more this Pugna Beastmaster opener, and I'll be honest, I love it so much. Having that additional pushing power in the event that Beastmaster doesn't want to go the Helm build, he can still build Drums of Slum, but you still take over the tower around the same time in the game. Feels quite nice. Get some... Probably now we have to start thinking about, you're mentioning Storm Spirit, we have to start considering Storm Spirit plus Pugna, Medusa plus Pugna. Medusa actually would be really good. That plus Pugna Beastmaster, oof. Pick Medusa, Holy Grail. Oh, okay, no mind, got bad. Feels bad.
I think Pango is also a hero that could cause problems for Supernova. There's a Storm that I mentioned because they don't have lockdown. So if they open up with another hero that doesn't have any reliable lockdown, there's also potentially Puck coming out. There's a variety of heroes that Holy Grail can pick and just punish this lineup. You did say that you like Pugna. I do like Pugna a lot. This is the pick that they... Oh God. Exactly what I was afraid of that they're going to do. So Pango works out real nicely. Builds into the Fusel, burns mana. You have a lot of team fight. Or you can go with Puck. Sure, they can still like respond with classic Dragonite mid that has been stable in China like for ages now, but I feel like they should abuse this Enchantress plus Undying. Supernova focusing heavily on the laning stage, but you gotta have a clearer, like you need to see a bigger picture here.
Dude, if they go like some Puck, Queen of Pain, these kind of heroes,
yes,
that'd be phenomenal. Actually, I think Queen of Pain would be even better. So I would love to see that from Holy Grail.
There we go.
And there she is. Oof. Great game for Quap. Not
Now
many
even
things to worry
better. Now
about.
that you said it, sounds even better, right? You gotta hype it out. Like this is the
Yeah, now
best
you're like,
Quap
this is the
game.
best hero ever.
Yeah. Now she's been on the rise. Like Aghanim Scepter, really good item now. Like I've seen people even like getting it as second item, like some casual Kaya into Ags. Helps you with the team fight. It's very annoying to deal with, but yeah, good game for it. Supernova, I think they're in a lot of trouble. I think they need to get hero like Puck or Dragonite just to have some kind of a catch against this Quap.
Let's see what a Holy Grail going to do right now. They have a pretty good draw for themselves. Still need another support. I imagine DQQ will play the Pugna, so we still need a hero for SJ. Let's see, what are they lacking? They would probably want a little bit more catch as well. We already have some mana, so probably not going to get like some Cuddle CM. How would you feel about a Silence? Let's get some Disruptor into the mix. Or maybe not Silencer. That could be okay for a game like this, actually. Yeah, one of the Silencers. What do you think for this game?
Sure. There's one interesting hero that they played against the last Dark. That was Dark Willow. And they played 2 games of Alchemist, so they really love this hero. They feel like they can keep the pressure going with 3 heroes that they have so far, which I do agree with. It's definitely enough to relieve some pressure from Alchemist. Because Supernova gank potential right now is like, you don't care too much about Undying. Morphling, like he needs an item at least, as I said, an item and a half to be able to join. Enchantress can be maybe annoying in the jungle, but you also picked Enchantress. There's Queen of Pain, there's Pugna, Alchemist, a lot of like damage, magical damage burst that she does not like to play into. Alchemist has bazillion attack speed, can easily take her down. So Supernova already in trouble. And now a Bounty Hunter. Okay,
That's interesting.
So this probably puts... I mean, they can run Undying as a core, or they can run this Bounty as a core. Alchemist gets some extra gold. Bounty's like, you know what, bro? I'm gonna steal that extra gold.
Or so you put him in the off lane or to offset Grievel's Greed. I see. If that happened, that'd be so intriguing. But it doesn't solve any of the problems they had before this, right? It doesn't give them any lockdown. They still needed burst damage for the Alchemist. You don't get that with him. I suppose you can build auras, but I don't know, man. This Bounty Hunter doesn't seem to inspire confidence in me, especially given that they're still lacking team fights so badly.
There's no team
on the
fight.
side of Supernova.
It's non-existent. It's Tombstone. That's the team fight.
Yeah, baby. Big team fights. Let's go.
I can see what they're going for. I never liked these type of drafts where like we're just gonna run at you, and if we don't get the kills, if we lose
Game's
the laning
over.
stage, games are literally over in 10 minutes. They can't match like the mid-late game team fight from Holy Grail, so they need to like win the lane, snowball from there, get this track gold going.
Radiant team ban.
We've got some problems, buddy. All right, let's see. The Supernova, they at the very least do have their last overall pick in the draft. However, they might have been behooved to pick up some of these heroes from the mid lane first, as Holy Grail have already banned out the DK, no Puck either. So the big team fight options are gone from mid. Control against Queen of Pain is gone. All the spirits are gone as well. What is even left in the mid lane for them to pick?
We gotta dive deeper. You know what? We're in this like Kunkka territory now. I think it's not gonna be easy.
No. I don't want to see Kunkka. No. How about Wind Ranger?
Wind
instead?
Ranger, yeah. That's the second I was thinking about.
Team pick.
There aren't many heroes left in the pool, so they'll have to dive deep for Holy Grail. They're looking for this like 4 or 5 hybrid. I think Dark Willow still sounds very good. A lot of these heroes also got banned out. You mentioned Disruptor. I don't mind Disruptor either. I think it would stabilize their lanes.
5 seconds remaining. Pick.
And
Oh,
they'll pick up
there's-
Lich.
Yep.
Okay. Holy smokes, dude. We're already worried about the lack of burst damage from Supernova. Now they have Frost Shield on top of that. Put this on top of Alchemist or Queen of Pain. These heroes will never die. You have Pugna up to back you up. I assume that Beastmaster is going to buy some auras as well. It's such a well-rounded draft from the side of Holy Grail. They have team fight, they have lane prowess, they have ways to take down objectives, they have everything that you would want in a modern Dota 2 draft. This is so great.
It's very modern. This is 2023 draft against 2019, I would say. It's not looking good. This is like one of the biggest outdraft. I've been covering Dota, multiple regions, and I haven't seen this big of an outdraft in a long time.
All right, but this is where Supernova is going to show us that they have some next level genius hiding in the back pocket. Some incredible pick we couldn't have seen coming. Oh my God.
There it is. I knew it's coming.
This is maybe the one hero I didn't want. The one guy I didn't want, Nid. Oh no. Okay. Well, okay, let's talk about the positives. Good in the lane versus Queen of Pain.
I think you still lose the lane here. I don't like when you are forced to pick Kunkka because other heroes got banned out. You're like, well, we are in a lot of trouble. They needed some like cheap catch from the mid lane, so like X Mark. It works in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. Later, you will have BKBs. You'll have like some kind of saves, like a Glimmer Cape, Force Staff to push you out of the combo. It's extremely difficult lineup to execute from Supernova. Also, a little bit disappointed that they didn't pick Phoenix to fit their name. So they can we popped the Supernova, we won the team fight. But I think this is... I usually don't go over like 70-80, but this time I'll go with 90-10 in favor of Holy Grail.
90-10 in favor of Holy Grail. Well, the last time Holy Grail deployed an Alchemist in a draft, they did end up victorious. So we're going to see if Summer and the boys will be able to vindicate the faith Lacoste has put in them, or if it's going to be the side of Supernova showing us something new, showing us that some blast from the past drafting can still be effective in 2023. Let's find out what happens with the first and opening game of this best of 3 series. One of these teams will experience their first loss today. Who is going to get closer? Let's go. Game 1. I hope Morphling loses. Hero sucks.
Oh, it's not that easy game for Morphling either. He jumps in, doesn't have any kind of save for him. Like pre-Manta style, you can get bursted by this Lich, Queen of Pain if you're playing on low HP. Beastmaster, like Vision game. From Holy Grail, also going to be good. You'll have Beastmaster providing it, Alchemist in the front line. All he needs is like 2 items, and they're going to run at them. But Supernova needs to heavily win the laning stage. They need to have, like, I would say 3k gold lead 10 minutes into the game to keep this momentum going.
3k at 10 minutes. All right. We'll keep an eye out for how they're doing at that particular marker in the game. But yeah, I fully agree with you that this is not the easiest draft to make work. However, if they can make it work for game 1, that's also a massive statement. To be like, y'all thought you had a good draft. Psh, we have better players. Who cares what heroes you pick? So, for this game as well, by the way, have you been seeing that these Liches versus Morphling and Medusa, me and Liz were speaking about this the last time we cast together. Bro, Sinister Gaze is so good against those heroes. 20% at max level for the mana loss. It is actually insane. You lose so much so quickly, and then almost immediately you're under threat. You have to like leave the fight after you get Sinister Gaze. It's kind of nuts.
It's insane. Like also people like probably don't know about this. I didn't know about this until like 2 weeks ago. Somehow I missed it. Sinister Gaze deals 250 damage per second on creeps, and that's like 2 times more on creeps, sorry about that. So that's like 500 damage per second. So if you play like any Helm of the Dominator, if you play against Beastmaster, you insta-kill boars. Like boars are just dead. Level 1, level 2 boar, level 3, you need 1 hit. It's insane. Like when I first saw it, I'm like, wait, what? What's going on? So even if Enchantress gets the creep, Sinister Gaze could come in very handy. Summer just used Unstable Concoction and stun himself.
Like a boss, show some dominance, not afraid of hurting himself in the laning phase. But what you're telling us with all that you've just said, Lacoste, is if there's a Beastmaster in the enemy team and you have a Lich, that Lich must rush Aghanim Scepter. Thanks for the info.
No.
Thanks for the updates.
Not what I said. You just put a point in Sinister Gaze at level 2. That's it. You might even get it level 1 if he starts with the board. So you might want to wait. Looking at the bottom lane, Summer CSing nicely. 6 already. Where's that steal from Bounty? Where's that Janata? Ah, yeah, hit him with that plus 12.
Summer, I think that's why he's throwing concoctions always at this Bounty's face. Like, dude, just leave me alone. I want to keep all this gold. But it doesn't feel like there's that much kill threat on this side of the map. Is there more on the top side? As we do see heroes falling very low. Chola forced to run away from some wild axes. DQQ even threw in a blood grenade for good measure. But I think they both just answer the question. This is probably the volatile lane where we can expect action to break down.
Yeah, this was supposed to be their like super strong lane, but Undying, he's getting kited. He gets close, Nether Blast, axes in his face, couple of right clicks from Pugna. So Chola not able to secure early CS for Morphling. Dolme doing really good in terms of CS department as well, sitting at 9. As you said, like Queen of Pain is struggling. This is like the matchup, straight up hero. Kunkka should win, no doubt about it.
Yep.
But then it also comes in the player. So let's see how Han is going to be doing it against. Is it Gan or Gon?
I called him Gone the last time. But...
Gon, okay.
And I
Han-
guess it'll make
Han
it easy
against
to
Gon.
differentiate.
Yeah.
Han against Gone. Let's go.
As soon as Kunkka hits that level 3, 2 points in Tidebringer, Queen of Pain starts to struggle a bit. She's going to catch up later, but yeah, Kunkka has that bracer, bringing in double bracer just to keep that momentum going. You see the harassment coming out. I don't think Gan should die, even though he doesn't have a point in Blink, so going for a more like harass-oriented build. 2 points in Shadow
should be
Strike.
fine.
Yeah, you get some extra heals from it. The matchup was much worse before because you didn't have this healing component on Shadow Strike.
Yep. It's very interesting how a lot of the classic matchups through the mid lane have been changed over time with different and new mechanics. And throughout Dota, just changing one mechanic very, very slightly has massive ripple impacts on hero-to-hero matchups, especially in the mid lane when there's nothing else happening. For this game, what do we expect this Kunkka to build? Are we going for
Oh, look at the bottom. Look at
usual
bottom
skill
lane.
build?
Look at it go.
Oh, no.
Centaur Cursor dies almost immediately. Didn't die
Immediately, it
instantly
did.
because he had that extra magic resistance. So would die instantly. Nice usage of the Sinister Gaze there from Lich.
All right, so SJ is aware of this new tech, has the download, has the info needed,
Yeah,
certainly
he-
helping in the laning phase
He
right now.
downloaded the new patch, read all the changes. He's good to go.
Reading changes, what are you talking about, dude? I'm a Dota player, I don't have time to read all this stuff. Gotta play the game.
I never understood
So
how
far,
you could
though.
just queue up the game without even reading the patch notes. It's like not the like the patch dropped. You're like, you know what? I'll click that find match. It's like you don't even know what you're playing. Like you don't even know the changes. Like I can maybe understand you you're like, oh, my favorite hero. I want to play Pudge. I want to play Disruptor, whatever. And then you read changes, but maybe you like read general changes while you're queuing. You're like one hero, and then you play against Muerta. Then you don't even know what the hero does. You're like, I'm hoping that she doesn't have magical damage.
But you see, Lacoste, that's what tooltips are for, my friend. It shows you the last changes on all your spells. You can just easily check things out. You can read in the game.
It's a lot
and
of
while
clicking.
you're losing, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna be dead for a long time, so you'll have a lot of time to read.
This game so
Oh,
far,
yeah,
we're 5 minutes
Sinister.
in.
Look
There
at it go.
is. Half damage on the Centaur, even through the magic cloak, feels pretty good. So right now, 5 minutes into this game, still extremely even. Nothing in it in terms of the gold distribution, no first bloods anywhere just yet. It could happen on the other side of the map, but it's been just very light. And who benefits the most from this sort of situation where it's just a static farming circumstances on all the lanes?
Holy Grail, another Sinister Gaze here on Hellbear Smasher. They're just gonna kill it instantly. That's very nice, Chola.
So
Needs another
about to
hit.
die. Will he tick out? No, he's gonna live. He's okay. He's chilled. He's fine.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be having any action just yet. Still, everybody just back to farming. Some casual D-wards, small harass here and there, but nothing bombastic just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gon, interesting build coming out from him, going into Urn as first item on Queen of Pain. Not the item that we usually see, but I guess here wants to reduce the healing on Morphling, wants to have that Spirit Vessel with Shadow Strike. It's a lot of like solo kill threat, healing coming out from Enchantress as well. Gon making the first rotation. This should be the first blood. He can burst him with the Sonic Wave. Doesn't have mana for
Yep.
it. Finally gets it.
Sheep trying to run away, but eventually, like you say, Sonic Wave will emerge. Gun will drop it, expends every single sliver of mana he has available, but certainly well worth it. Can you imagine how good it would feel to get first blood with level 6 at
Uh-oh,
this point in
Gun.
the game? He might end up dead though, dragged back by the X marks the spot into the boat. Do they have the damage to kill him off? Indeed they do. And we get to see why so many Queen of Pains hate life early on against Conquer. Good move by Supernova. They're gonna put some pressure on the tier 1 tower as well.
Right.
So despite giving up the first blood here, Lacoste, they make sure they get some pretty nice goodies in return.
Yeah, that was a mistake there from Gun because he had no mana, had branch in the backpack, missed like 15 mana or something for the blink. You said he used everything, but this is gonna be really good opener. They're gonna kill the tower. Let's see if the deny can happen. Lich, SJ gets it.
Nice. Dude, Lich denies you, but Gon might die for this. Can he blink away? He does have the mana this time around, so should be able to get out, but good move of Supernova.
Yeah.
It looks like they want to just sweep through the jungle, start applying additional pressure down bottom, open up some space on the map for this bounty hunter. And you said in the draft that this is the kind of lineup that requires you to constantly be running at the enemy. And so far, if they can keep up this kind of tempo cost, it can really work out for them, provided it never stops.
Yes, you can't make mistakes with this type of draft. Bounty is in a good spot. He's second on the net worth, stealing that gold from Alchemist. Now, the question is, can you find Alchemist? Things are not as easy now because the map is bigger. SJ, double damage with Kunkka providing vision and hitting that torrent should be enough to get the kill.
At least gonna be slowed down in this attempt by the Frost Shield. He's actually still alive, but on the other side is this Shola undying. Just to make 100% sure, it's unfortunate for the Kunkka that he had to steal the kill, but what can you do? More important that he ends up taking a tumble.
Had to secure it.
Dire structures are
So is this gonna be an Alchemist, like when he gets the Rad, when do we want to see him start moving across the map? He might actually end up dead here. There's a double damage on this Enchantress. There's a lot of damage
It's
on
still
the Summer
going.
trying to run away. But unfortunately, Waishen does have the Janata hit. That enables the kill. Alchemist is gone. And this tier 1 tower down bottom might soon follow him.
Some good stuff from Supernova. Exactly what they need to do to win the game. I guess that's like why they picked it. They feel very comfortable with the heroes. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going. Bounty Hunter, 4 points in Junata, has phase boots come in, going into like all these smaller items.
tower is under attack.
I see Medallion that is about to be picked up. The thing is, if you like don't kill Alchemist one more time, he's gonna have Radiance still at a good timing. He got like decent amount of farm from the lane, died once. This is 13, 14 minute Radiance we're talking about.
Well, for now, though, they're going to sweep towards the top side of the map because that's where Holy Grail is making a potential attempt onto the tier 1 tower. However, as they get their Nether Ward destroyed, Holy Grails get a little bit skittish about heading through in the top side of the map. They're actually backing off all the way, even potentially abandoning this area of the map. Middle, though, Gon's going to be in trouble. X back in, but the heroes a little bit too far
That's
away
level 1
to
blink.
provide additional lockdown. It's level 1 blink, still going to be on cooldown for another 7 seconds, but the heroes a little bit too far away here, Lacoste, so they can't reach him. And oh my god, this is actually
Steal.
even more upsetting. I'd rather be dead right now. You steal my bounty and your Janata hit me? Oh no.
That's why he's called Bounty Hunter. Yes, he clicks faster when there's a Bounty Rune fight happening. And then there it is, Supernova. I said 3k gold lead 10 minutes into the game. Exactly what happened. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on this. You can see them running as 5, going together and trying to make something happen, find a kill. Problem is, like, the only catch you have is X mark the spot. Alchemist Courier is going to die. Some extra gold coming their way.
Radiant's top
Okay.
tower has fallen.
Very luckily for Summer, it wasn't actually carrying any precious cargo. Imagine if they destroyed it while it had a component of the Radiance. Would have been so big. But
Back
I think
in
they're
my
still
days,
happy enough to
Snare.
kill it. Yeah.
If you lost the courier, your items would drop on the ground and they could pick it up or they could destroy it. There was
Don't
one,
remind me of those days.
I think like ZSMJ, he was playing Medusa. He dropped Divine Rapier on courier, lost it, farmed it in like 5 minutes or so, and then won the game. Hey, it's one of those like legendary moments from Dota 1 days.
ZSMJ. Appreciate the old school shout out in China. It's the right region to do it. What a legend. Of course, we do have a legend like CTY also back in the mix. Maybe not as old school as ZSMJ, but the legends don't stay retired. This game has a way of just dragging you back, kicking and screaming no matter what.
Radiant
Where's that pressure? Kunkka, Han gonna X-mark the spot himself, go for Rune, pick up that region. The thing about Kunkka as a hero is, what do you buy? Like, do you need Blade Mail? Do you go for Shadow Blade, BKB, Armlet? There's Orchid now. So wants to have that extra control against Queen of Pain, like maybe have solo kill threat on Lich, stop Pugna from using Life Drain. Even though it's like 3k gold lead, I still favor Holy Grails. Draft, they need to farm these outer rings, not take these fights. If they lose like one hero that is not Alchemist, they're good. Summer gonna stun himself again.
Yeah, because he did stun himself, the rest of the lineup not really feeling too confident about rushing in without him. So in that time duration, Supernova stacks up. And they should be able to take this tier 2 tower. 12 minutes, 45 seconds, tower will fall. And these heroes are getting really, really big. Morphling not that far away from having a Manta style of his own. We just did get the medallion you spoke about earlier arriving. And Kunkka, he said he wants Orchid. He's not that far away. And if you're speaking about old Dota 1 days, there used to be a portion of Dota where the matchup middle was basically a race to who could get the Orchid first.
Yeah.
And whoever got the Orchid first
Puck,
would win.
Queen of Pain, Puck Storm, like Quap Storm, and like these were the matchups that you're like, well, sure you have silence, but if I silence you first with Orchid, you can't use your abilities. I miss Orchid days. Like, I don't know why. I feel like this item is nowhere near good right now. It was exclusive intelligence item. Nowadays, it's not. It's more like, you know, damage item. And you because it didn't have upgrade before, so now it feels better, at least in that department.
My favorite upgrade part was the first upgrades when they first introduced Bloodthorn. I missed that initial version. Mid lane, DQQ and Gon were just sticking around here, putting in some harass onto Shen. But they'd have no real way to catch him. Man, this game, not just this game in general, but Dota 2 right now is so light on disables when it comes to hard stuns. Everyone took it a little bit too much to heart when they're like, we're nerfing stuns. All right, fine. I guess I'm never going to pick a stunning hero again.
I miss the good old days with cast range. Shadow Shaman with cast range talents, Ether Lens, he's like neutral items, and then you'll have like half screen, full screen away. Shaman shackling you for like 7 seconds, then 1 second downtime, hex into another shackle. Couldn't really do much. I think that's when we added status resistance.
Yeah. To be fair, they went way too far the first time they added status resistance. So Dota 2 certainly has demonstrated to be a game about experimentation. Speaking of experiments, because
I definitely
you don't miss the first one.
Status resistance like the SNY plus Satanic 43% status resistance. Han will hit that boat. Yeah, he looks very dead. Just let him be. Let Bounty finish off the job. Hit him like 5-10 times. Steal all of his gold.
We have stuff to do, man. We have to play this game quickly. So we've got to kill them all quickly. Try to sweep further across the map. And see what else we can get. We almost got the Orchid finished now for Han. He's going to have it pretty much after he concludes this wave in the top side of the map. And then afterwards, do you want to see them smoke again from Supernova? Maybe try to catch out this Queen of Pain somewhere?
They could, yeah. I see Gon already going for Yule Scepter, just a recipe away. Understand that it's a really good item against Kunkka, against X-Mark, and seeing a component, seeing this Blitz Knuckles on Kunkka. I think, like this Blitz Knuckles, I don't think you should show when you're going for Orchid on Kunkka because you have this surprise effect. Like you're thinking, maybe it's going to be Shadow Blade. But good moves from Supernova. They're going into the Roche Pit. They have damage. They have sustain from Enchantress.
They have some armor reduction with this medallion, so they should be able to make it happen. It's going by really fast as well. You don't normally see the Roshan at this stage of the game going by this quickly anymore. But Supernova have accomplished it. They get the Aegis.
Dongle
and that's
take
Morphling
it.
now. Let's see. He's almost got the full Manta. So we're going to have Manta Skadi at the same time as Solar Crest. Manta Aegis, Solar Crest, as well as an Orchid on the Kunkka. I would say this is the proverbial go time. If there's ever going to be a point where you feel much stronger than Holy Grail, it's certainly got to be now.
Yeah, like speaking of green lights, all of their abilities available on side of Holy Grail. We saw one Sonic Wave. We haven't seen Chain Frost. We haven't seen Primal Roar being used. So they've been just farming, which is okay. But I think they could get the kill considering that Supernova doesn't have like any reliable stun. You have like Bounty Hunter with the stun and X mark the spot. Is it like Bounty stun? Definitely not one easy to execute. All it takes is one sentry. Gone.
They'll get gone on in the mid lane. This time around, they have tons of damage. Does blink away, but I'm kind of surprised Han didn't throw the boat for that one. I think with both, they probably had enough damage to find that kill, but they did just deal away the Queen of Pain form on the Morphling. Goes back in to take out the ward. They drag back in DQQ. He's the one that gets stunned off and killed right now. Gonna be the first casualty of this fight, but now Summer has also shown up. They want to try and beat down somebody here. Sunova, they find their Morphling getting brought back in with the Sinister Gaze. However, they don't want to fight into the Tombstone right now. The positioning is a bit too good. Summer can't get past all these zombies. Gone though, able to at least chase down and kill off this Kunkka on the high ground. That's the only casualty of this fight. After the buyback, Supernova is like, you know what? Without Kunkka, we should probably leave this area so they don't get anything more.
They don't have catch without Kunkka. I guess the reason why they didn't go on Queen of Pain, she's like relatively tanky, and also Pagana providing with some extra healing.
Tower is under attack.
Gone. Almost all of his HP gone there.
Yeah. He did get it back though. Feels good.
We'll pick up Invis Rune, going into Ags next. Okay, they gotta keep this. They gotta keep doing this. They gotta keep this pressure going. Use this Aegis, 2.5 minutes left on it. But you can see that
DQQ has a track out
Whew.
on top of his head. He gets bursted in by Morphling. Dolem is getting chased as well. Do they have the additional slows necessary? They do not. Kunkka's not here. Even Sheep could help out with the enchant slow, but even with 4-star would have been too far away. This game is gonna be. This must be so frustrating to be in this lobby right now. Everybody just able to run away from you without that many consequences.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling when you're like, no stuns, we can't really take the fights. How do we gank? So they're like, you're stuck in a position where you use smoke, but then again, execution is not there. Nova going for another tier 2 tower, so we'll be able to secure it, which will open up the map. Tormentors available in a minute. They have the spell mechanic, Enchantress with Enchant, gonna come in very handy against the Cripify. Frost Shield. This is supposed to be the big timing on Dolme, who does have Helm of the Overlord creep, and interesting item choice in terms of neutrals. Holding on to Philosopher's Stone.
Oh,
Roar.
Primal Roar goes out onto the bounty, gets forced off the way towards Chola, who drops a young Tombstone to protect him. Han is also here with the boat on top of Dolem. Dolem is falling really, really low, and the Beastmaster will fall ultimately. The rest of Holy Grail not feeling too happy about this situation. Han gets another catch. He finds Summer, who does have BKB, does actually choose to turn around with the Chemical Rage, throws in a stun. It connects onto 4 heroes. That must feel good. However, it feels even better to stay alive, and he guarantees a retreat for his lineup. And Supernova, so I feel in 2 ways about this. They are taking some of these engagements. They are still getting pickoffs. However, they're not getting as much real estate and map control as I want them to have with a draft of theirs.
They are like getting they killed 2 tier 2 towers, which is okay. They got this first Roche, still holding the Aegis for another 50 seconds. I think they got what they wanted from this Aegis. Might still be able to take another fight. Aegis gonna expire though, but getting the gold bounty seems like that's Crimson Pipe being built on him. Wants to mitigate most of that damage, and will steal enemy Tormentor, plus steal the enemy XP rune as well.
Okay, this is huge. This is the kind of stuff I want to see more of.
Here we go. Tombstone upgrade.
Yeah, baby.
Are scanning.
Let's get the bunker stone. Go hide inside the tombstone. I love it. Han. He's trying to take away this wisdom rune. Dude, this is actually so sick. Holy Grail making sure that they get themselves a wisdom rune, but Han making sure they get a kill on the Queen of Pain. And they're going to get a tormentor of their own. So that's 2 Aghanim shards, both wisdom runes. Tier 2 tower in the top lane. So very good uses of this Aegis. I think they would have been happier if they got the tier 2 middle as well, but can't have everything in the world.
So now you have 2 supports with shard upgrades for free. That's extra 3,000 gold on them. You just got the kill on Queen of Pain. Wisdom Rune has been picked up by Queen of Pain, but she paid with her life. I don't think this is the spot where you want to be, because Bounty has now more gold than Queen of Pain, which should not be happening.
Money bags, bounty. Feeling really, really rich for Chen. I actually wonder this game how much gold he's stolen away from the enemy heroes, especially from Summer. Because Summer is not that far ahead on his Alchemist. And one wonders what would the distribution of net worth be if he didn't have to spend so much time laning against a bounty.
Illusions. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For the Radiant lineup, is there anything big coming soon? Well, they don't need anything big right now because the farm is too far away for the Ags on Queen of Pain. Summerfield's AC is not coming right now, so it is indeed time to smoke. Let's go find an engagement. They don't have really great vision right now of where these Supernova heroes are.
Yeah. And there's still tier 1 tower in this mid lane, so even if you decide to take a fight, maybe backstab, a buyback or 2, this Tombstone with shard upgrade, so you can enter, buy a little bit more time. And this is going to be some, like when I first read this, I'm like, is this real? Is this an actual upgrade to it? Which is a good one. I think this, like, you don't want to spend gold to buy this shard. You want to get it for free, of course.
Question with the Tombstone bunker. If I'm playing like Snapfire, right? Or any of the heroes that can eat another hero temporarily, and then I get into Tombstone, does it bunker us both or does it force out the other hero to bunker me?
I think you should, I didn't test it, so I'll just go with what I think it is. I think you should both be getting inside. It's like, you know, Life Stealer, Pudge with shard, Snapfires for everybody. There's enough space because I think you might count as like one hero.
There's enough space. There's a lounge there, an additional nice little TV
Extra
set.
sofa, yeah.
Supernova, they feel like they have a little bit of space to try and smoke up themselves as they are heading out on a small adventure now. Nobody to find, and unfortunately, they've also not been able to maintain full control of this Radiant jungle. So they need to reassert it right now, maybe plop down some vision, take an outpost or 2, and start thinking, I imagine, about the next Roche, who we will know how long he is due for in a couple of moments. And if you're playing on Supernova, there's no way that this is next Roche isn't the Aegis you want to use to end the game. So their timer is coming very, very soon for them to win game 1, if they have what it takes though.
It's going to spawn on Radiant side, but it will go on Dire side. You don't have enough damage to kill it immediately. 20 seconds. Yeah, you can't kill it in 10 seconds, so you need to start prepping for Dire side. Have we seen Chain Frost? I know it's early. I haven't woken up yet, but I don't think I've heard Chain Frost being used.
We have not seen Chain Frost. We've seen 2 Primal Roars, and we've seen, I think, 2 Sonic Waves, maybe 3.
Yes. Still farming
they
another
only
set of
have 2
items.
kills, right?
Yeah.
They have 2 kills, like 25 minutes. You don't see this every day where a team is not really able to leverage what would, on paper, seem like a ton of damage to kill off individual heroes on the map.
They should not struggle with them. This is Chain Frost, Beastmaster, Pugna, Alchemist. You definitely have more than enough damage to kill heroes. And Bounty, he just finished off Crimson Guard, so gonna reduce some of that right-click damage. Now going for second Roche. Aegis plus Cheese gonna be available. Dong will be picking up that Aegis, maybe even pick up the Cheese. Kunka now with the BKB. Still yet to take this tier 1 tower. I feel like Beastmaster needs to use his Ancient Black Dragon and Boars to go for what we call like Ghost Push. He needs to cut the waves with it. Needs to be able to get some extra farm on the hero.
It's definitely surprising to have as much real estate as Supernova does when the enemy team has a Helm of the Overlord Beastmaster. But now they have more than just real estate. They're actually coming in to fight here. They jump Chola first with the Primal Roar, forced off away for both himself as well as the Enchantress. He's gonna stay alive. Dolem forced to pop a BKB here, but it's not gonna protect you against these right clicks. Nova though, find their Morphling dragged back with the Sinister Gaze.
Still alive.
He couldn't finish off Dolem, so he got Sonic Waved, but he will end up losing his first life here while this is happening. Shen getting his life drained away by DQQ. Dong does respawn now. But the Aegis already popped. And will they want to continue the fight is the question. Summer thinking about reaching back in. Gone, throwing in so much damage with these screams of pains. The kill they got earlier on here, Lacoste, has given him almost enough gold for the Aghanim Scepter. So I don't think Supernova should stick around. Leave before the Ags arrives and take what you can to survive this engagement.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one. They went for Morphling, used everything, and he didn't like shift fully, was sitting at 2.5k HP or something. But now this Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain, it changes how the fights are gonna go. With level 15 talent as well, it's gonna be a ton of damage. So if he gets multiple of those in a team fight, they're gonna struggle. I mean, some good first half usage from Supernova, pushing Chola out of trouble, getting Pavis on top of him, getting Soul Rip, goes back to almost full HP. Alchemist, he needs another item, like going for Scotty, which is usually an item of a choice when you play against Morphling. It's just we don't see Alchemist buying it. It's going to be a lot of slow.
Atypical.
Corrosive Weaponry plus Scotty. Interesting.
Quite a bit.
Yeah,
They
I
have
want to
that,
see it in
they have
action.
Lich spells. They've got Beastmaster. Lots of small little instances. I think though for now they're just happy that they took away the Aegis, which elongates the game. They know that they probably only lose if the game ends now, while Supernova feels hella strong. But Alchemist, obviously we anticipate Alchemist always being ahead and up there. This Queen of Pain, you've mentioned so many times how rough a game she's been having. With this Aghanim Scepter, not only does that start to change, but she can have influence in the fight even without being directly involved. So that guarantees she's going to get some gold in these engagements. Starting to get a little bit scarier if you're on the side of Supernova. And this is a problem with these kind of drafts. Things go really, really well, but if you don't end the game at a particular point, scalability becomes an issue.
Yeah.
And are we at that point just yet, Lacoste?
It's getting harder and harder for Supernova to win the game, I would say. Morphling, like Dong's having a really good game. Didn't die a single time if we don't count in that Aegis that has just been lost. But he can carry the game, especially with the build that he's going for. He's just completed Butterfly, having Titan Sliver, packing a punch. This is 300 damage per hit on Morphling. Didn't even go full Agi yet. Never go full
Smoked up
Agi.
right
though.
now.
Dire's top
Nope.
tower is under
Unless, unless you want to make it into the Fly highlight reel compilation.
You as well, B-Cup, he constantly talks about Fly. I mean, I did see it like 2 or 3 times him dying, so it's also stuck in my mind.
Only 2 or 3 times, my sir, you are a lucky man.
is under attack.
Seen it many times.
Are fortified.
Through middle, Supernova, without the Aegis, they still feel strong enough to siege upon the tier 2 tower. Frost Shield, though, is going to make this take so much longer. And they're still comfortable farming
Oh,
up. but
Summer
unless
might
they
be
get
found here.
scouted out, Summer, he should be okay, dude. He has BKB, TP. Like, there's no way you die here. He's fine. He's chill. He's out. Everything's okay.
Is under
It's a BKB usage. 9-second BKB to TP out, but is that... What is Gon doing? Look at him. All you need to do is know how to multiply or divide by 7. This is not it. 30 minutes is... sure, you can divide it, but it's not a round number.
Maybe he thought he could solo the Tormentor. Let's give him a benefit of that doubt. Like,
Yeah, not happening.
But, oh no, they have vision
He's
of
on
him.
the hill.
Oh no, he doesn't have a BKB. He's gonna die here. Ghost, the ship is gonna crash into his face. He does blink away. He's trying to get himself out of here, but unfortunately for him, Dawn can steal his form, keep up with him, and easily finish him off.
But
Feels
what
bad,
is
man.
he even doing there? Like, there's nothing to gain. If you want to, like, farm, this is not a place to be. They also had Observer Ward on the high ground. Oof.
structures are fortified.
Let's see what he gets from tier 3 token. Gonna be Quickening Charm on
Okay.
Queen of Pain, lowering the cooldown on Blink.
Okay. Once she gets Octarine, it's gonna be really fun to see
Dire's top tower
how low
is
these
under
cooldowns are. Are there actually very interesting neutral items that we haven't looked at just yet? Got a couple of tier 3 tokens sitting on the Radiant side that haven't been redeemed just yet. Same is true on the Dire. But we might not have an opportunity to look at them all because they're coming in for a tier 3 tower push. Supernova gonna try and leverage their timing. Summer straighting up the stun though, but doesn't have the Blink, it was on cooldown, so he just stuns himself. Won't get X right now. Does still have BKB at the ready. It just came back off cooldown. And with him being here, Supernova is like, Queen of Pain's about to respawn. We've done some damage onto the tower. Thank God there's no repair kits in the game, so it's still good enough for us.
Oh, repair kit. I forgot about that item. Jeez, I actually, like, if you ask me, I don't know, what's one of the most broken items that we had, I would definitely not think of repair kit. Because in my mind, it was so dumb, and I'm so glad that we removed it from the game. What was it? Was it like 5 charges, and then we nerfed it
was
to 3?
It was 3. Yeah.
Okay.
It was 3 at first. I think they nerfed it to 2, and then they just removed it from the game. They were like, this is ridiculous. This is
Because
nuts.
it gave multi-shot to towers at the time, I believe.
Wasn't great. It's not one of the better ideas that have happened within the Dota landscape. Pretty ass. Right now, Holy Grail gonna smoke outside of their base. Summer has Blink available. He's the one leading the charge. It's a bit unfortunate for them that because there's no Blink dagger on the Beastmaster, Summer kind of has to be the one to start these fights. So there's a lot of responsibility on this Alchemist, not just to engage, but also to do the necessary damage. It's quite a lot, but it also has to be available in case his team needs him for a small engagement. He's triggering the stun right now, going down. He finds the Enchantress. They want to kill her,
She's
but there
inside
she
the
goes into
tombstone.
the bunker. Chola keeps her alive for now. Sonic Wave will push some of these dire heroes away, but a boat is going to buy time in this fight. Finally, we have a Chain Frost bouncing through onto all of these dire heroes. It's not doing enough damage to kill just yet, but Summer with his stun onto 2 and some right clicks will provide it. Both supports are gone. Chen trying to run himself away right now, but he's being chased by the rest of the Holy Grail. And as he dies, Supernova realize that they just can't do anything more. The Kunkka and the Morphling flee the fight. And Holy Grail not only win, but finally Lacoste, they get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. It only took 33 minutes, but it happens.
And finally, they're in the lead in terms of gold. Having Alchemist on the team, I like how they try to focus Morphling with Butterfly and this Titan Sliver. They're like, well, we're not dealing damage to the hero at all. And you can see the power of Queen of Pain. Like Sonic Wave did connect on 3, maybe even 4 targets, but where your real damage is coming from is the Shadow Strike. They can't really kill Morphling instantly. He's way too tanky. Most of their like, sure, you have some like magical damage, pure damage from Queen of Pain, Lich. It's not the easiest thing to connect onto him. And look at him, like literally not taking damage. Alchemist like, I'll go for the others, and gets a 3-man stun. Looked real nice. They need to take out these supports. First, kill this Tombstone, kill this Enchantress. Bounty, like he was off to a great start, but you're just a bot right now. You're an aura bot, and you don't provide the team with much. Like he even picked up Cloak of Flames, which is an interesting choice. You usually don't get that on Endless Heroes, because do you want to like set things up? You could backpack it if you're like going for something, but yeah, he just wants to keep it to be more tanky. What's his magic resist right now? 55%.
That's pretty decent.
Are scanning.
They're actually all taking the Twin Gate through top on the side of Supernova. They might not be aware that Holy Grail is also smoked into the area, but they are aware Roshan is the next port of call. It's nighttime now, and the smoke will break. Dolam, primal roll out onto Chola. There will be a boat that flies in, though. Gives him the Coco Rum, gets inside his own tombstone. And let's see where the rest of this fight goes. Summer jumped in, he finds Chen, but he turns his attention back towards the tombstone to take it out. He has a double damage rune on this Alchemist. He's a very dangerous customer. Morphling in the meantime, fighting on the south side of the fight, trying to bring down SJ. Will be able to right-click him down and earn himself a double kill. At the same time, in the north side, though, Han is falling low. His BKB is gone. So that means he can't protect himself. Dog jumped into the fight, but it's a double damage. Alchemist needs to be careful. But Summer is finally starting to run out of HP without his BKB to protect him. Dong uses the Queen of Pain form to blink away to safety as well. DQQ doing what he can to drain Sheep, but they ran out of mana on Cop. They're out of HP on the Morphling. So both teams calling it quits for now, but they might want to go back in. They did get the scouting with this Bounty Hunter. They know what's up. Sheep has the Stifling Dagger, carrying the charge with them with the Shadow Strike. It's very, very annoying. Need to stay away from your lineup.
Alchemist, I think Alchemist needs to buy back here. The problem is you need to TP to the bottom outpost, go through the Twin Gates if you want to contest this, because there's nothing to TP top. I think he could have done it earlier as well. Like, try to man up against Morphling with that Butterfly, with that Satanic, him also holding on to Scotty. It's just not enough. Like, you need something to pierce through this evasion.
Aegis, yet again, for the side of Supernova. Cheese for the bounty. He just spent a second inside the tombstone.
Yeah, he's testing it out to see how it works. Like, can I click it? Yes, I can. I'm going to go inside. There's also refresher shards. In terms of, like, refresher, they don't really have a hero that utilizes that refresher to full extent, I would say. Like, yeah, maybe you can have double tombstone. Probably the best is Morphling, so you have, like, double ulti, Manta, Satanic. Kunkka's also fine, double boat, but it's not like, oh, we have Enigma, Tidehunter, these type of heroes.
What about double Shuriken toss, bro?
Sounds good. Double Janata, refresh and steal it straight away. That would be like one of the lowest cooldown refreshes in Dota history because it's on 3-second cooldown.
Hey, but I need that gold right now. Can't wait 3 whole seconds.
Bounty gets the shard.
Yeah.
It's a wonky one. I hope this is changed. Every single time I play Bounty and I get shard, I'm like, I don't want to play the game anymore because you need to like double click it instead of just clicking it once. I'm like, why am I not in this? Why did I just die? It also doesn't really synergize nicely with the hero's toolkit, I would say.
I think there are other ways to make. There's been like 1 or 2 niche scenarios. I've seen the Shadow Walk save somebody, but niche for a reason. Not very common within the game of Dota. I do think the shard needs a rework. Doesn't feel... With how many amazing shards are in this game?
Yeah, this
one
is
is just
pretty
like,
bonkers. I don't know. Let's say like Lich shard compared to this shard.
This shard, really, really good. Well, this game right now, Donam and the boys, even though they have a gold lead, still finding themselves playing quite a lot on the Radiant side of the map. Summer still feels like he's actually been in perpetual one more item syndrome. Outside of that one fight we saw him in the river, every other engagement, Summer's just felt like he needs a little bit more punch in this game.
Yeah, definitely needs that MKB to go through that evasion, magical damage against Morphling. Because Morphling, when he shifts into Agi, what is he sitting at? Like, that's 76%. So deal 1/4 of your damage physical goes to Morphling, which is not great.
That's so much. 53 armor. Are you kidding me? Wow.
And it gets
Alright.
ridiculous.
Feels
Getting
fair and
closer
balanced.
to level 25, the waveform cooldown talent is going to look juicy with waveform attack targets. Now does have BKB of his own.
I'll try and leverage these items in an upcoming fight. Unfortunately for them, however, there was a Beastmaster Hawk that scouted out the smoke. So Holy Grail, aware of where to position themselves in order to stay safe.
Oh no,
Dolem
Summer's
is being
Courier
somewhat
died again.
sacrificed.
This was
and it has
supposed to be
Demon
MKB.
Edge.
Whew, not going to have it for 3
no.
minutes.
How many couriers has he lost in this game? Like 3?
I know the one that we talked about when he was trying to bring like buy a component for Radiance was even far away from it.
Radiant's top
And now
Yeah.
Nova onto the high ground.
Yeah, look at this Morphling, that right-click damage. Dishing out 400 a pop right now, taking out the melee racks. And Holy Grail, just letting it happen for now. We'll see if Supernova feels brave enough to do it twice, but Summer actually jumps in, finds 3 heroes with the stun. They've almost killed the Kunkka. 4-star keeps him alive, but it's not going to be good enough. Eventually, they do take him out of the fray. 70 seconds, no buyback for him. And they're not done with the fight.
no.
God's on the high ground. Yoda's up into the air, though. He was just baiting and wasting time, and he finds himself a quick kill. They move forward into the fight. Chola's dead. Sheep is going to follow him. This Morphling currently being chased down by DQQ, but does manage to waveform TP out. And I think the rest of the lineup was as scared as you were, Lacoste, but Gan was just baiting. Turns his team into a favorable position. They take a fight even though they lose the racks.
Yeah, man, Summer, he can't control the courier, but man, he can control these stuns. Unstable concoction 2 times in a row on 3 heroes. Like, this should not be happening. I mean, it comes down to positioning from Supernova. Like, you can't be in this area where this small AoE stun manages to get the connection on 3 of them. This is also with no buybacks. They did lose a set of barracks, so that's good for Supernova. Morphling is massive. Like, he's gigantic. He also can't just like fight Alchemist straight away. They need to take out some of these easier targets, kill Pugna, kill Lich. The problem was Kunkka didn't get a single thing off in the previous fight. Like, he got blown immediately. No cheese, no boat, no BKB. They definitely need to have him like control some of these heroes, nullify, remove the Cripify, Frost Shield. The hero that we didn't talk about is Sheep Enchantress. Like, he managed to farm Aghanim Scepter, has Mindbreaker, has Enchanted Quiver as well for now using Mindbreaker. It's a ton of damage. We can keep the distance. But
He's
they
building
know.
MKB on this Enchantress. Okay. Does anybody on the team have an AC? They do indeed on the Kunkka, right? So lots of attack speed, lots of damage, Supernova, getting these tools for themselves. But the main issue that they are having, I think this game has come down so much to that initial first catch. And because God now is somewhat safer away from it, he's able to Yule Scepter and blink away. The primary hero to catch out first is becoming more and more complicated for Supernova, making their angle into the fight harder, just simplifying the life for the rest of Holy Grail. So 40 minutes in, one lane of racks, Supernova have a gold deficit. So it still has to come down to what Holy Grail do on the map to assert the gold lead that they've gained for themselves. There's no Roshan to play around for quite some time, and the tier 2 tower bottom, you know, doesn't feel that important in between the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor. So what do you want to see from them for Holy Grail? Did you just wait for the next Rosh? Just farm the entire time?
2.5 minutes. Looking at their buyback status, looking at buyback status in general, not a single hero does have buyback available. Alchemist will have one relatively soon, 200 gold. That's one camp. But yeah, I don't know if you want to like take the fight, because if you lose a fight with no buybacks against hero like Morphling, you're going to lose the game. So not sure if they want to be taking the fight right now. It's a risky move. I could see them doing it, but also Roshan respawning in 2 minutes, you might want to wait it out.
Such a long respawn. So everyone just farming, chilling away, doing their
Summer's
thing.
Courier is still dead for another 30 seconds.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, because the game was paused. I guess that's why. It looks much longer than it actually is.
Looks like they want to fight though. The way they're stacking up here on the high ground makes me feel like they want to smoke as soon as the MKB is available and try and make magic happen on the map. 5 seconds until the MKB arrives, and then we'll see what Holy Grail want to do on the map. And yep, they're picking it. They're going to fight. So let's go, Lacoste. We're going to get an engagement in the next a little while here if they have their way on the side of Holy Grail. Dolem just clearing out the wave. And then here we go. Unfortunately for them, though, Supernova already on the far side of the map. So they're not going to get caught out by this. Nobody home down bottom. Literally pointless to go into the area.
Summer, he's a bit slow right now. Doesn't have power treads in his inventory. So, I mean, you have Chemical Rage. You can upgrade your Blink. I see that he has full Abyssal Blade in his quick buy. Not sure what he wants to replace. So I would prefer if he just upgrades the Blink into Swift Blink for now. Keep the buyback. Very important to have it at this stage of the game. Another smoke from Holy Grail.
I mean, this time they have vision, right? They have an Observer Ward that scouts out the
Hawk is
Enchantress.
coming.
Hawk just scouts out the rest of the lineup. They jump directly onto Chola. They want to take away the bunker first, and they succeed. Will this Enchantress be able to get herself out? She's running, had spranked away. She's still jumping out. She's cool. She's Gucci. Dong now jumping back in onto Queen of Pain. But even with the BKB, realizing that maybe not the best place to be right now. Honestly, if I'm Holy Grail, we forced out a buyback from Chola, a BKB charge from the Morphling. We are winning this fight. That's why Supernova are smoking in onto them. They want to try find something. They're aware of what they've given up, but they find nothing Lacoste. Holy Grail, get what they want. They retreat. No, don't lose anything in the process.
This is early BKB from Dong. I guess, like, you have Shard, so you can get the shift off even if you get stunned. Also having a refresher, so wasn't too afraid to pop it. And as you said, Nova, Supernova, they want to be fighting immediately. They smoked up, but couldn't find anything. 3 smokes in a row.
Wow.
Like in the last minute from Holy Grail.
Okay, let's see where this one goes. If they win this fight, Roshan is not that far away, so they could be rewarded with an Aegis. It's all about finding the correct engagement. Sheep just sprinking away, dealing with these creep waves. Beastmaster Hawk inside the pit, and now Supernova with their second smoke. 5 smokes in the last 100 seconds. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, very important. This Roche is going to bring in a lot of presents for you if you can get it. Morphin
Everyone
gets
just
that level
posturing around
25.
the area.
He's massive. Sitting on 5k gold as well. Alchemist only level 24. Would definitely love to have that 25. Have that extra move speed on Elk.
Radiant's middle tower.
Dire scan behind the Roshan pit. Not going to find anybody, obviously. Roche is now up. Both teams should be aware of it. Seen right now by the Beastmaster's Hawk. Summer triggering up the stun. His blink has been disabled though, so he forced to spend it onto a BKB Han. Primal Roar was thrown onto this Enchantress. They don't have the damage to kill her off just yet. Gone trying to get into the fight. At the same time though, Summer is getting ran down by Dong and Chen. Waveform in from the Morphling with the adaptive strike. Gonna be good enough to kill off Summer. You mentioned it in the last fight, Lacoste. This time he does buy back. He realizes the importance of this Roche, and they are still fighting here. Dong goes forward. He finds SJ. Sonic Wave lands onto all 5 heroes to try to push them back. But sadly, the Morphling damage is a bit too much. Lich ends up dead without buyback available.
And now
now they have to contest Roche 4v5.
I don't think they will. Summer is on a different side of the map. He's farming for now. Supernova using this opportunity because Gon showed on the mid lane as Queen of Pain, pushing out that wave. So they initiate, they get like 1 kill instantly, and as soon as Morphin connects onto this Alchemist, who doesn't have boots of speed, like he's not speedy enough, getting slowed by Scotty. Dong, man, he's having a time of his life in this first game of this series. 9-0 and 3 on Morphling, didn't die a single time.
I just want to see the damage numbers that he's dealt in this game. Because that's honestly out of this world. How
Yeah,
much
it's
hurt
like
he's been putting onto enemy.
55, 60,000 damage, I would say.
Crazy stuff coming in from him. And he's
So-
doing this without Ags, right? So even when he's been stealing the Queen of Pain form every fight, but even without the Ags, he's just raw right-click damage. And Scream of Pain is doing all the work.
Being more maneuverable, he can lock onto the target with Blink waveform so easily. Okay, gold lead doesn't mean anything at this point, but looks nice on the screen. Like, well, yeah, this team is winning. They have net worth advantage. There's a lot of unspent gold on their side. I see Bounty with almost 6,000 gold, 5,000 on Enchantress, 4k on Morph, and 6k on Kunkka. So that's a lot of gold that it's not being spent on items, while on Radiant's side, yeah, they also have a decent amount of gold that is not spent. So this number at the top could be deceiving, but it's like 15k gold lead of unspent gold. And if the enemy team invests everything, for now they're keeping some of the buybacks. Problem is Summer used his buyback.
Maybe both of these teams have gotten wind of some surging recession happening in China. They're keeping their cash on hand, saving for a rainy day.
I don't think that big item on Holy Grail that's going to change things. Beastmaster, he kind of hit his peak. There's Hex, so this instant initiation against Morphling could be big, but again, keeping the buyback for now.
Speaking of Morphling, they're jumping him. Do they have what it takes? No, they don't. Chola puts him in the bunker and keeps him alive. Big Sonic Wave came in, but now Morphling is back.
Summer.
Dong, he wants the revenge. He's going in for the fight. Right-clicking down onto Dolem, forcing away the Beastmaster with his BKB. Gon is doing quite a bit of work throwing in these Shadow Strikes. And it's gonna be a bit of a problem. Another stun thrown in by Summer. It's onto the Bounty. Does get forced off the way. Supernova have been on point with their supports, and the 4-stars usages. Han messed up the combo a little bit. He was supposed to X onto the Undying to pull him back, but he X'd himself. So Chola's not here. This actually might defend the base.
Never mind. Dong, he's going in. He wants to take these barracks out. Like, we see the power of the shard. He got initiated on, but managed to get the shift off at the inside the bunker. It's chip damage for Morphling now.
Yep. Garn is not getting chipped. He's just getting right-clicked.
Nullifier.
And he ends up dead, forced to buy back. They destroy the Ice Spire as well. Primal Roar, though, goes out onto our Morphling, forced off in the wrong direction. So this time they do end up taking away his first life. And Chola is still not here for the fight. Boat comes in, crashes in onto 2 cores. Khan needs to get the hell out of here. Sonic Wave is going to be back online, but it's not going to do all that much. Dong, he's the big bad one in the fight. His BKB is finished, but he's morphing up into the strength.
Nice
in
bounces.
the meantime, though, Chain Frost bouncing around, brings down Han Sheep. The supports are dying off. Khan is doing way too much work. And SJ, he also now finds a Chain Frost onto Dong. The Morphling is running out of mana. He needs to run the hell away. Can they catch him? They find him with the stun. He's used as well. Silenced up, killed off, triple kill for Gun. A base defense for Holy Grail. And somehow, some way, Lacoste, this game is still going. Game 1 is a basher, a thriller. Everything is happening in this instance.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see from this game. You know, just pure chaos. You don't know who's going to win for 50 minutes. And look at what Queen of Pain bought. He bought the second Mithril Hammer. I think this tells you a lot about how chaotic it is. But sells it and gets that BKB. So now you have 6, almost 7 minutes with no buyback on Queen of Pain. 3 minutes, no buyback on Summer. If you manage to buy back and take these heroes out, Undying doesn't have one for 50 seconds. Morphling, let's see. This is long minute for them. Gonna use the glyph. They could go for tier 4s and force a buyback out of Dong.
Well, Dong takes away the need for such a play by buying back himself.
Just use it,
even
use
him
it
alone.
immediately. You'll have to use it anyway.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle barracks has fallen.
It's going to be 2 sides, though, getting taken away here. And look how fast they... Oh, you were mentioning earlier on that if you lose a fight against the Morphling lineup, your base can fall really fast. Losing fights versus Alchemist Beastmaster. Whew!
Yeah,
You also
that-
lose a
that
lot of real
hurts.
estate in a hurry.
We're 50 minutes into the game. You lose one fight, they're gonna shred through your barracks. So full set of barracks on the mid lane. Melee barracks stop. Now waiting for their buybacks to reset. Summer needs another 2 minutes. Can't afford to die right now. If they're keeping an eye on this buyback, is there a smoke on Supernova? Should try to smoke and go for Alchemist.
By the way, in that
smokes.
last fight,
Yeah.
you know, Morphling, as great a game as he has, if Supernova wins, you know, it's large part of that win is going to come onto Dong's shoulders. But in that last fight, yo, we need to hype up SJ. This Lich played out of his freaking mind, that engagement. Did everything his team needed from him. Crazy Chain Frost, really good Sinister Gazes, good Frost Shield as well onto Gon to keep the Queen of Pain alive as long as he did.
A Timeless Relic Lich as well. So extra damage, extra duration, Sinister Gaze. Who got the shard? Kunkka does have shard now available. I think, yeah, everybody on side of Supernova does have shard upgrade.
Let's go. They're smoking up, but unfortunately for them, nobody's on the map. Holy Grail safely ensconced into their base. Dolem is going to be the one just poking his head out, seeing what's up. But nobody should end up dead here. 53 minutes has been this game 1. It's been topsy-turvy. Been topsy-turvy for us. Can only imagine what it's like being in this game right now. So much stress.
Yeah, definitely one of those games where it can swing both ways. And it was like that. Like the graph going back and forth pretty much. Supernova, they've been in the charge of the early game. Then they lost the lead, again gained the lead. And is this 4th or 5th Roche that's going to respawn? It's 4th, right?
4th, I think, yeah.
4th,
Should be the
okay.
4th one.
Yeah, let's agree on it and just make this a true statement. So we'll be on Dire's side again.
Mechanics question while we're waiting for these Roshans.
Yeah.
And we're looking at Shola. If you refresh, right? Let's say you have the refresher and you refresh, pop down the secondary tombstone. Do 2 different targets get into both tombstones, right? That should be how it works.
Yes.
Okay.
I gotta test the Snapfire, Life Stealer, Pudge once the game is done. Please remind me, Snare, because I want to see.
I got you.
Well, what happens like if you like gobble up someone?
Holy
Summer,
smokes,
he's
Summer
in.
again! 3 hero stun! Sonic Wave to follow this up. They've killed off Shola at the early part of the fight. Dong with his BKB is trying to rinse down Summer, but his own BKB is about to expire, so he needs to be careful here. Chain Frost bouncing around in this fight, doing so much work from the ledge. Han is about to die from this, and he'll grant Gon the double kill. Tidal Wave pushing some of these Radiant heroes back. But Dolam, he's just proposing himself to finish off the Tombstone while Gon kills off the Morphling without buyback on the Water Boy. Shola's dead too in the corner.
That's the game.
An ultra kill for the Co-op, and GG gets called. Holy Grail. Managed to stay strong, hold out against Supernova, and in the late game make a thrilling comeback and secure game 1 in this best of 3 tie.
Oof, I don't know if the game was like supposed to be this chaotic for them. They have so much more team fight. Like they have a very good draft, but looking at how they played it, like we haven't seen Sonic Waves. Chain Frost has not been used for almost like good 20 minutes. I gotta say also, I feel bad for Dong. Dong played his hearts out on this Morphling. It does happen in a lot of these games where Morphling team loses. He's always the one performing well. Like there was a game in the Division 1. Who was it? It was Emo who played Morphling, like one of the first series of the DPC, where he kind of solo carried the game. It was like this was a wild game overall. Like I think Summer with these 3-man stuns, this is it again. Like it's insane. So like he did it 3 or 4 times throughout the game.
Yeah. The fact that he can do it reliably for me is what's absolutely nuts. It's one thing to every now and then you pull out this kind of move. It is what it is. However, every single engagement, it felt like we saw these multi-hero stuns or him just tracking the correct target. This fight, for example, he realizes, guys, if we fight around the Tombstone, we probably lose this engagement. And it didn't end up going well for them in the long run, but not because of the Alchemist decision-making. What a game this was, honestly. And Summer, yet again, showing his prowess on this Alchemist. This is the 3rd time he's played it in a row. And 100% win rate so far for him, at least here in Division 2. I will say, man, I feel so bad for Dong. Like you say, this Morphling, one of the better Morphling performances I've seen in a while. But at the same time, I'll admit, I can't be too upset seeing Kunkka Morphling lose. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world. That's fine.
Yeah, this is, again, last pick Kunkka, and another 3-man stun we're seeing on the screen from Summer. He really went ham in this game. Like, these teams are not as clean, like some of the stuff coming out from Gon, going 2 times where the XP rune is dying. But in the last couple of engagements, he did really well on Co-op, like 10,000 damage per fight, pretty much.
Yeah. Gon did really, really well. Multiple instances where Sonic Wave would push back all the targets. Maybe that's why I didn't want to use it in the early game. It's like, it's too soon. I'm only going to use it when it's most important. Here's this Chain Frost from SJ.
Yeah,
what a Chain Frost.
Having like 5 charges of Sonic Wave in the late game, that'd be hype.
If you're on the side of Supernova now, though, it's complicated to think back about game 1 because you did a bit of an off-kilter strategy, playing with very little team fight, very few stuns, extremely high tempo, and it was working, Lacoste, for most of the game until things started to turn. It was working. They're the ones that got the lane of Raxes. They were finding pick-offs almost for fun at some point. They were depressing the Queen of Pain, preventing her from having a game. They were getting the buildings that they needed. They took all of the Roshans. If I just told you that a team accomplished all of those things, this should not be the result. They should be the ones walking away victorious. So they can't even go back and say, well, it's just purely down to the draft that we lost because we played that draft the best possible way a draft like that could be played.
Pretty much. They executed the draft nicely. Maybe with a slightly different itemization on Bounty. I feel Hex could have been an item of a choice there to have this like instant initiation into stun or like start with the stun. Bounty in the late game is just like very difficult hero to play. Like how do you deal damage? Like what is your purpose in the game? You need to snowball, get out of control. And looking at the scoreboard, yeah, like Morphling died 2 times. And these deaths were like post 50 minutes.
Yeah. Deaths that literally changed the game with every time that it happened. But from Holy Grail, who are we giving the MVP to? Because I'm conflicted.
Summer.
In the last
you
part
wanted
of the game,
to, yeah, I know.
up.
You wanted to say SJ.
I want to say SJ,
yeah,
but fine,
yeah,
we'll give Summer.
It.
We'll let these alchemists have it. Take it. But SJ played so well.
He did.
This Lich held it down, did everything. Remember that push, like when they were winning the game for Supernova? and they kept trying to force through tier 2 middle. And that one push took like 5 minutes just because Summer, while he's farming there, SG can rely on SJ to put in that Frost Shield, buy space and time, and enable the Alchemist to come back. That being said, though, he did find a lot of clutch stuns on Summer. His target prioritization in the fights was incredible. His farming, even though it didn't start off in the best place, even though he was under a lot of pressure throughout the game, constantly hunted down, he still kept his farm rates very high up. So probably is fair to give it to him, especially with some of the performances we saw in the last like 2-3 fights from him.
Yeah, for sure. But SJ, we got to give credit to him. Sinister Gaze is on Morphling, Chain Frost. His positioning was really, really good, which did allow them to like control, like in a lot of these fights, like not necessarily kill Morphling, but make his life slightly more difficult with the Sinister Gaze and a couple of Chain Frost bounces in the last couple of fights. Top notch.
Top-notch performance coming in from him. Overall, though, the side of Holy Grail looking good to try and win out the series as they have taken the first game. For Supernova, though, they do not want to find themselves suffering their first defeat here in the DPC, so we can expect them to bring something special for Game 2, given that they've already brought us something amazing for Game 1. Let's see what happens right after a small break. Don't go anywhere. Snare and Lacoste bring you more Dota in just a second. Welcome back, one and all, to some DPC action here within the Chinese region, as we are currently witnessing Holy Grail taking on Supernova in a best-of-3 matchup that's already proven to be incredibly entertaining. Game 1 went the way of Holy Grail, but it was a 55-minute extravaganza, and it was Supernova running a draft that they anticipated winning at maybe like 30 minutes. And to be fair, Lacoste, they were doing it. For a large portion of this game, they were winning. They were making magic happen. So Holy Grail can't rest on their laurels going into the second game. So what adjustments do you want to see from Supernova to give them the best shot of taking game 2?
Not put themselves in a spot where it's like very early game oriented. Like they did much better job than I expected because they had this gold lead early on, continued to hunt them down as much as they could with X mark the spot, like stun from Bounty Hunter. Not the easiest one. So some changes into draft. Holy Grail banning out Morphling. I think I would ban it as well if I was playing against Supernova, because they banned Silencer last time around. Both teams do love to play Silencer, so we might see it being first phased.
Silencer has indeed become a hero that has risen in popularity and prominence within the Chinese region to astronomical levels. For some reason, he was ignored in the last game, but honestly, normally we even see him first phase, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if for example, if Dong feels comfortable playing Morphling, maybe they say, well, no more for you, but you get some like Silencer Medusa, Silencer Terrorblade. Utilize that hero instead, my friend.
Yeah, I'm down for Doom as well against Beastmaster. You don't allow Beastmaster to go for Helm of the Overlord because of your level 15 talent. But Supernova, they are going in a completely different direction. I mean, they opened up with Morphling Undying in the previous series, which is not a common opener by any means. And Holy Grail responds with Medusa immediately. So now it's time to protect Medusa. I think every single team out there understands these like Shadow Demon, Darkseer, Anti-Mage bans need to come out. There's also another one, like fourth one that I like, which is Pango. I'm not going to say he's as good as others, but yeah, you might need to ban out Shadow Demon because pop those illusions, use Medusa's strength against her.
If they can get away with it, Holy Grail might leave it in the pool to maybe try to snag it themselves, but they don't have the first pick out of the phase, so it could be too risky. We'll see what their option is going to be. Another hero we've seen, especially in China, coming up in terms of dealing with the Medusa for similar reasons as the Pango you just mentioned. Wind Ranger with Diffusal Blade, often a decent enough option against this hero, but she's also been falling less into core roles and more as a support. So maybe Supernova feel like there's space for that and try to slot her into a draft. We'll see.
FY made it work, like carry from position 4 2 times in the previous DPC. So we might see something similar. But this is a really strong opener from Holy Grail. Beastmaster, Medusa, like you have ways to amplify damage output from Medusa, provide lockdown vision with the Hawk for her multi-shot. So split shot, that is.
All I want to see now is them picking either CM or the Quaddle. Pugna would have been the best, but I do want to have just one additional battery for the Medusa, so you're not wholly reliant on Inner Beast Aura. But if you get it, you feel super good. And they're the bands that you mentioned, my friend. So for Supernova, they must now decide, are we going Wind Ranger or Pangolier? It's way too risky to not pick a hero that buys Diffusal, though. You have to at least pick one of them.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to go for Pango? This is a flexible pick for them, this Void Spirit, because it can be played as position 1. So I think you can fit in Pango in your draft if you really want it, but then you are picking Pango into Medusa and Beastmaster, which could be like you roll in, you get roared, Stone Gazed, you're gonna die, especially once Medusa get to her like 3rd, 4th item, you can just straight up die without getting a spell off.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I think there's generally 2 ways to approach this Medusa problem. One of the ways I've seen is some teams picking an obscenely mobile lineup, so that when she does pop Stone Gaze, you just completely move away from her, then try and poke and prod back into the fight. We'll see if Supernova decide to take that particular approach, as it's their turn to pick, having removed Snapfire from the pool. That would normally precipitate a Phoenix in this region.
There it is.
And indeed it is.
Supernova for Team Supernova. They're memeing
You
it
wanted
up.
to see it,
I
right?
like it. Yeah, I wanted to see it in game 1. Again, Supernova, Lich, Phoenix. It's a lot of team fight this time around. Void Spirit does have
5 seconds remaining.
a bit more control compared to Kunkka. Like, he doesn't rely on just X mark the spot. I'm down for Puck. I feel like Storm or Puck feels really nice against all of these heroes. They don't have this reliable lockdown. They did pick Dark Willow. We also called for the pick in the previous game. Feels really nice. You can terrorize on top of Medusa, save her. You can terrorize other heroes who are trying to protect the egg and then go for the egg. Medusa with the split shot also feels nice against Phoenix in general. She builds into Manta Butterfly. It's a lot of attack speed. And then with the split shot can still deal damage to others around the egg.
Also like that it complicates life for the Phoenix. Bramble Maze, very annoying to try and Icarus dive through if you're already not positioned perfectly in the fight.
Yeah.
I like this. If the game goes long enough, you also get the hilarious Aghanim Scepter, and that's the additional siege onto the high ground. So it costs nothing to beat down these buildings. And this is going to be their battery. So instead of going for some Quaddle, they pick up the Oracle. Nice little classic combination with the Medusa. It's not as crazy as it used to be, but still pretty good given that Supernova don't really have that much burst damage in their lineup.
10 seconds remaining.
It's another way of dispelling things. Like, you can dispel Frost Shield, which is really good against Medusa, and back on track with that bounty. This time it's not gonna be as easy of a game playing into Medusa Oracle. Bounty
10 seconds remaining.
will not get the goal. Like, first of all, you're not gonna have that good of a lane. You're not gonna be stealing gold from the enemy Medusa, because you get close, you'll get hit 3 times. And there's the 4th hero that we did mention. It's Pango. So again, protecting Medusa, Supernova with the Storm Spirit. Some of these heroes, like, it's relatively easy to predict which heroes counters which hero. When you get to like certain level, they definitely understand what's strong, but also have a little bit of their own niche to it. You know, I think a lot of teams wouldn't open up Div 1 teams, like major teams wouldn't open up with Lich Void Spirit. It would be Void Spirit plus something else. So now they need to find some carry matchup against Medusa. I think there's... Do you just take Puck here? Ember Spirit's also fine. Anything elusive, because again, Supernova lacking some control. And for Supernova, I don't know if you want to go with the monkey route. I think either that or you go with Slark. I think Slark is the slightly better option, who can build into the Fusel Blade. You make these supports' life really difficult, especially Oracles.
Of the Diffusal builders left in the game, I just hope they don't go Juggernaut. As long as they don't do that, I'll be good. I'll be happy for Supernova. Yeah, no Jug. Hero not great. For Holy Grail, like you mentioned, it's going to be the mid lane pick first. So Garn has had his Queen of Hate banned against them. So what's it going to be? It's the Ember Spirit. So then for Supernova, what options did you say? You said Slark is in the mix. Morphling's been banned. TB's been banned. PL maybe could be coming out. Tinker!
Okay.
We would have sat here all day and not come up with Tinker. So we're going to go back to what you said earlier. Safe lane, Void Spirits, and Tinker mid. This is my first Tinker in the new patch, my friend. So have you seen it yet? What do you make of the hero nowadays?
Well, I'll be honest, I actually don't remember. I haven't seen the hero in the new patch. What are these changes? I can't remember. Cooldown increased on laser, heat-seeking missile, cast range decreased, damage increased. That's about it. Yeah, not much. But I thought there was like some changes that I was not aware of. Or like, yeah, laser is now global ability or something. But yeah, trying to offset Tinker bounty, I'm down for it. With Void Spirit, they don't really like. You have Beastmaster, you have Ember. It might be enough to catch Tinker. Tinker got nerfed heavily after recent changes to the Blink, so we'll have to see if he's gonna make it work. Now it's a more skilled Tinker, but yeah, it's always been a combo, Bounty Tinker. Seems like Supernova, they do like this Bounty overall as a hero. and now paired it up with Tinker. You are playing into Oracle. I'm not sure if I like it too much, to be honest.
I just like it because it is something new and fresh for us to learn about within Dota. We get to see more of the safe lane Void Spirit. I think as well that's also been fairly impressive. Pretty much every game that I've seen it utilized. So in tandem with that, also I just like the fact, I was mentioning in the draft, I want to see a mobile draft against Medusa. This is really mobile. Void Spirit, Tinker with Bounty, even Phoenix as well, not too shy on the movement department. So I like what Supernova has. And no matter what, I think they're going to give us a fun game. So let's go. Game 2. Holy Grail already 1 game up. Nobody wants to see this win, Lacoste. Dude, Beastmaster, Medusa, Oracle. This is so cookie cutter. If this loses, life is better for all of us because we get some exciting things happening, not just the usual expected route of events.
Yeah, what do you want to see? You want to see Tinker bounty winning? I think everybody who played Dota experienced this at a certain point in their life.
It's been a while.
And you can't seem to be too happy about it. Unless you're a Tinker or bounty, you're like, yeah, man, this combo is so good. I want to play with my friend. You just need to find one of those rare friends that do play Tinker.
All the people that I play Dota with have long since determined that MMR matters to them more than playing Tinker, so I haven't seen one of these in a game in a while. So we're going to see how it goes here. Very intrigued to see how this breaks down for Supernova. But game 2, let's go. Last game, we didn't have any weird shenanigans with any bounty runes. First Blood also took us, 6 minutes to find?
Yeah.
So are we going to be having the same situation of having to wait quite a while before action breaks out?
I don't think so. I could see this top lane for Holy Grail doing really good. It's a killer lane for sure. One misplay from Lich could cause him a lot of problems. I'm really surprised that we don't see too much Dark Willow being picked. This hero is insanely good. Maybe I'm slightly biased because I love to play the hero. It's just this Bramble Maze in the lane, it's so good.
Phenomenal spell, honestly. What does this mid lane look like? I haven't seen it in a while, the Ember versus Tinker. So last game out, obviously the Queen of Pain really struggled, which we anticipated. What do we expect to happen here with these two heroes?
Tinker shouldn't have too many problems in this lane, playing into Ember. Like, you use laser, there's unwritten rule of Dota. When you use laser, it's been like that for years now. How do we know if it's unwritten? I guess it's passed on by me telling this story. You laser someone, and then you have to get like 1 CS, 1 deny out of it.
Okay. Han must follow the rules. Can't mess us up, my friend. Make sure that these lasers work out for you. But should still be A-okay in this mid lane. Top lane should be fine as well. Yeah, they have this Bramble Maze Beastmaster, but they have Void Spirit with Lich behind them. This feels so hard to get through. Okay, Courier will die. Shola able to get another Courier kill. Was it him last game that was assassinating someone's Couriers the entire game?
Yeah. Another pull from Chola in this top lane. Getting some good denies. While Dong is CSing nicely. 11-1 on Void Spirit.
Getting a drag back onto this Beastmaster. There's the Resonant Pulse. Gives him the shield. Frost shield on top of that. My god, punching through this is going to be so hard. DQQ was hitting him forever, dude, and it barely did any damage.
Blood Grenade didn't connect on Dong. Maybe they wanted to go for some counterplay. Bramblewez wasn't available. It was just like a harassment tool.
No one's going to end up dead on that side of the map. Down here on bottom, you said in the draft that we can't expect Chen to have the best game ever on this bounty, given that he has to play into Medusa Oracle. And also his mid laner is Tinker, right? And Tinker's going to end up doing well, but Tinker's a farming, not a rotating mid laner. It's going to take some time before help can come if things don't go amazingly. Like, he's getting his CS, but definitely has to watch himself. Make sure that he's never out of position here.
You get close, every single time laser is up in this mid lane, but Bramble doesn't connect. You want to place Bramble like slightly more so that like they go potentially through the second Bramble as well. It's a I would say, relatively difficult spell to execute. It's a skill shot. So, kind of hard to look bad on the hero. Easy, what I meant.
Super simple. Everyone can look bad.
Yeah,
So-
this hero is tough to play. Like, you misuse your Terrorize. Also, I want to see what he starts to put in more points in. Whether that's going to be Bramble or Shadow Realm. I do like Bramble more to have more control since you're playing into Void Spirit. Shadow Realm has been buffed, so we might see him pick up a second point on it, but goes into Bramble. And now Void Spirit in trouble.
Indeed he is. He needs the help of Shola to throw in the Frost Blast. Oh, the Shadow Realm hit almost killed Nova. But Dong will end up dead anyway as Dolem throws in the Wild Axes. And Supernova's Void Spirit is dead. Okay. Good stuff coming in from the Holy Grail. And to make matters even better, Dolem is the one that gets the kill. So he gets the bonus gold. Very shortly away from getting the Helm of Iron Will. So they can just leave with the Dark Willow, who heads to the other side of the map as they watch the Phoenix getting brought down. Gon will end up dead as well to burn damage coming out of Sheep. So even beyond the grave, the Phoenix has his influence felt on the map.
DQQ TP'd mid. It was a long TP, second TP to the mid lane. Can't even help them. Doesn't have mana to do so. So they get some trades. Medusa farming in this bottom lane, which leaves Dolme alone top. But still, Dong CSing nicely. Like even with this first blood that he gave away, doing a really good job.
So definitely needs to still get this Battle Fury. The CS numbers for Supernova still do look quite decent for them. So just want to be a farm fest. Does this Bounty Hunter build exactly the same as he did in the previous game? Do we just go like a Solar Crest Crimson Pipe? Something else more important for you?
I'm down for Crimson again, since you're playing into Medusa. But if he wants to go for more scaling, on.
Because, sorry to interrupt you, but look at this. An early rotation from a Tinker. Not stuff that you see every day. Aether Remnant will connect and Han getting a kill with the laser. Pre-6 minutes TP rotation from a Tinker. I have officially seen it all today.
If that Remnant doesn't connect, then it's a disaster, but he manages to get it. And getting very close to his Blink Dagger. Gonna continue to farm up, looking at some of the stacks that they made for Tinker. In the triangle, they have a couple. DQQ, Shadow Realm still available. So we'll be able to get out of trouble.
Sheep not as lucky. Trying to Icarus dive away though. And that should keep him alive.
Under attack.
So both lineups have a support. Suffering a little bit in the damage department. DQQ just shadowing Han. He's gonna walk underneath the sentry if he goes too far forward. So very good time to retreat. He denied it. Making sure that the Tinker actually has to go home to replenish his arsenal. Good stuff from the Dark Willow. And the game, despite a couple of kills happening, still stays relatively uneventful from a kill perspective. People still prioritizing their farm for now.
Both teams farming. Gon hits that level 6 on Ember. Yet to see a rotation coming out from him.
Where do you think it should go if he does start to move? They don't have Primal Roar
This
just
is
yet.
massive. 2 XP runes.
Uh-oh. SJ got one.
Now Dark Willow's
DQQ
level
got
5.
the other one. And Sheep. Dude, Sheep is only level 3. Hasn't cracked level 4 just yet. Will now be aware that this has been stolen. Says, sorry, boys. Couldn't get you in time. Feels bad.
Yeah, this is what makes the difference in a game. Both Lich and Phoenix are very level-dependent heroes. You need that level 6 to have teamfight presence.
Oh, jump in by Dong. Dude, this guy has no chill. I've been loving to watch him play Dota. Because he just goes all in every single time. It's what Div 2 is for, man. Seeing these new faces. And I must say, Supernova, I don't know who at the Aster department does the scouting, but this time around, some of the players they've gotten for this team really do show some promise and potential just with the few games we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, you can like check a couple of games and see players that definitely stand out more than others. Summer in this bottom lane, he got a lot of his gold stolen. As soon as Bounty picked up that Vanguard, he is ready to go in.
Mid lane. Han is dead.
That's
Gonna
a
get
big
taken
kill.
out by Gon.
Under attack.
burnt down by this Ember Spirit with the supports backing him up. SJ is the one credited with the kill. It is huge, huge, huge. That stalls out the Blink Dagger from the Tinker, puts Ember in a good position. He's actually gonna pop a regen rune. Potentially go and force a fight somewhere on the map. He was TPing, but ends up canceling it. Will content himself with just farming mid.
Radiant used Scan to see if it's Bounty or someone else approaching Medusa, because she's really low on mana. Does have one Healing Lotus to work with. No magic stick, however, on Medusa. That's an interesting one.
This is scary. She does pop a mango, but she's still gonna be out of mana. She's actually dead. Dong just showed up, taking a trip through the Twin Gates, has the Astral Step to close the gap. So that's an easy kill to pick up. Oh my goodness. Medusa dead. The one bright spot is they're not playing with like some Visage Beastmaster offlane. So at the very least, it's not that easy for them to take your tower after killing Dusa, but still, so good.
No damage to towers. Bounty, Lich, Phoenix, like these heroes don't deal any kind of damage, like all 5 of them pretty much, but for the love of God, buy Magic Wand on Medusa. It's the best item you can get, like gives you stats. Like right now she has 186 HP. If she has Magic Wand there, because Bounty used like multiple Shuriken tosses, Phoenix with Icarus Dive, Fire Spirits, I think you survive there with like 1 TP rotation potentially.
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
Medusa
tower is under attack.
might not have gotten onto that memo just yet. Donga is gonna take the Twin Gate back home. And it looks like he's deviating somewhat from what we've seen in China with the carry Void Spirits. Building Echo Saber into Harpoon straight. No Battle Fury stop off. Okay, so he's going to be more active on the map than we expect.
Right,
Here in the river, Shola.
Were people building
to-
Battle Fury? I don't remember
Yeah.
seeing a single game.
Safe lane and Void Spirit builds Battle Fury in this region, brother. Emo showed us the way. He taught us. Shola should end up dead here. At the same time, the Bounty Hunter will end up taking a tumble in the top lane in tandem with the Dark Willow. So some assassinations across the map. Dong does survive. But yeah, dude, I'm telling you, this Battle Fury, it's good. It doesn't sound like it, but it's actually pretty good.
I'm a bigger fan. Like, it sounds a little lackluster because you don't get stats from Battle Fury. You get Echo Saber, you get the damage, you get the stats, mana regen, and then you get Manta Style, Deso, whatever route you want to go for. Like, sometimes I've seen even Void Spirits picking up Aghanim Scepter if it's a really good game for it, where they need more control, even from the carrier role. But I'm down to see this Battle Fury. What's the next item after you finish off Battle Fury?
So you go Battle Fury. There've been 2 different builds. One went Battle Fury straight into Skadi. The other one went Battle Fury, Manta Skadi, Nullifier was the other one. No, Nullifier came first before the Skadi finished, yeah.
Under attack.
Nullifier is a big item on Void Spirit, where you have the kill threat on supports. These like Pavis, Glimmer Caves, Force Staffs, they don't work. Suddenly they stopped working.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Ice Frog sold you. Broken
Social
item,
lemon.
yeah, but I want a refund.
Well, top lane, Chola definitely wants a refund for some of the vision on the map. He's like, please take back your wards, take back your heroes, don't kill me.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bring down this Lich. More space for the Beastmaster, and we're getting closer to finishing the Helm of the Overlord. That should mean this top side of the map is completely owned by Dolem and Holy Grail.
Sheep managed to find some farm and is level 6, which is pretty nice considering that their XP rune got stolen.
He's here with this Supernova. Gone. Has a safety remnant available, so not too scared about this. Even has one available. Dong thought about going in, but only now did Aether Remnant come back off cooldown, so impossible to do so.
Dolmek can't really help him out. He has no mana, so for now, playing on a different side of the map. I want to see Gon be slightly more maneuverable. I want to see him move around the map, try to get stuff done. You can see where Cholo is collecting that XP. Plus Chen, Hand of Midas bounty. What is
I was
this?
about to ask you about this. Dude, I was literally about to ask you about this and say, have you seen what this bounty's doing? This is so pog. Hand of Midas. I don't think I've ever actually seen a Midas on a bounty from the offlane like this, but we shall see how it all goes.
I don't know how to feel about this one. It's like Doom with Hand of Midas makes sense on Doom, but on
Oh,
bounty.
wait, Gun is dead. Gun is dead. Gun is dead. Oh no, he didn't have a safety remnant. He thought he could like get out, but he just gets picked off. Oh no. Well, not that means Lacoste. It means we're even closer to the Midas, baby. Bounty got the kill.
I don't know if he wants to commit to it. I just don't see the synergy. Because you don't right-click, it's more about the gold. You get gold from Janata, you get gold from Track. Like, do you need more gold?
Gonna try to get more gold off the corpses of enemy heroes. As him and the team smoke up. Very nice Radiant scan, connects flush onto the support and the bounty. However, they still are gonna come across DQQ and Dolem. Question is, do they have what it takes to find this kill? Goes into the Shadow Realm almost immediately. Chola, unfortunately, not going to be fast enough with the Sinister Gaze. So DQQ will live. All they can do is try and take back some control on their jungle.
At least this time, Supernova picks up their bounty rune. XP rune. Han was the one who picked it up, continues to farm these stacks that they made for him. Going into Shiva's guard next.
This game right now, yet again, drawing itself into a bit of a crawl like what we saw in Game 1, around a similar portion of time. However, Supernova, unlike in Game 1, don't seem to have any plans for grouping up to take any big towers. At this stage in Game 1, they'd already taken mid, bottom, and was setting up for like a tier 2 tower push down bottom. This time, much more concerned with getting the money for the Tinker and finishing off this Manta style potentially for the Void Spirit.
Seems like Supernova is not in any rush. Want to keep farming. Tinker just got his first big item.
For Holy Grail, they're also not really in a rush to do anything. It feels like everyone's farming away. Even Gone, the hero that's supposed to set up for them, is just trying to finish off a BKB. But he is being aggressed into potentially. They take out his Myth Hammer, but that'll give him the information that he needs to play very, very safely.
Also, speaking of playing safely, going into BKB as his first item on Ember Spirit, things that he's gonna die, needs to be the one dealing with like Lich, Phoenix. I don't mind it. He had, like, whenever Ember Spirit has a bit of a slower start, they tend to go for it, but it's also gonna slow you down in terms of farm.
I wouldn't mind too much if he just finished off the Maelstrom now. And then he might be in a bit of... He still has a remnant. He's fine. He's chill. But yeah, I wouldn't be too sad if he went for a Maelstrom first. The game doesn't feel like it's active enough. Or it's not going to change all that much in the next, say, I don't know, 10 minutes. That BKB first would feel really good. I think you'd still probably get the item if you went for the Maelstrom first.
Yeah, he can still switch it, which is why you buy Mithril Hammer first, to have that option. I wouldn't mind seeing Maelstrom, because it seems like it's going to be a farm game. Look at Tinker, his HP. Whew, I got worried there for a second.
Well, you only dropped down to 10 HP, bro. What's the issue? It's fine. Thank God for him that there's no Bloodseekers in this game. So, what's he going to be building after the Shiva's God on this Tinker? Well, this is Oyster. His team, similar to Game 1, they have much better team fight, but they still don't have the best lockdown. So a Hex at some point would really not be missed out on. It would feel very nice for the team.
Yeah.
There it is. And a Midas, baby. 17 minutes in. Bounty Hunter. Okay, I need to go check how fast this is.
Okay,
for the global stats. Hold on.
Listen, Snare. So you have Crack Gold, you have Janata, you have Midas now. In terms of neutral items, you get Philosopher's Stone. That's it. That's the most greedy build that I would ever see. I don't think it can go, like, buy Refresher after. Refresher, Octarine, lower the cooldown and everything. Yeah. I mean, that's what Doom does.
I would love to see it.
There's the
That
first
basically
usage.
is how Doom plays Dota. Yeah.
Finds it. Let's
So
see
check
what
this
the
out.
token is. I swear.
So check this out, man.
Ring of
No, I
Aquila.
got
Maybe there was no
Aquila.
Philosopher's Stone available.
So here, first, a quick random stat question, Mr. Lacoste. How many Midases do you think bounty hunters have bought in all pro games prior to this one?
2.
2. I'll tell you the answer after this engagement. Dong jumps in right now. He's finding SJ on the Oracle. So Oracle is still alive. Forced to false promise himself, however. Eating a lot of rockets from this Tinker. Will just get back. Dropping the Terrorize, though, coming in from DQQ to create some space. But the team still wants to fight. Shola has the full Chain Frost available. Has Sinister Gaze. They really want to target. They even just got the Spirit Vessel for Sheep. However, Holy Grail
caught
will
him.
deny them. There's the Sinister Gaze. They finally found Gon. What? Gon? He had vision. Lacoste, he knew these heroes were here. They have an Observer Ward.
Yeah, some of Gon's movements around the map have been really questionable. Like what he did with Queen of Pain in the first game, a couple of those blinks, going for runes. But give me the answer. What about that Hand of Midas?
So, before this game, there have been 14 Hand of Midases across all Dota 2 history, built on Bounty Hunter. Funnily enough, Shen here, his timing on this is 4th. The previous 4th timing on this was him again on Bounty Hunter. 17 minutes, 4 seconds picking this up. But yeah, 15 of them top 4, and 2 of them are him in that bracket.
And in 14, out of those 14 Hand of Midas pickups on Bounty, he was the one who did it 13 times.
14 times, yeah.
No one else does. Roar should grant him the kill here. I could see Holy Grail going for Roche on Radiant's side, which is going to be in 20 seconds. You have good vision. You have damage from this Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord creep, Medusa as well. That's about to finish off Scotty. A bit of a different build on Summer. No Butterfly second item. Butterfly second item gives you like that insane amount of damage early on. Gives you the tankiness, gives you evasion. And going into MKB next.
Okay. Dong, just gonna quickly getting a quick jump onto SJ. This time around, they should be able to pick up the track goal off of this. Gon can do nothing to help him out. Even stealing some Janata. Thank you very much for the bonus money.
I guess the reason why he doesn't go for Butterfly is like doesn't play into any right clickers. You're playing into Tinker, Void Spirit. Bounty
Lots of
might
magic
turn
damage.
into right clicker, considering the items that I see in his quick buy. That's BKB, SNY. We'll have to see if he commits for it.
I'm just so intrigued by Shen's build in this game. It's very fun to see. On the other side of the map, Gon did decide to commit for the full BKB, so he is going to end up getting his net worth really predicated on how much activity he can cause on the map, which can be a problem. But if they can connect with these fights, it can get a lot better. But they have to connect with those. Once he gets a BKB, I want to see them smoke immediately. Does DQQ have one? He does. Yeah, it's waiting in the inventory, in the backpack. So once the BKB is online, let's go find a kill on the map. Top lane, they actually might try to kill off the Summer Medusa. Supernova got popped for this one as well. Terrorize does come out, but obviously it doesn't do anything to the Supernova. Egg does pop, but the Stone Gaze from the Medusa does dissuade the rest of Supernova just running up the hill. In the meantime, Han gets hit with the Primal Roll. He's being chased down right now by these Holy Grail heroes, and they will find the Tinker. He's brought down to rights, no buyback available. Chain Frost bouncing around from Shola, but doesn't have that much of an impact. Gon is on the forward edge of the fight. He gets Sinister Gazed in, but they don't have enough damage to kill him off. Nova needs them more punch right now as they're beating down
Summer's
this
out of
Ember
mana
Spirit.
completely.
Dong, though, can't really make this happen. Summer is out of mana, but he's also on the high ground, away from the danger part of this fight. Dong dissimulates away. The rest of Supernova doesn't want to keep fighting. And a lot of heroes fall very low cost, but only one ends up tumbling in the Tinker.
Yeah, he got the defense matrix off, so some extra status resistance kicking in. It was enough still for Dark Willow to connect, get the kill there. You can see a lack of damage on their side, because Scotty is like not the real damage item on Medusa. Makes her super tanky, going into MKB next to have that ability, have that item to counter laser from Tinker. It's been a lot of stacking. If we could see the number of stacks that Supernova did, I think those would be pretty high, especially the ancient stacks. They've been in this outer ring, in the triangle, doing a lot of work. Both supports, Han also stacking for himself. Every single time I see him farming, it's always stacks that he's farming.
Gonna make another one right now. So we have a triple stack of ancients to be farmed up. Seeing him on this high ground gives me some very vivid flashbacks of March of the Machines. Thank God that spell's out of the game. Top lane, Dolam gets a young Dispel on top himself, but could still end up dead here. Dong doesn't have Aether Remnant just yet, though. And there's still a tier 1 tower, so lots of reinforcements are streaming in. Primal Roar thrown in onto Dong. Terrorize is there as well. Do they have the damage to kill him off in time? Yes, they do. As he falls, Shen should follow him into the grave. And the rest of Supernova just want to flee. Big pickup for the Holy Grail. And this might open up the tier 2
Oh, he
tower,
doesn't
but
need
more
the Hawk.
importantly, this could open up Roche.
Yeah, I wanted to see some earlier Roche. Oh, Bramble. Ooh, doesn't connect. It was a close one.
Close. Well, that's tier 2 gone for sure.
Top tower is under attack.
So now, what's the plan here, Lacoste? We keep losing this Void Spirit. That's the second time he's gone down in an engagement.
Dire's
He's definitely not tanky enough just yet. But they still also need damage, right? So does he tank the L, but build BKB potentially on Void Spirit, and then build damage later? Or will the damage help his team out more right now?
BKB into Primal Roar, Stone Gaze doesn't feel too good. I think you need to go all in on the damage, get either Nullifier or get Daedalus, and go from there. Because you want to be taking out these supports first, resetting multiple times, Frost Shield on top of you, dissimulate out of the trouble. How's Tinker looking? Again, farming those stacks. In the outer rings, Shiva's Guard completed. Going into E-Blade next. So slightly more burst damage. An item that deals well with Medusa as well. So Medusa, probably after seeing that one, might want to go for BKB.
under attack.
If there's an early E-Blade, for now gonna be MKB. Finished in another minute or so.
They're also trying to itemize into some anti-Tinker territory, as Dolam is building Blink Dagger. He had it queued up just now after his Guardian Greaves, so I imagine he finishes GG Boots first. Then we'll have Blink Primal Roll specifically onto the Tinker. And these heroes, they don't have saves just yet. Like, they have Frost Shield, yeah. At some point, eventually, you can get Axe Supernova, but right now, if Tinker gets jumped on, nothing that they can do too much about on the side of the Supernova lineup.
They can try to Sun Ray, but that's about it. Maybe throw a Frost Shield. In terms of the Pavis, in terms of like the defensive items, Force Staff that could push them out of the trouble, there are none available. And Dolme, you talked about his itemization. This is Pipe, Guardian Greaves against Tinker. You want to have these items. Reigns of Destiny also drop from Oracle, so some extra healing, some extra damage where you're going to be fighting. It's such a cool upgrade. Like it was old Ags that has been added to the shard with reduced numbers. Chen, forced to buy
That's an early
pop his
BKB.
BKB.
Yeah, this is not great. That's a 9-second charge already taken away.
Dire's
And Summer didn't have to do anything for it. Just literally showed up. Him and Gon just got there. And Shen's like, oh snap, BKB time. So that gives Holy Grail the advantage around the Roshan pit. Medusa just picked up an MKB as well. So her damage output is through the roof. And they're just walking into the pit. They're going to dare Supernova to fight them here.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's a lot of damage. So look at it go. It's very difficult for Supernova. They need to land some like 6 Supernova. That's the spell. But it's only level 1 now. So this dies
Yeah.
quickly. Again, you're playing into Beastmaster plus Medusa. Good Bramble. Hawk is going to scout them out. They see everything.
They do indeed. They get a Primal Roar out onto Sheep, and they should kill off this Phoenix very early on. Does have buyback if needed. Dong on the north of the fight misses all his spells onto the Oracle. The rest of Holy Grail, though, will do no such thing onto Chola. They kill the Lich. Chen will be next. He used BKB earlier, so he didn't have it available to defend himself here. So Holy Grail not only get an Aegis, they get 3 heroes. And you know what's crazy, Lacoste? You know earlier on you mentioned how big the Wisdom Rune pickups are going to be?
Yeah.
Dude, this Phoenix was a 325 experience. Oh, 225, sorry, from having level 12. Maybe if you got that Wisdom Rune, you feel more comfortable with level 2 Supernova taking the fight, but you don't
Yeah.
have it, so you just end up losing stuff.
Problem is you didn't even use Supernova. You've been under vision of Hawk and Observer Ward. So like this whole fight, they've seen everything. And what a shocker. Bounty Hunter with Hand of Midas not doing well, huh?
Not you didn't ask. You didn't ask me how many of those 14 prior games were victories.
None.
No, there were some. There were 5 victories.
Well, that's definitely not coming from the Bounty's Hand of Midas presence. It's like, oh, my Morphling went 20 and 0 while I built Hand of Midas on Bounty and we won.
Yeah. Would he have been inspired to work harder for the victory if I bought good items? No. You would have just played a normal game, and now normal game means supports die very easily. Sholo about to get right-click down. Dong did end up getting a kill onto DQQ though. Sadly, no track gold on top of it. Has to drop an Aether Remnant to ensure his escape. And he isn't able to get himself out to safety, but doesn't really matter for the side of Holy Grail. Someone got to show up, be involved in another kill, and now they just say, well, there's an entire bottom lane of barracks to take. Might as well take some buildings and then see if we can siege the high ground once we get there.
These are both towers that are about to be taken by Holy Grail. Gon will TP, take the XP rune on their side of the map. Does have Remnant available if he needs to reconnect with the team. But seems like Supernova, they don't want to take this fight. E-Blade now completed on Tinker. Like, he's farmed, but there's this Medusa Beastmaster. Like, Beastmaster has been holding Philosopher's Stone 2 games in a row. Seems like Dolbe also wants to play greedy. Both off-laners want to get gold out of nowhere. But going into Blink Dagger, as you mentioned, is going to help with the positioning, finding this Tinker.
Double damage empowers me.
So much money being picked up. Dolom has an absurd amount. Dude, actually, let's just take a second, right? Lizard likes to do this thing every now and then of just looking how much farm these Beastmasters get for no reason. Look how much further ahead he is over and above these cores on the Dire lineup. This is ridiculous. This is illegal behavior. This should not be allowed.
It's insane. Beastmaster's just insane hero, how much he can farm. Find this ancient black dragon. Suddenly you can be the most farm hero in the game. Like keeping up with Medusa, which is pretty nuts to think about.
Yep. Not even keeping up with her from the enemy lineup. Doing so in the same team. So finding his farm. And now here they're on the high ground. This is why I don't want this lineup to win, dude. Beastmaster Medusa. You know how many games I've lost to this? Medusa, uber stacked on the high ground, pushing, and I can't do anything.
You know how many games I lost, period?
Oh. Jumping on the back end of the fight is going to be Dong. Looking for SJ, but they don't find him. False Promise will be there in time. They keep the Oracle alive. Shiva's gone. Thrown out by Han, but Stonegaze actually stunned up the Tinker. He's trying to TP out. He's not going to be allowed to do so. Primal Roar is going to be there, terrorized to follow this one up. And despite having Frost Shield, despite having the defense matrix, he still has no life. Dead without buyback for another minute. And Dong, unfortunately, just didn't have the damage to pick off the supports.
And now they're going to finish off these barracks. Go for the last second set. And it's going to be easily taken. Without Tinker, you can't take the fight. Right? What is Bounty going to do? Like, well, what's his purpose right now? Throw a couple of tracks that are going to get purged off from Oracle.
Yeah. Void Spirit's doing what he can through the mid lane. Trying to cut these creeps. The Frost Shield delaying proceedings as much as possible.
They're going through backdoor protection.
Will kick in.
They have
I think they still
damage.
have enough damage. Yeah, they should get the racks anyway. And they pick it up. But as they retreat, Dong is right in front of them. Walking around with the Silver Edge. It's not the safest place in the world for him to be. He's going to go directly onto SJ. Can he at least this time get the kill? No, he cannot. And now he gets Primal Road. He's in trouble. He's in danger. He's going to get killed off. Yule Scepter into the air for Chen. And as soon as the Bounty Hunter drops, there's no way that he lives through this fight. The Chain Frost was thrown in by the Lich, but unfortunately, it got all absorbed by the Beastmaster army. No damage from the Lich. Nothing else the team of Supernova can do. And now Holy Grail's like, well, we were prepared to leave, but if you boys want us to stay, okay, we can stick around for a while.
Yeah, I was watching Bounty Hunter closely in that previous fight. He came in, used one Junata hit, and look at that damage. Yeah, that's it. That's the damage. And one Shuriken toss, and it went back. And that's it. He died afterwards. Holy Grail, they want to finish out the game. They're done with it. Medusa, even without Aegis, BKB's now done. How do you stop this? Tinker will need to go like madman mode.
Yep. Let's see what Tinker has got. Han throwing in some missiles right now. Dong is also waiting in the wings here, potentially looking for a jump. He finds it onto the Beastmaster. Dolam losing his HP, but the false promise will be there. Stone Gaze came out from Medusa as well, enabling them to catch and kill Sheep, who does have buyback, but maybe Chen might not be as lucky. He's in the middle of this fight. He got Primal roared up. He's going to get right-clicked down. He has buyback, but what can he do with it? Both him and the Phoenix have committed these spells. Tinker on the other side of the fight, trying to help and support this Void Spirit. But Dong forced to just jump to the south. They don't have enough damage. SJ will finally die.
Not anymore.
And long lost. They had to use all their spells to do this though. Chen about to die back. There's a supernova near him, but there's not on top of him, so it provides zero protection. Bounty Hunter dead, 70 seconds, no buyback. Shola getting ran down now as well. Will probably die on the Lich, but does have the buyout, so would immediately return to the fray. However, while all this is happening, Mega Creeps have been claimed. Han from the low ground, throwing in some Shivas and some missiles, but they don't care about any of this stuff. Dolan still has the Guardian Greaves. However, Summer is down to 370 mana, so that'll finally sound the alarm for them to leave. They've gotten everything they wanted to begin with.
I'm just looking at damage numbers from Bounty. He bought back and he dealt 176 damage. What a hero. Look at him go. He popped off. He used BKB and ran to Medusa. Hit her once, died afterwards.
Yep. Well, we do not have a Bounty Enjoyer in this game. We do have Beastmaster Enjoyers as they catch and kill yet again Dong. No buyback this time. All right, dude. I feel like we should start treating Dota like MMA. It should be possible for us as spectators, viewers, whatever. We need a referee. This is a TKO, man. We need to get them out of this game. This is starting to hurt their psychology.
Yeah,
exactly.
End the game right now. It's good. They have laser against Mega Creeps, and you can use Hand of Midas, instantly kill that Mega Creep every minute and a half. They don't really deal well with Megas.
No. And because Void Spirit didn't buy Battle Fury, they have no wave clear, unfortunately.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh no. Well, here they come, looking for the end of the game. Khan just jumps in by himself. He knows that he's under no threat. BKB active, kills off Shola. No buyback for him again. And Shen will actually find himself a quick pickup onto this Gone Ember Spirit. As soon as his BKB is down, the mini stun from the Janata hit. They burst him with the E-Blade. And well, the game keeps going, I guess.
Yeah, Gone, I was watching him on camera. He had the big smile after that move. Oh, man. Just wants to see the world burn.
Look us.
Yeah,
Click on the recap. Click on the recap. Look how much damage did Bounty Hunter do this time.
About more than Void Spirit. How do you deal 36 damage with? How's that even possible? That's one Chain Frost bounce. What is that? That's like one tick of Frost Shield. I don't even know. 36 damage. It's like one right click. Even though you use Chain Frost, it seems like it didn't connect on anything, or there was pipe going.
Oh. Right now, damage numbers are the least of their worries on the side of Supernova. How on earth do we defend the space, dude? Tier 4 towers are at half HP. Nobody has buybacks. What now? What's the plan? Where do we go from here?
A good question. The answer is you're not going anywhere. You can't really leave the base. Roshan's going to be respawning in a minute. I mean, you might try to contest it, because if they try to siege with Aegis on Medusa, like, what do? This game is unrepairable. Even repair kit couldn't fix it.
We'll have to bring that item back into the game just to give it an attempt. Supernova looking like a Hail Mary attempt. They are aware that Roshan is going to be the next big objective for Holy Grail. They smoke out with their heroes, but if it's Summer, this is the worst target in the world. Chola is here, does have Sinister Gaze, but they know that this Lich is dead. Sorry, mate, you're going to end up getting taken out. Sheep not even going to bother using the Supernova, but he is forced into it. Shola is still alive, will eventually end up taking a tumble. SJ getting chased into by Dong right now, and the Void Spirit at least wants him, but Primal Roar will make sure that does not happen. They kill him instead. He does buy back though. Shen doesn't have it, so his life is gone for real. And with Tinker being alive still, they actually come back with Dong. He thought maybe he had an inroad in this fight, but he's dead. The game's over.
Boys,
GG,
call
well
it.
played.
Yeah, get out of this one. There's solo Tinker defending the base, Again, Bounty.
Oh, no.
Bounty and Lich, our observer, having a lot of fun with these numbers. I kind of started it, but he's memeing it up with us.
Khan going to catch Han. Just trying to finish off the game. It's Hunter x Hunter versus Fast and the Furious, and so far Hunter is proving superior.
Yeah,
Han will do his best, but will end up dead, and that should be the game.
Han Solo could not defend their base, and we'll call GG.
Well, the first game was a cracker of an affair. Massive team fights happening, very back and forth, incredibly competitive. Game 2, it's not that, Lacoste. It's not that. It's the opposite of that. It was not even close. By
As
any
soon
stretch
as
of the
I saw
imagination.
this Midas Bounty Hunter, I lost the faith in it. Like, if you want to scale, why don't you just get Aghanims? It's Aghanims Octarine. You already have, like, Vanguard, so you can disassemble it. It's not an easy game for it by any means. You are playing into Oracle, so those tracks will get dispelled. Fate's Edict, not taking damage from Tinker. It was a really good Oracle pick after all. And yeah, Supernova, I feel like they need to work on their drafting slightly. Some of these things that they do pick, like in the previous game, it feels like they're unable to get the ganks going. You had Konka last pick, which is kind of meh. Then you had Tinker with Bounty, Safe Lane Void, both supports relying on getting level 6. Their XP rune getting stolen. But Holy Grail, they look like the team that could go to that Division 1 from the things that I've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gotten themselves their second win under the belt up against some fairly difficult opposition. And so far, definitely looking like one of those teams we have to look out for to go into Div 1. Clean execution, a willingness to pick some very, not cheesy drafts, but nice and 2023 drafts. You know, you met modern drafting at its finest here, especially game 2. If you were to ask me like a laundry list of the best heroes in the game right now for all their roles, the only replacement I'd make for their draft is like maybe Void Spirit in lieu of Ember Spirit, but very good draft from them, good execution. And they also realized they weren't under any rush. You know, you click, it's one thing if we as spectators click on Bounty and say, I wonder how this Midas is gonna go. Can you imagine how good it must feel for you? You're playing Medusa, you click Bounty, he's building Midas, you're like, all right, boys, we're not gonna have any problems in this game. It's gonna be a nice, easy road.
Yeah, what's he trying to do? Like, out farm, get more farm than Beastmaster and Medusa. He'll dealt less damage than Lich in this game. 8,000, 7,000 on Phoenix. A bit of a rough one, but yeah, let's focus on the positives. Holy Grail played a really good game. I think Dolme looks very stable on the soft lane, especially when he plays Beastmaster. Like Hawk usage. There was also a fight near the Roche pit where they're underneath the vision this whole time and fighting into Stone Gaze, Bramble Maze, Oracle, who, like, both supports made a lot of difference on side of Holy Grail with these terrorizes, Oracle keeping them alive, Glimmer Cape. You get to choose the MVP this time, there.
Let's see. I'll give it to Dolem. I think he played really well. His level up in general over the last few years has been pretty spectacular to watch since he left Shenzhen. Did everything his team needed him to do here. Very clutch primal roars. From the first one we saw, like, there was that fight tier 2 tower in the top lane where he just ran up and roared Tinker. And that sort of put some PTSD in Tinker. Tinker, from that fight onwards, was never in the same screen as the Beastmaster, but still kept getting roared and killed. So I think he did really well. Forced the entire enemy team to play around him. Also made Lich's life extremely difficult, right? We never got to see a good chain frost because the Beastmaster army absorbed all of the damage every single time we saw that spell deployed. So I think he definitely deserves it. Good victory for them overall on the side of Holy Grail. And it looks like we're getting one of those days. You know, we've been talking about how competitive this region is. Not today, Lacoste. Today is a 2-0 day. The cream is rising to the crop.
Yeah, today seems like it might be a game of... Like, we start with the 2-0, but we have to see, like, what's gonna happen later. So, looking at the leaderboard, Holy Grail, number one spot. Not bad. I mean, some of these teams like IG Vitality, Limit, they look pretty mediocre, even though like IG Vitality, it's an academy team that did produce like some good players out of it, but this team doesn't seem to be working together. Maybe it's too early to tell. But it seems like they lack that, I would say, shot calling, and they lack a little bit of playmaking, I would even say, from the games that I've watched.
Yeah. Haven't seen the best out of them just yet.
Yeah.
However, IG Vitality has produced people like Dolum. He was in that team last time around. So lots of really good players have gone through their ranks. We don't know if this particular roster has a new shining star, but like you say, there's still time for us to figure that out. With that, though, we are done with this series. We have to move on and look towards the next one, as we are going to be having a game that I honestly believe we're going to look back upon, Lacoste, and be like, yeah, this is the game that determined at least one of the qualification spots. And that is, of course, Big Brain versus Team Zero. Big Brain has the God King, a man of much renown in the Chinese Dota scene. And of course, Team Zero have a TI winner in the form of Ice Ice and a legendary player in the form of CTY. Before we go into a somewhat extended break, Mr. Lacoste, the Croatian Crocodile, what do we expect? Give me the lowdown for that series. What's the score at the end of it?
I think I'm going to go with Team Zero 2-0.
All right. Team Zero 2-0. Let's find out if that is what happens after a somewhat extended break. So see you back here in about 40 minutes to continue some Dota action. Snare and Lacoste signing off for now. We'll see you then for some Dota. Peace. Bye-bye. In just a few minutes.
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese region as we're going to be witnessing some more DPC action today. And of course, to bring this last game and a very exciting one, it's going to be myself, Snare, and I'm joined, instead of the Croatian Crocodile, I have the amazing Australian. It's the homie Fluke. What's happening, fam? It's been a minute. How you been, Joe?
Yeah, I've been not too bad. Had a pretty decent day today. Was able to sit back and watch some Australian rugby league, which was pretty nice. And yeah, now I get to watch some good Chinese Dota to end out the night.
Chinese Dota, of course, is going to be Big Brain taking on Team Zero. And just looking very naively, and I say naively because this region has been incredibly competitive, but naively, one would imagine that these are going to be the two of the teams we envision competing for those 2 slots to get into Div 1. Team Zero has some legends in the mix. They have some up-and-comers in Beyond and ZZQ in them. And Big Brain, of course, got the God King back in action. CSJ also coming up still. Honestly, I think based on what we've seen from these teams so far, Fluke, that Team Zero should have a bit of an advantage coming into it. However, given that the Big Brain has the God King, and given that this patch right now feels very good for these uber hard carry heroes, one would be a fool to count out the Big Brain because God King has been able to make magic happen in the past.
Yeah, exactly. And I really think Sakata, their mid laner as well, has really been able to do a lot of work for Big Brain so far. So, I mean, going into this series, it's probably going to be a little bit of a test for Big Brain to be able to see if they can take down Team Zero, who, as you already said, have a lot of legends on their roster, have looked really, really good in a lot of their series so far. And, I mean, even once this series is done between these two teams, seeing both Big Brain and Team Zero go up against Holy Grail is going to be an interesting one for me to watch for the rest of the tour. So if this looks like a very one-sided series for one of these two teams, I mean, I'm just going to be licking my lips at the next series up against Holy Grail.
Yeah. Holy Grail, of course, has been a team that thus far has shown us some very impressive stuff, especially with Summeron as Alchemist. They are 2-0 right now, having gotten a win earlier on today, delivering Supernova their first loss. So that also means that between Big Brain and Team Zero, both of these teams haven't lost just yet. So no matter what happens, one team is doubling their return and one of them is going to find their first L being delivered. We'll find out who is getting what once we get into the first game's draft, which is now online. Big Brain on the Radiant side with first pick. Team Zero have Dire's second pick. This is becoming very common lately. I don't know if you've seen it more, Fluke, but just Dire Size just having second pick and Radiant just having first pick. This just seems like it's the way you play the patch right now at a professional level.
Yeah, it really does seem like it. I think the only other times that we may see it kind of be inverted a little bit is when you get deeper into a series and some of these first picks become really, really important. I see a little bit in Western Europe where some of these teams have these hyper-focused kind of picks that they want to try and get towards. But in China, we've already seen what these first picks can do, right? Like we already understand that it's most likely going to be Silencer if the Techies has already been taken out. And then it just means that you get the 1-2 response for Team Zero, and then obviously being able to get yourself the last overall is always nice for second pick. So probably what we were going to be seeing. And obviously with Radiant being as strong as it is, you'll take that trade any day of the week. But I mean, Big Brain, a very stock standard opener for what we've seen so far. Silencer, Void Spirit. Void Spirit can go in, deal a lot of damage. Global Silence comes on top to protect him. And on the other side for Team Zero, Wind Ranger and Spirit Breaker, I think have been two heroes that we're going to be seeing a whole boatload of more in this 2 or 3 for Division 2, just because they're flexible heroes. They do a lot of work. They don't really have any bad matchups that's hard for them. And if things start to snowball, these two heroes take over a map.
You can very easily snowball. I also love just having Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger into heroes that have massive ultimates like Global Silence. You just constantly skirmish with them. And yeah, every now and then the skirmish will go south because Global will be popped, but you respawn, you go again. Costs you pretty much nothing to constantly engage the enemy. So we'll see if Team Zero are going to be angling towards that. We don't know where the Wind Ranger is going. Is this Ice Ice Wind Ranger? Is this going to be for 7E in the mid lane? Is it Beyond even playing it from the off lane, which we have seen in this region as well? So lots of questions that remain unanswered for the side of Team Zero. In the previous series, for some reason, Silencer was completely ignored. Was nice to have a little bit of a change-up. He's back, though, so probably going to mean that we're thinking about Manta-style heroes on the side of Team Zero.
Or just at least some ways of playing around it in some way, right? Like heroes that like playing with Guardian Greaves or Lotus Orbs, or just heroes that don't necessarily rely so much on a lot of their spells. Obviously, every hero likes to use their spells, but if you have heroes that can do damage even once Global Silence has gone down, I think that's why Wind Ranger is another one of those good heroes, because a lot of the time, if you can get Focus Fire off early into a fight, that's a lot of your damage that you can do, and if you've got the Glepnir build, it's going to feel pretty good for you as a Wind Ranger to still be able to deal that damage. So going to be looking at some of those heroes that can play around the global, or at least maybe even disengage from the global as well if it does get popped at the wrong time.
So far, intriguingly enough, we haven't seen Medusa being addressed whatsoever, nor have we seen Magnus being picked or addressed at all. So both teams have that option. For Team Zero, I wouldn't be too upset if they went Magnus first and then maybe try and layer it over with the Medusa to get both. I suppose if they have Wind Ranger, maybe they feel it's good enough to deal with the Medusa. But that being said, this Arc Warden ban, we've seen a lot of Arc Warden bans that lead into a Medusa pick, so it's not going to be that easy for them. It's sort of a risky proposition right now. Do we ban Medusa and pick Magnus, or do we try leave both in the pool to angle towards both? Honestly, given how well Medusa's been doing, just ban Medusa, pick Magnus, and be happy.
Yeah, I think it's just the safer way to do it, right? But game one is the best place to try and have some of those gambles that you like to take, especially when it comes to drafting. So, I wouldn't hate to see them get rid of some more annoying heroes that's hard for like the Spirit Break, or even hard for the Wind Ranger to try and deal with. Maybe some more of those position 4s that we've seen. But I mean, Deuce is the most glaring ban for me right now. Maybe you might want to try and get rid of a Timbersaw early on here. You can try and have some answers to him when you get in towards his second phase for Team Zero at the end of their picking phase. But it's about whether or not they're actually too scared of some of those heroes that can take over the game. They're going to take the Timber for themselves. Okay.
Okay. We banned Faceless Void, having already banned Bloodseeker. That protects Timbersaw. Actually, in retrospect, Bloodseeker is such a good ban for both Spirit Breaker and Timbersaw, but we have it now. Timber now has presence in these fights. Faceless Void, very good hero overall, one of God King's best, so I can understand them banning it. But up until this point, they didn't really have much damage into the bubble. For me, the more peculiar part is that both Magnus and Medusa have just been left completely open, so now it's back in Big Brain's court. That's what happens when you have these uber important heroes, right? You can sort of ping-pong them between the teams, because in one way, if you pick them, it does also solidify that you've picked them. You're like, oh, we're playing with this thing now. Instead, we get a Doom who we have not seen in China all that often, because this guy is banned every single game in this region.
Yeah, Doom was another one of those heroes that's kind of just hovering around in the untouched pool right now. And it just gives them a quick little answer to like Wind Ranger or even the Timbersaw, right? Like if you catch Wind Ranger early on, you doom her into a fight, she's literally useless. So it can enable them to start these fights in such an easy way, where the Void Spirit goes onto the back lines, the Doom comes in, is able to catch out a Wind Ranger, and then you Global Silence on top, and nobody's able to really save or help the Wind Ranger this time around. So Team Zero, they're just going to go with the Venomancer, who's one of those heroes that's really interesting in his playstyle, where it's like, it doesn't matter really what you do in a lot of these mid-game fights, as long as you kind of get your key abilities off. Like maybe you get a Gale off, you throw down the Noxious Plague, and even, once you get your Shard, you get the latent toxicity down. And that's really a lot of your job done, and you can build this kind of tanky, annoying hero, especially when you're position 5. So I like this Veno pick. I think they do have a big issue with their lockdown right now. It's mainly just Shackle Shot as well as Charge, but we saw in the previous series we covered yesterday with Team Disillusion that sometimes that could be all you really need.
Yep. Medusa finally finds herself being removed from play. It seems Zero banner out in the final phase. Slog removed by Big Brain, so both teams angling towards some carry hero for themselves. Morphling having been removed earlier on means that the big ones that are left are PL, Naga Siren, Terrorblade, much to my chagrin, Juggernaut. Although hopefully people have been looking at the win rate and be like, maybe this was maybe we let Yatoro play this. The rest of us can stay out of this particular mix.
Yeah, I think Jug is probably only really a hero that I'd be thinking about when we have like a Magnus draft as well, right? Just being able to be empowered by Empower is exactly what that hero needs, but I don't think we'll see it this time around. As you said, Monkey being banned out this time around, there are still a few good heroes. I think TB wouldn't be too bad for you. You do have a lot of magic damage you have to try and deal with for a lot of your illusions, which can be an issue for you. Then you mainly really just rely on the Doom going in and getting a good Doom for you. So I wouldn't hate to see a little bit more of a carry that can come online a little earlier. They are still just scared of these illusion carriers, which can do a lot of work for them.
I mean, there's also China. We saw in the previous series, and we've seen in the region overall, that Void Spirit has found a new lease on life in the safe lane. So we could very easily see them pick up a mid hero for themselves. And that mid hero could easily be like the actual big win condition. So, dude, pick Storm Spirit. Holy smokes, this is a Storm game. this is the Storm game. Like, there's zero catch on Team Zero. If you buy a BKB Storm, SN Sanj and Kaya or something like that, get some status resist for yourself. This could be pretty damn good for them. No burst damage. There's not that much lockdown. Yeah, I would pick Storm here. Well, I'm not that good at playing it, but I would pick it for them.
Yeah, I think Storm's a pretty good shot. You can kind of go for any of those mobile mid laners if you feel like you need a little bit more match damage, a little bit more lockdown. Especially when they're trying to figure out where Team Zero are going to be putting their heroes right now, because a lot of their heroes are very flexible. Alchemist was another hero that I was going to talk about whether or not they felt like it was good enough into the Venomancer. It is a little annoying for you as an Alch to go into these kinds of heroes because, you know, the SB can kind of get in your face, he can charge you, he can nether strike you, and then you're kind of just like missing a lot of your chemical rage duration. And same thing with Venomancer, like he forces you to build BKB, and weirdly enough to say, Alks, if they can get away without building a BKB, they feel the best, right? Like they want to try and get these like hearts, ACs, Abyssal Blades, all these items that allow them to get in and deal damage. And if they get rid of the BKB from that build, they feel pretty good. But this time around, he's going to be playing into a few annoying heroes for Big Brain. I like the Alchemist pick. I think that Team Zero have answered it really well with this TB. And the heroes that they've got right now, I think Team Zero are in a really good spot. It just can be an issue of maybe they might be lacking a bit of lockdown for the Void Spirit.
They don't have that much lockdown, and their instant burst damage is a bit problematic, so there will be a phase of the game Alchemist feels very good, but the Terrorblade helps you a lot, gives them the big punch they needed. They also didn't have that much building damage prior to the TB's inclusion in the draft. Now they definitely have that. They have some late game scalability and some good laning prowess with Venomancer to defend them. Definitely like the TB at the end, and I think it's a lot of the teams in China, especially when picking Alchemist, go out of their way to ban Terrorblade, given how good the matchup can be. So ultimately at the end here, I'm with you. I'm also going to lean slightly Team Zero, slightly, but Beyond and the boys will have to work hard if they want to make this victory possible for themselves, because Big Brain, with this Alchemist, what we've seen from Alchemist in Div 2, certainly not a hero to underestimate or underrate. So let's find out here, Fluke, what happens in game number 1. One team is going to get their first L of the series, the first L of the division. The other one, obviously just feeling very good. Slowly but surely building a path towards Div 1.
Yep, definitely feeling good with how their tour has started. I think both these teams are pretty okay with how it's going. I think maybe for Big Brain, they would have loved a little bit more of a dominant victory in their first series, considering from what we've seen from Limit. But nonetheless, still getting the series victory on the board is always good for you. My big concern for the side of Big Brain, though, is potentially their bottom lane snowballing pretty hard out of control, especially with the Alchemist being the centerpiece of the draft from them, where this Wind Ranger as well as the Spirit Breaker can do a lot of work for them. Both those two heroes, if they get off to a good start, if they snowball pretty hard, they can become menaces for something like a Silencer. You really want to try and use your Global Silence in a good way, but if you're on a feed train, then, I mean, a lot of the time you could just be using Global to try and save your own butt.
On the bright side for them, though, if that lane does end up going very well, looking at Team Zero, if Beyond doesn't have a good game, we don't find like an early mobility item out of this Wind Ranger, no like early Blink ATOS, then their team fight starting is pretty much just consigned to Spirit Breaker or Timbersaw running headlong into the fight. So, bottom lane going to be important for both of these teams. As we do get off now, game number 1. There's a charge going on to CSJ, but surely they cancel it, right? Nope, actually, Ice follows through with it. They're looking potentially for the first blood. However, with the Bramble Maze dropped right behind them, doesn't seem like it's going to end up happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's may have been even better than getting a kill, right? Because CSJ, he has to go back to base. He's got a regen. So he's pulling out tangos now, but you have to go to the fountain just to get yourself a decent amount of HP. So CTY, him getting the reflection is going to be punished early on, because usually you like to have the Metamorphosis to secure that first wave. But he doesn't have to do that now. He's just going up against a Dark Willow and he can free farm for free.
This is good stuff. Feels like a good place to be. We finally see the TP coming in, but in the meantime, Dark Willow's getting ran on. She actually might end up being the first blood. CTY not going to end up getting the kill, as ZZQ found the last right click, but ultimately it does not get better than this. You force the Doom, like you said, to go back to base. While he's gone, you kill the partner in the lane. And now you both have the gold and experience advantage, so it's not like the Doom will have an easy time once he's arrived now.
Yeah, this is a really rough lane for Big Brain. Like when you play position 5 Veno, if you get off to a good start, this is another one of those heroes like Wind Ranger as well as Spirit Breaker. Yeah, they might not kind of win the game for you, but if you're playing in position 5 Veno and you get yourself a lot of these early levels, you can just get into small stat items, right? You can build the bongo boots. Maybe you go Spirit Vessel this game. I think maybe that's what Ice will want to try and go for. And you just become tanky and annoying. And in these team fights, if you're not dealing with a Veno, he deals enough damage to potentially be a threat like a core. And this is where it really sets up for Team Zero that they're going to look good if a lot of their heroes get the net worth and the experience they need.
Something good did end up happening for Big Brain, though. CTY, regrettably, he popped this meta, but only found 2 CS with it while it was inactive. And now he might be able to find the kill, though. Man, if only you had meta now to run down CSJ, but they might still be able to find this kill. Although CTY feeling a bit too squishy. Turns back instead. Now it's going to be the Dark Willow that's under threat. Reflection and some right clicks from ZZQ will lead into a death on said Dark Willow. And CSJ came forward for a Devour. If ZZQ had like a Windlace or something, that would be a dead Doom right now. Fortunately for him, that is not the case.
Yeah, this top lane is rough. They have 1 CS, and that was from that one Devour that CSJ got. They have 1 CS collectively. And it's not like CTY is like scrambling and taking over the game where, you know, you see 7E who's like 15-2 in the mid lane. He's doing well for himself, but it's just the fact that CSJ has literally nothing. And neither does the Dark Willow. And ZZQ is doing an immaculate job right now as a position 5 Veno. Just the way that he's constantly getting Poison Sting on both of these 2 heroes. Now that it's level 2, it does a lot of damage, and it just means that you're able to sit there and trade. And having blood grenades in the game was the biggest reason why I think that position 5 Veno was very, very strong. Like, his abilities are good, but the fact you're able to gale and get a few auto attacks off, and then by the time people get their movement speed back, you just throw a blood grenade on them, and it's basically enough damage for you to secure the kill.
Yep. We just saw there with the camera panning bottom, the contrast between these 2 lanes. Bottom solid, nobody really killing in each other, fairly even farm between the 2, and top is just an absolute dumpster fire. And middle, unfortunately for them, it's not faring much better for the side of Big Brain here, because Sakata is getting handled a little bit by 7E here. Let's be honest, it's not looking pretty right now on this Void Spirit.
It's definitely a hard lane too, right? Like, usually when we look across these mid lanes, it's a bit of a snooze fest, but it is a snooze fest, but in a good way for Team Zero fans, because it's basically just 7E really being able to stand up and go forward with a whirling death and not be pressured. And unfortunately for Sakata, he's the one that's under pressure.
CSJ might also be under some additional pressure. One more right click should lead into his death. ZZQ has a killing spree on Venomancer. Pause 5 Venomancer 4 minutes into the game. All right.
Now, do you want me to tell you some even more bad news?
Okay, hit me, bro.
CSJ has 2 CS.
Oof.
They are both from Devour.
Oof.
He literally has not hit a single creep. He has eaten 2. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, I can make it even worse for you, brother. So, even though that was his first death, that's his 2nd trip back to the fountain this game.
It just doesn't get any better. Oh man, I'm feeling for CSJ. Like, everybody in their pub games has been in a game like this.
Yeah, it gets even worse. ZZQ is, you know, I like ZZQ. He wants to share, man. He's like, the top lane is going really well. Let me share some of the benefits of this. I'm going to come bottom. We're going to kill off this Alchemist. So now the one lane, this is the only lane that was going okay for the Radiant lineup. Big Brain was like, you know what? Everyone else is catching L's. At least the Alchemist is farming, but now with this death, that's not true anymore. It's being out CS by Beyond even on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have a hero that's able to snowball, especially a support that's able to snowball so well top. And CSJ, this could be trip number 3.
Yeah, I think so it is. The charge is not going to get cancelled out by the Bramble Maze, but CSJ will still end up dead regardless. Dominating streak for 4-0-1 Venomancer. 5 minutes. Pause 5, baby. All right.
Yeah, he's got an urn rolling out to him too. And this is what I thought with the Veno, right? Like, you just go like this Spirit Vessel build and maybe you get the Bongo Boots, or maybe you just get some stat items and you just kind of roll around as this hero that's kind of just going to spit on people for a little bit. And then eventually when you get towards the mid game, a lot of your cores are going to be able to carry the damage for you. Carter was in trouble, but yeah, this is the issue with the Timbersaw in the mid lane as well, right? He just gets to this point where he hides behind your tier 1 tower, and What is a Willow and a Silencer supposed to do to him, right? Like, yeah, they can tickle him, but as long as Ice is around in this mid lane, there's not much they can do to stop him from kind of just sitting underneath the tier 1 tower.
Yep. Has the level 6 as well, so we have some available damage with the Chakram if needed. Everything going positive for Team Zero. So, Fluke, in the previous game, I remember Lacoste mentioned that the lineup drafted by Diaside needed to be at least 3k up by 10 minutes if they had any hope of winning the game. Fam, have you ever seen a team lose when they had a 4k gold lead at 6?
No, especially not against an Alchemist. Like, usually when people talk about these Alchemist games, like, you have to have a little warped sense of net worth. And the fact that they're up by 4k at 6 minutes is already good in a standard game, but it's amazing against an Alchemist, right? Obviously, he's had his numbers changed a little bit, so it's not like, oh my god, you know, they're down by 15k, but they're still down by an extra 1,000 plus gold in this game, and it's not going to get easier, is the issue for them. Yeah, they're going to get some more levels on their supports, but Dark Willow needs to be one of those heroes that can kill people when she gets levels, and she's not going to be able to do that.
Well, you know who can kill people? Ice and
Bash.
CTY, as they're killing CSJ. He does not get the bash. Ice, oh my god, Ice, press bash, buddy. Press bash. What happened? Oh no. Actually, you know what happened? You know what happened? You know what happened? CSJ's had such an unlucky game. Something had to give. So, this is Ice Frog saying, you know what, buddy? For your efforts, for your troubles, here's some anti-bash tech, you'll be okay.
Yeah, and that's his 4th trip back to Fountain now.
Oh my god.
2 of them being are really bad. Like, this one's rough. Like, it's level 6 now on CTY. They can start pressuring this tier 1 tower. At least he's able to get some of the experience. I think maybe he got one of these creeps, but it's now Ice and ZZQ, which is making his life a living hell.
CSJ just came back and he's at half HP on this Doombringer right now. Already forced into triggering off the Scorched Earth. And they're just like, alright. And Ice, he's just gonna keep the train going. He's charging bottom now with the Spirit Breaker. And they're also moving in with 7E. The first rotation from the Timber Saw. So I think TZ is dead. They're gonna jump him. Silencer, you need to get out, buddy. But unfortunately for them, Ice does cancel the charge. I'm actually not sure why. CZ trying to TP out right now. 7E trying to go on top of him. And there's the bash from Ice. He was saving it for this moment here, Fluke. He gets the kill. This might set up for them to try and take away the tower from this Alchemist.
Oh, man. Dota's such a funny game. It's such a funny little game. Sometimes you sit there, you're like, come on, I need a bash to get this kill. And you get really mad. You're like, come on, man, I didn't get any bashes. And then you walk in like that, and you first hit bash, goes TPing out in front of you. Like, come on. It's so funny. It brings a smile to my face when you see stuff like that. It's obviously heartbreaking for TZ, but definitely feels good for Dota fans. And they're doing a good job, to me, to really be able to continue this snowball going. Sometimes when you have this really early start, you can get kind of caught up in yourself, and you can overextend, and you can start to feed behind some towers, and maybe give a bit of extra gold to like the mid laner who's doing okay. But they're doing a really good job, Team Zero, at just putting the pressure on when they need to.
Yep. And they haven't suffered that much either in the opposite direction. Ice charging through onto the Silencer. And Silencer's falling low. 7E with the Chakram will be able to kill him off. Veno does die for this, but 7E might reward him for his efforts with some experience from an additional kill. And maybe they try to make it 3 here. Power shot comes through and they have the damage, Fluke. Beyond literally ran headlong from the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane to make sure he's here in time. And by God, did he arrive just in time. Sakata is dead. 7E's pressuring the mid tier 1. And Big Brain, man, if this is how the series is gonna go, I don't think we'll be here for too much longer.
No, the Big Brain is big sad right now. This is not fun. This is not a good game of Dota for them. And unfortunately, I don't think it gets any better. Like 7E is playing Timber, so yeah, you play
bottom. Oh no, he's gonna stun himself. Oh no. The God King, worst possible case scenario. He ends up dead. Stuns himself, the tower's fallen. Oh no, and it only gets worse because Tianming, or not Tianming, 7E rather, getting a kill onto Big Brain's Dark Willow. Tianming is in a very different team right now. My bad, bro. You all have similar characters. I don't speak the language.
Sometimes your brain just goes to what it knows, right? Right. Man, they need to bring all 5 heroes.
Is Sakata dead?
No, he's okay. I think they need to bring I mean, they can't even really bring the Doom. I was going to say that they need to bring people into an area to punish any of this overextension, but CSJ is so far behind. Doesn't even have Midas yet. He hasn't even skilled Doom. You have an Alchemist who doesn't want to be a part of these fights. You kind of have all the heroes that you can have in the same area, and it's not going to be enough to kill 7E. He's level 9 now. He has a Vanguard. He's going to get Assange very, very quickly. And it just means that CTY is able to sit back and farm. It's hard to kill Ice, but if they lose Ice or ZZQ, they're like, okay, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And it's just hard for them to get into these kills because they need to start to defend their towers. But how can you defend against a Timbersaw that's literally unkillable?
So let's compare and contrast the fortunes of these Team Zero heroes. You know, these CTY on his Terrorblade is not that far away from having Manta style. They're actually going to charge top onto CSJ, but they just let him. They're just scaring him off a little bit. But these heroes on Radiant side have nothing, dude. Click on Cicada quickly. This Void Spirit has less than nothing. He has power treads and a Sobi mask 12 minutes into a game of Dota.
Yeah, he has less net worth than ZZQ does, by the way, as well. So he ain't having a good one. He is definitely not. A Pavis now as well for the Venomancer, so he's feeling good. Matt, yeah, it's getting really, really hard. And like the Void Spirit needs to get Echo so he can have some of this damage to try and kill some of these heroes. And they've smoked towards the bottom side, so they want to try and get something out of this.
I don't know
Can
about
they
this.
kill Beyond? I don't think they can.
No, they can't. They don't have global. They can't kill this. He's level 9, dude. They're actually charging directly onto Cicada. They miss with the Aether Remnant. Focus Fire has been triggered out. He's losing a lot of HP though, but he does have a pretty big wand. He pops it, the charge arrives, and there's the right-click damage they need. They get the kill. Nether Strike onto TZ. Cancels the TP, and he says, my friend, I don't even have to be next to you to stop you from leaving. 2 heroes fall. Team Zero can do whatever the hell they want on the map. Bro, if you can dangle an offlane Wind Ranger, have 2 heroes approach her, and both of them die, I think the game is the easiest you've ever played in your life.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I wouldn't be too shocked if we saw a GG come out in the next couple of minutes. I think maybe if they lose God King, maybe 1 or 2 more times, they could probably be thinking about it. It's 10k at 13 minutes in. Like that's a rough game, like a really rough game. Your Void Spirit is less than everybody on the enemy team. He has lower net worth than everybody. He's just died in every single engagement he's gone into. He's 0-2. He's not even close to an Echo Saber at this point. The Venomancer's got 2 items on him. The Wind Ranger's getting close to a Glepnir, and as soon as the Glepnir comes out, I don't think any Echo Saber's going to be able to save him.
Yep. In the top lane, you have heroes like the Spirit Breaker, who is over-leveled enough. Level 8 on the Spirit Breaker, relative to the level 5 on the Radiant supports. Can just dive headlong onto this Doom. Dare him to do something and actually expect to be able to escape every fight alive. Oh boy. To make matters worse, you mentioned it earlier, right? The fact that this lead is happening with an Alchemist. Bro, he just got his Radiance and the lead got bigger after he got the item. What the hell?
Yeah, it's always rough. I think if they go pick up this Wisdom Rune, they can definitely have some level 6s pop up. Maybe it's either on Dark Willow or the Silencer, but this could be the game ender here, I think.
Speaking of Silencer, he's getting charged into. There's going to be the first global of the game. They won't be able to get off the Doom, however, as Doom does die, but that means that they kill off Beyond. So that is something. Here is the Alchemist beating down onto Timbersaw, and yes, Silencer dies, but at least I'll get something. Unfortunately, though, CTY has now made his presence in this fight known, and he's reaming into everybody with this damage. 7E almost dies towards this young Dark Willow, falling very, very close. Does drop to about 60 health, but sadly, 60 HP on a Timbersaw is plenty. Gets the kill, makes it a team wipe. And Team Zero, you said you wouldn't be surprised if you saw a GG, and honestly, the way things are looking like right now, I think it might be the prudent course of action to try and stymie the emotional damage you're suffering right now.
Yeah, it's 96% win probability to Team Zero as well. This is, yeah, this game's done so. I thought maybe that might have been a good fight for them, but they globaled and doomed and only just killed Beyond.
Yep. Down bottom, they're hoping for an additional kill, maybe to deny the tower. They will get that, but we also had the Noxious Plague sent out by this Venomancer. So everybody has to run. Look how low the Dark Willow is. Top lane, we end up losing Cicada, taken out by 7E and Beyond. Beyond found the shackle. They found the damage in the kill. And this is before Beyond has Blink or Gleipnir, and you're still catching this Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, he's got ASOS coming out now. And this potentially could mean that they kill God King, right? Like, we're going to be able to get very close to the Gleipnir. He's like, what, a couple of 100 gold away? Yeah, he's like 400 gold, less than that, 300 away from a Gleipnir already on Beyond. And they're just starting to get to their first, like, he still doesn't have Echo, man. Like,
Oh, no.
Cicada, this is a game to forget, I think, for sure. He has 58 CS in a 16-minute game. He doesn't have Echo yet. Like, yeah, this is not it. Like, Alchemist has gone Blade now, just to try and win some of these fights.
Well, Alchemist, on the bright side, one of his supports will tank a gank for him as they take out TZ. Alchemist, I want to say he's still allowed to farm, but that's a very nominal assessment given how hard it is for him to move around this map. So, Team Zero, almost everything is going perfectly for them. This kill that they just got will enable them to put more pressure onto the tier 2 in the top lane. What do you do as the side of Big Brain right now? You just mentioned it, that they don't have any of these items. It's going to take so long before they arrive. Like, what's the plan?
This is the plan. 4-man smoke, try and dangle your Alchemist here and see if you can get somebody being a little bit overzealous. Hopefully for them, it could potentially be a kill onto a big net worth call. Like if they kill 7E or if they kill Beyond, there's going to be a lot of gold going into the pocket, especially if Cicada's the one that gets it.
Yeah.
But
Let's
I
see
don't
what
think
they
the
get.
smoke's going to mean nothing.
They don't find anybody. Gleipnir arrived right now for this win. Gleipnir's already. Hold it. Okay, I need to check quickly. I want to go check how fast this was. One second.
I think it was like 16 or 17:30 maybe.
Tower is under attack.
It's fast. And I mean, maybe we could do like an anti-record for Cicada, longest time to get an Echo Saber.
All right, I'll check that. So this is the 14th fastest Gleipnir all time on Beyond,
Okay.
which is crazy from the off lane because all the other ones were mids. Mids were safe
Okay.
laners actually. So from the off lane, this is actually insane. So that's definitely the fastest from the off lane. And let's find out about this Echo. Let's see.
He has the components, but it hasn't been completed yet. So it'll be completed in like 20 odd seconds. 20, 30 seconds. Like 19 minutes.
Radiant's
Okay, so, yo, damn, there's actually been some crazy slow echoes. Okay, I'm gonna just filter it for this patch because I'm probably catching some random other weird games. In this patch where all the Void Spirits are building the Echo Saber, this is definitely on the slow end. 4 minutes slower than normal, but not the slowest overall. The slowest overall was 42 minutes by Laurel.
under attack.
Oh, okay. Ugh. All right. 42. This seems a little cap, but well, we'll hold it. We'll sit there. So, I mean, 4 minutes slower is definitely not what you want. When that was one of the lanes that I don't want to say was going well, but it definitely wasn't going the worst. It was their best performing lane, and he unfortunately just isn't able to get to an item that probably would have enabled him to get some of these kills. And now that there's so much gold going, it's too hard to get the kill.
Oh, mid lane though. Speaking of gold,
gets double
the
back.
God King, the gold merchant himself is about to end up dead, taken out by Beyond and 7E and crew. CSJ, he jumped in, but I don't know why. He's gonna actually just end up dead. Eternal Chains holds him up. He just easily gets cleaned up. CTY rolling forward. He wants the silencer. One more right click will secure his life. A double for the TB. Tier 2 tower about to fall as well. And they still are nowhere near having items to fight. Like, bro,
Yeah.
their mental fortitude on Big Brain right now to still believe they have a chance in this game, they are on another level. I would have GG'd out so long ago, given these circumstances.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where you should have 100% said, let's go game 2 a while
Oh
ago.
no, bottom. Dude, Beyond and ZZQ can now just solo Cicada. It doesn't even take 2 cores anymore. Just 1 core and support. That's all they need. Honestly, I don't even think ZZQ needed to be here. I think Beyond could have done it alone.
Yep, definitely could have. So, yeah, this game is looking rough, and you know the fact that you're playing up against a Midas Doom and an Alchemist, and you're almost 1,000 gold a minute ahead of the enemy team.
God.
This is a very good game number 1 here from Team Zero, and this was kind of one of my fears going into this game. Was about whether or not Team Zero was just going to be a little bit too hard for Big Brain to go against. I don't think the issue really was their draft all too much. I think the way that they just kind of got railed in the opening couple of kills was opening couple of minutes was definitely a big factor with the way that ZZQ played, man. Like, definitely a strong front runner for the MVP.
Someone would have to do something genuinely incredible in the remainder of this game to supplant ZZQ as potential MVP. He might end up dead though, which is going to give away a hefty amount of gold. He's 6-0 and 11. Terrorize is there onto him as well as 7E, but the Doom thrown out onto the Timber. TZY still ends up dead to Ice Ice, Beyond standing right next to the Alchemist, who's triggered off a stun. No, needs to throw it ASAP, but he's fallen so low. He's getting charged into. They have the way to kill him, and they'll bring him down. It's a double kill for Ice Ice. At the same time, 7E goes forward and runs down CSJ. It is a double for the Timber. It's a team fight victory. Fluke, if a game ends where the enemy +5 is 6-0 and 15, yeah, you've just gotten yourself shellacked.
Yeah, that was the definition of a game in tier shellac, and they finished 24,000 gold ahead of them at 21 minutes into the game. That was a very, very, very one-sided affair, and it all stemmed from the laning phase. I don't think their draft was too bad coming in from Big Brain. I'm not sitting there like, oh, I hate this isn't that great, but I think the Venomancer really was an issue for them. Their off lane, I probably would say I didn't really like the Dark Willow all too much. It is a good hero to try and play against the Spirit Breaker because we saw how good the Brambles were, but ZZQ getting that the opener at the Rune up against CSJ, he got punished super hard for not having any regen, and that was a massive issue for them going into that game, was the fact that CSJ got brought down to like 100 HP, had to walk directly back to base. CTY got the opening full creep wave. They almost killed the Dark Willow, and then as soon as CSJ comes back, ZZQ was just able to basically 2v1 in that lane. And with a Dark Willow and a Doom, I definitely feel like the Dark Willow should potentially be able to deal with the Venomancer, but I mean, ZZQ, he set up that safe lane so well that CSJ never had a lane, and everybody else just did their bit. And yeah, really good team play coming in from Team Zero.
Not only did he set up the lane to ensure that they could deal with CSJ's Doom, he also made the rotation bottom to assassinate the Alchemist so that we'd have even less farm available for the God King. Pretty much pixel perfect performance at all quarters. There's too much kiting as well. When the game goes this badly, it's so hard for you to maintain your presence in this fight. And when we look at these heroes from Big Brain, we have Dark Willow, who has some degree of control. Silencer doesn't have control. Void Split doesn't really have control. CSJ didn't really get off to, that Doom that has like Blink War Stomp starting every fight. So they were wholly reliant on Sakata making things happen on this Void Spirit. And he had one of the roughest games of his entire life. So he couldn't do it for his team. And Big Brain, a game to forget. Store this outside of your Big Brain. Hopefully it never comes up in your memory banks again, as Team Zero made it look easy. Obviously, we're giving this one to ZZQ. Did everything for the lineup. Involved in the most kills for his team. Didn't die a single time. Was there for every single engagement that needed to happen. Just perfect. Genuinely perfect. There's been a lot of 5 Venom monsters we've seen lately. A lot of them fail to impress. Sometimes the hero feels extremely lackluster. Then you have a game like this and you're like, oh, okay, this is why all the teams have this guy on the radar as a potential premier +5 hero.
Yeah, he really does abuse a lot of these melee heroes as well, and I think it could be a pretty good answer into the Doom. We saw how rough his laning phase was that time around. I think that was kind of a combination of a few things. But yeah, I mean, ZZQ, he got off to a rip roar of a start, and they're making that rotation towards bottom, as you said, right? They're just opening up the map, meaning that Beyond and Ice got off to a little bit of a roll themselves. They weren't kind of dominating that lane by any stretch of the imagination, but that rotation from ZZQ, he lives, is the biggest part in a lot of those rotations and a lot of those fights, and he's just able to be a Venomancer and get a lot of experience, and that's a big thing this patch for a lot of these supports, especially supports like Veno and Spirit Breaker, is getting a lot of experience early, and that's what he got, and it was impossible for them to try and deal with.
For context of how good this game was for the side of Team Zero, the game was so good that despite this Venomancer getting an early Spirit Vessel, which hard counters Doom and Alchemist, wasn't even really relevant. Didn't really even rise to the level of calling it to attention because they were just rinsing every engagement they were part of anyway. After what we saw here in Game 1 and what we saw earlier in our prior series, we really should have a conversation about allowing us as spectators to throw in the towel. Get a coach or something, man. Throw in the towel, save your players, and make sure that they don't have to deal with all this emotional damage from such rough losses. It is only game 1, though. And we have seen fluke. Remember the other day, there was a series where a team lost awfully in one game, had a team talk, and came back even better for game 3. So let's hope that they have ROTK's number. Give him a quick call. He's still a free agent. Get your team talk and come back stronger for game 2. We'll see if they have what it takes on the side of Big Brain or if Team Zero really are just that team here in the division. We find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Some more Chinese Dota coming at you in just a few minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome one and all here to some Chinese Dota action. The DPC ends off the first week today in Div 2 as we witness a very fun series between the side here of Team Zero and Big Brain. And so far, Team Zero showing themselves to be not just the big dogs here in the Div 2, but honestly, somebody must have pissed them off because they were beating down Big Brain like they owed them money. So Fluke, hopefully the money's been paid back. Hopefully all the beef has been squashed. And hopefully Big Brain are more competitive in this second game.
Yeah, I hope Big Brain are able to bounce back after that first game because, I mean, it definitely wasn't pretty to watch, that's for sure. I mean, maybe if you're a Team Zero fan, you're super happy with how that's going, but Big Brain, they gonna have to try and pull something out this time around, and it seems like they're in relatively good spirits. Like, you know, God King seems like he's having a pretty good time with the game right now, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not that's going to translate into the game. But Big Brain beat out the Pangolier this time around. So there are a few extra heroes that are floating around. Void Spirit is one. Magnus is another one. Even if they want to try and go for like a Medusa early, this opener from Team Zero is a good answer to a potential Medusa. So maybe they might be thinking over that right now. And you can see, you know, TZ is a little bit pensive about how he wants to go about this, about whether or not this is going to be the Medusa like it seems like they had originally planned, or if they want to try something else. Okay, so they're going to go Beastmaster +1 here.
Just go
Probably
be a
Silencer?
Medusa. Just go be a Medusa, dude. It's fine. It's chill. They've already banned Pangolier. Yes, they have Wind Ranger, but whatever.
Rubik.
And they go Rubik. Okay. I mean, they can just go Medusa now themselves on the side of Team Zero. Also, don't you love how Sakata and CSJ pretty much just had like half of coins? Both of them just have half their body with a piece of their keyboard. It was a very nice frame there.
I always love watching
5 seconds.
how players frame themselves.
Why didn't they choose
some are
Rubik? Are
very
we stealing
particular.
it? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are we just stealing the Rubik from Ice Ice so that Team Zero doesn't play it?
Radiant team best.
Maybe they just didn't have the faith in the silencer again. It gives them a little bit more ways of catching things. Obviously, it's always generally just going to be a good hero. Like if you're still shackle shot, it's pretty insane. For Rubik, the fact they have no cast time, and if you ever do latch people up, you know, the Arcane Supremacy is always pretty good for you and all that kind of stuff. And same with Power Shot. It's an insane spell to be able to steal for the Rubik. So it is generally just going to be a comfort hero for a lot of POS 4 players to fall back to the Rubik. It's like, I don't hate it, but I also don't love it at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
For the last while, it feels like
pretty bad
Rubik's
now
just
in
doing that
Medusa.
hero. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, gotta deal with Medusa. CTY Medusa, just chilling. I'm honestly so surprised they didn't just go Beastmaster Medusa. Like, Wind Ranger can be scary with Diffusal, but I don't think so scary as to make Beastmaster Rubik better than Beastmaster Medusa.
Dire team best.
Yeah, I think maybe they could have potentially just been scared of being run over in their lanes again. Is one thing for them. Like the Rubik Beastmaster is a pretty good lane. You can pressure out the Medusa a decent amount, but if Big Brain don't have stronger other lanes as well, like if they they have their mid lane where Sakata isn't able to dominate, and they have another weak safe lane, it can be pretty hard for them to try and play this game the way that they want to. But the good thing is for them, Team Zero, they don't really have... I guess Dusa can kind of fill a similar role like the Terrorblade in the way that she comes online in the same kind of areas. But I think when you have the Terrorblade for Team Zero, it was just easy for them to say to him, all right, just sit back, farm for a little bit and just get like a Skadi +1 item, and then we just take all the buildings, and then it's impossible for them to fight us. Whereas Dusa, I feel like, can take a little bit more time.
Well, one of the other heroes that we have seen being very effective against Medusa has been Shadow Demon, stealing away and getting some illusions from her. Her illusions are very, very strong. And just having Demonic Purge, even if she goes into Stone Gaze, you Demonic Purge her, you can still take a fight thereafter. So definitely makes the most sense for this hero.
5 seconds.
Unfortunately though, Shadow Demon and Rubik have an extremely large overlap with the roles that they perform in the game. So Big Brain gonna have to figure out a very smart way to integrate both of these heroes into this draft.
And that's, whenever I see supports, I kind of, I want to call them like an old support duo, like when you see like Crystal Maiden plus Rubik, you see like Rubik plus Shadow Demon, like you see these two heroes that feel like they do relatively the same thing as a support duo. It never really feels good to me because, you're kind of having both of these backline support heroes. Neither of them really want to initiate for you either. One of them's a save, the other one's kind of just stealing spells and being a bit of a nuisance on the side. Whereas for the side of Team Zero, if they go for Wind Ranger position 4, she can start fights for them with a Shackle Shot on the side. They've got a Void Spirit now that's able to jump in and be able to start those fights. And look along the lines of like a Techies or a Spirit Breaker, those heroes that are able to just kind of go in and do a little bit more than just being a backline support. Definitely feel a lot better. But Team Zero, I wouldn't hate for them to just go Mag, right? Like they just go Mag, Void Spirit, Medusa, and they just have those as their tricore. They have a position 4 Wind Ranger, and they just go for some very stock standard position 5 for them to play with the Void Spirit in lane, or even the Magnus.
I would not hate that at all, actually, if we did get a Magnus. They go for the Enchantress, though, so
Okay.
we're still keeping this Wind Ranger pick somewhat open, given that Beyond was the one that played it in the last game. Could still be him back on this once more. And we've often seen Enchantress as the option into teams that have Beastmaster. And generally, when you play Beastmaster plus Rubik, most of the times I've seen that duo, they play with the Call of the Wild. Like, they don't go for the Axis build, but might be forced into doing so this game to deal with this Enchantress.
10 seconds remaining.
You definitely gonna have to try something a little bit different. I think this time around, especially when it's probably going to be Enchantress Medusa, which is a pretty spooky lane. Like Deuce is always just going to get the Mystic Stakes spam out, and then you always have to deal with an Enchantress off the back of that. So yeah, I'm interested to see how their lane's going to go. Shadow Demon TB lane is okay. I don't think it's kind of crazy. It's not like some of these other heroes that have good combinations with the Shadow Demon. But the TB should be relatively okay in whatever lane he's going to get. The Wind Ranger can't really pressure him at level 6 because her focus fire won't really do much to the high armor Terrorblade. So feels like Big Brain have shored up a lot of their side lanes this time around, but it's just about how they want to play this mid lane. I guess they can kind of just get rid of some more of these heroes to go up against 7E. Wouldn't hate to see like a Monkey King ban. I think would be pretty good here for Team Zero. It's something that's the card has played in the past. Good into these melee heroes. Can be annoying for Medusa. Builds Diffusal Blade and just sits in the Wukongs. Makes it hard for them to try and kill him inside of that.
It has been bad now. Dealing with Wukong's not going to be on the cards for them. For Big Brain, they have to decide now where they believe Beyond is playing. If they think he's playing Wind Ranger, you ban another support. If you think it's still a little bit open, you could potentially ban another offlaner. And they believe it's either open or that Beyond hero is coming at the end of the draft. So Dogs here would have been phenomenal into the Terrorblade. So we want some decent laning prowess. I suppose Wind Ranger isn't too terrible as the primary laner, but honestly, I would like some beef. They don't really have somebody to stand on the front lines for them right now, so they need to pick that up in the draft. And they don't. They just go Lion. Just damage, baby. So we're just hurting people. We're just killing them off.
Yeah, I think that for me, that's a confidence pick. That just shows that Team Zero are here to party. I was thinking maybe they wanted to go Doom for this game. Maybe Doom into the Shadow Demon would feel a little bad, but being able to blink in and just get the Doom on the Terrorblade feels good in a team fight, and you can always just eat the Beastmaster summons as well, right? But they want to go for the line. This time around, they want to have that extra bit of Disable hero that can kind of start fights for them, but I do agree with you. They don't really have a tanky frontliner. I guess they have Medusa, so they probably didn't really need that. They just have a hero that whenever anybody gets close to Lion, they just go in and Winter Wyvern. Is that a mid
Bro,
Wyvern?
what you do? Wait, offlane, wait, Medusa, offlane Medusa, offlane Medusa. Oh, yes, it is. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
So you're talking about, as soon as you said that they have Medusa, I realized that, remember at the beginning of both the patch and the Div 1, most teams were playing this offlane Medusa. So now that is the hero that gives you the front line. The heroes around her just have to be like dancing, be fairly mobile. If I look at Big Brain's lineup, they don't have any spirit heroes. They don't have like a Park, a Queen of Pain. Basically, they don't have any backline piercers, not even a Batrider. So they have to play the fight fairly honestly. So as long as Medusa's positioned correctly, you can just make sure you're soaking up all this damage. If you're playing this as an offlaner, you're going to build less items in terms of like your damage output. So if you get disrupted by Shadow Demon, you're not as horrific to play into with that illusion. I actually really like the switch up from Team Zero. I like this. I'm very glad that they did this, actually.
Yeah, it seems like that's a pretty good draft idea to be able to make, and this is why we're seeing the prevalence of a lot of these heroes. Right, we talk about it ad nauseum in a lot of these Dota broadcasts. Is versatility for a lot of these heroes is very, very important. Like the art of drafting has become such a fine science that a lot of teams are really clued on. You know, a few years in the past when you're playing these these Division 2 kind of tournaments, a lot of these teams really got caught out by some very basic drafting mistakes, whereas a lot of teams now have leveled up and been able to figure out a lot of that drafting theory, and that's why you have to have a lot of versatility to be able to pull out these random trump cards. And I mean, I like it from Team Zero. It's a nice little draft they've got here. They're really going to have to rely on the Void Spirit and the Wind Ranger to have good starts, to be heroes that start fights for them. Because this Medusa is not just going to be the tanky frontliner that's just going to stand. She will be tanky, but she's not going to be like a Medusa that's sitting there and hitting a tower and they can't do anything about it when they have an Aegis on her at like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah. Certainly going to be a very entertaining experience. We're also going to be having this Winter Wyvern come in from Sakata. So that, honestly, with Sakata being there, that maybe also changes why they might want the Medusa to not be the safe laner. Winter's Curse is really terrible to deal with as Dusa, especially given that you're the one that's the anchor point in the middle of the fight. So it'll be interesting to see what Sakata's able to accomplish. Another interesting thing we have here is CTY on the Wind Ranger. We've been seeing more and more of this hero in a bevy of different roles, but it's the first time I've seen her in a pro game going safe lane. What do we think? Is there any change up given her increased priority in terms of how she should build up?
No, I still think Klepnir is by and far the best item that hero can build full stop. The one thing that I could probably see is maybe you get like Manta style on this hero. Just try and have those extra couple of illusions floating around. Maybe you get like a Skadi at some point or like a Daedalus and go pure damage. But yeah, it's still very much the same.
Oh, they're going to get themselves first blood, Big Brain, by bringing down Ice. Team Zero could not get him out of trouble. And funnily enough, TZ gets the kill onto TZ on a Shadow Demon. Good stuff.
It's very, very weird to look at. TZ being the player and then TZ being the abbreviation of Team Zero. Never noticed it until now. Now I'm just gonna keep staring at it the entire game. God.
Just be glad he's not on Team Zero because then it'd be TZ.
I think that'd be hilarious. That'd be the best way to do it. It's like when you've seen like some teams in the past where they were like player names or player names plus certain people. The abbreviation would be the player name. And it's like player name on player name. Bottom? Oh, the power
almost
shot
had a dead Rubik, but the power shot didn't connect. Oof, that's very unfortunate. He definitely would have died had it hit. He's at like 90 health on the Rubik. Still though, I suppose it's a proof of concept for Team Zero that they have enough damage to really threaten these heroes. And CSJ also should watch himself. He's fairly far forward right now. Power shot is back online. Ench does have a creep to try and... Oh, she has attendance. Okay, I see why he's playing like this. She didn't go Ench level 1, she went attendance. So CSJ is actually not under that much danger.
Yeah, they just want to get these trades going, right? Because I think ZZQ understands they didn't really bring that much regen to the lane. They only have one set of tangos between the two of them. And to be fair, neither really did Team Zero. So they would just want to try and play around the Nature's attendance and win those fights. And now that they've got the little chicken, this could be a bit of a rough go here for CSJ. But
see how this
lane's
top
going
lane goes.
a lot better this time around here, Snare, and I think that's a big positive for Big Brain, is that these lanes aren't really ballooning out of control for them.
They're not getting crushed like in game 1. They got the first blood. So a lot of positives, but it is still early days. And unfortunately for them, their heroes aren't necessarily the most mobile on the map. Beastmaster, Winter Wyvern, these heroes can start making big moves, but they prefer playing with the entire team. So it's going to take a little bit of time before Sakata marshals the whole gang together. So that does mean that CSJ, you're on your own for a bit, buddy. But you already have a lot more CS than in game 1, so you should be fine.
Yeah, he's actually been able to play the lane a little bit more. That definitely could be off the back of his support being just a little bit better than what the Dark Willow was. I haven't really seen the prowess of her just yet. Maybe we might see some Dark Willow specialists in some of the other tournaments that are going on right now. See if they're able to play her, but definitely not good.
Oh no,
good
Medusa's
game.
dead. Medusa. Okay. Whew. She just barely
Ice
got
Ice
off the
might
magic
pay.
wand. Ice Ice though might not be as lucky. One more Shadow Poison. As 3 enough? It should be. Get the... Oh, okay, with
4
4,
is-
you are super dead. Super dead.
That's huge. Would have been much better if they killed Beyond, but at the end of the day, he's basically no mana. Doesn't even have enough mana to Mystic Snake, so he's in a pretty rough spot. But ZZQ finally gets one back there onto the Rubik.
Rubik ends up taking a tumble down bottom. The more important thing here is the fact that ZZQ doing all the skirmish activity with CSJ and the Rubik, but leaving CTY to his own devices. He's been casually right-clicking away. This Wind Ranger is second on the map in terms of CS numbers. Number 1 is coming through the mid lane. So she gets closer towards this. Oh no, and here's some more gold with the life of this Beastmaster. And they give it towards CTY to make sure he gets all the gold. That's something I've noticed that they always do, Team Zero. Whenever possible, they'll leave your life lingering for a second or two just to ensure CTY collects as much gold as possible.
That was a good play there from ZZQ, just constantly harassing CSJ, and then as soon as he took one misstep, enchanted and went down. They didn't even have to use a shackle shot for that. So this lane has a decent amount of kill threat, and I think that really enabled them to be able to make this change with the Wind Ranger, the fact that they have such a strong laner in the Enchantress, and Rubik is not going to be the best hero into this support, just because they just don't have that much damage to be able to deal with her early on. And you can just see what ZZQ is doing, right? He gets the Hurricane to be able to bring CSJ back in for more auto attacks.
Dude, all right, ZZQ, Series MVP if they win this game. What a player. Top lane, they're going on to the Terrorblade, but the God King has enough help to bring down Ice Ice first. And ZZQ might finally be overextended for once, gets dragged back in with the telekinesis. However, Wind Ranger going in onto the Rubik. They want to try and bring down the Grand Magus, and they manage to do so. ZZQ will live. CSJ cannot avenge him. And the Enchantress, she gets Nature's Attendants back online so she can just pop them, sustain herself back up. They're actually going on to CSJ now. Oh my goodness. Enchantress back off cooldown. Some impetus hits come in, and CTY will get this kill. Who is this guy? ZZQ is just doing everything today.
Yeah, ZZQ is like actually owning it, and this has been a bit of a masterclass about how to play as a position 5. I think his spacing and positioning against CSJ, as well as the position 4 for Big Brain, has really he's just outplayed them. He's always been in a better position. He's always been able to trade. He's always been able to get more damage than they have been, and he has really owned this lane. CTY must be feeling very happy that he's +5s on 1 today.
Yep. ZZQ right now probably looking towards Div 1, looking at his former comrades on the side of PSG LGD, being like, man, I'm good enough to be in that squad. Let me show you.
He's definitely owning. Definitely showing that he's got the chops, and it's exactly what Team Zero need going out of this tour, right? We've talked about it across a lot of these broadcasts, and a lot of people have as well. This is like, I don't want to say your audition for the TI qualifiers, but this is you like playing yourself into form, right? Like a lot of people talk about match fitness in regular sports, but same thing happens in Dota, right? Like if you're able to just play yourself into form, and ZZQ just being able to kind of see through the matrix and get himself into better positions and win these lanes so hard for CTY, puts him into a really, really good spot when those qualifiers do come around.
Yep. Making sure you're in form for TI qualifiers, and if in the event that those qualifiers don't go well, you're also looking towards auditioning for a bigger team down the stretch. In the mid lane, Sakata forced to commit the Winter's Curse just to protect himself, because 7E was 100% going to jump him with the Astral Step.
CSJ's a mega dead.
He is so dead. Shackle Shot won't latch, but they have Focus Fire, they have right clicks, and they have the Beastmaster's life. Well, I feel bad now. We were saying, hey, CSJ is allowed to play Dota. We were premature on that call, buddy. He is not allowed to play Dota this series, not at all.
Under attack.
Yeah, I think CSJ after this, you just after this series, you just close it and I don't know, go watch some anime or go out for dinner or something. This is not a good day for him. And now ZZQ's level 5, CTY's level 6, and he's level 4.
Oof.
Like he is so far behind when it comes to his net worth that it's so rough. And being an offlaner in these patches, you're generally given kind of a centerpiece to a lot of these drafts. Either you set up fights or you enable some of these heroes, and unfortunately for the Beastmaster, it's not going to happen this time around.
In the mid lane, we're going to have a small skirmish happening here in the river. Ice found some spells out onto Sakata. 70, not sure he has all what he needs to finish him off, but he's going to try for it. Going in onto Sakata, gets lifted back by the Rubik. He really wants this chase though. Dissimulate, going to be up again in... Actually, doesn't have it leveled. Misses the Aether Remnant. Astral Step not online just yet, so the kill doesn't happen. Ice will indeed draw the attention of the supports, and they kill him off underneath the tier 1. The 70 did not find his prize, and I'm not sure he'll find the Shadow Demon either. He will make the attempt though. Misses another Remnant. While this is happening, CTY is killing off the Beastmaster on the other side of the map. Unfortunately though, the level of net worth he has, Beastmaster is just a support, so it's not that special when he dies, but it's very special when Beyond gets taken out. Finally, they've tried so many times in the top lane to kill Beyond, but this is the only time there's literally nobody to come help him, and they take advantage of it at long last for Big Brain.
Yeah, good rotation from Sakata. He went up there, got a bit of regen, was able to get back up to a healthy stand, and then just a little bit of chip damage coming in from God King meant that Beyond was not in the right space to be able to survive that gank. But now we see that 7E is starting to put the pressure back onto this Terrorblade, who is having a pretty good game so far. 4.2k net worth, obviously not close to CTY, who's got a massive amount of kills in this bottom lane, 4-0-2, but still doing pretty well for himself. This game is going relatively even, but it's all about getting as much net worth as you can before this Team Zero ball kind of comes at your face. Like CTY, he's going to get to the point where he'll take this tier 1 tower on the bottom side, he'll get his Maelstrom up, and then he'll kind of just run around the map and try and kill people. And that's where they're able to snowball pretty hard for Team Zero. Like Beyond's got his Phylactery now, 7E is getting close to parts of his Echo Saber, and that's when it all comes together for Team Zero. Whereas for Big Brain, they're still waiting for a few pieces of their puzzle to arrive.
We need a lot of pieces. Still need to finish the Witchblade for the Winter Wyvern. We need some items.
CTY is in so much trouble.
Nice chill, dude. One run, through a shackle shot. That's the issue. They don't have any mobility with these heroes. Sakata performs a Winter's Curse onto this Void Spirit, but that's only to protect CSJ. 7E himself is under no real threat of dying here, with a solitary step in the Astral available. Still kind of surprised he hasn't put any, not even the value points into Dissimulate, but he's sticking around here. Maybe trying to hog some experience, but dude, TZ is gonna throw his poison at you, so you gotta get out.
Yeah, they saw the stacks as well and wanted to try and yoink some of them. But unfortunately for 7E, he wasn't able to do that. CTY potentially could have come close to the area and maybe tried to deal with it, but he was not close enough. Also, not being able to get a long range snipe with the power shot, the fact that it's only level 1 means that it's a little hard for them. So
also, it's CTY. CTY is an old school Chinese carry player. It's not 20 minutes, man. Don't even look at me. I'm not even on the team right now. I'm playing PvE Dota at that point.
I already hate creeps. There's too many creeps in my bottom lane, brother. They keep spawning for some reason. I don't know how to get rid of them.
Mid lane, we'll have a small contest around this tier 1 tower. Team Zero, though, have Beyond here, and they have a Siege Wagon, so they should be able to claim it. He attempted a deny, would have been pretty cool from Sakata, but Beyond is the one that gets the tower. He also ports back north, so he can defend the tier 1 from an encroaching push from the God King. The way that they're controlling the map, for me, is even more impressive than how they've handled the lanes. Team Zero just giving us a masterclass on how to play Dota from an advantageous position.
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job at just getting the right objectives at the right time. And Big Brain, they're getting some trades by being able to pressure out 7E, but I would like to see them turn this into some more objective pressure. Maybe they kind of group up as 3 to 4 heroes to take one of these tier 1 towers, preferentially the bottom tier 1 towers, so it just enables CSJ a little bit more. But yeah, they just haven't been able to put that pressure because they are still really far behind.
Poor Rubik. Oh, actually, lucky Rubik. How did that not latch behind him? Okay. I don't know what happened to this tree just here. It looks like it got cut down earlier. It might have even been a power shot that cut. That would be really funny. Whatever happened does mean that the Rubik doesn't die here. However, the Shadow Demon might not be as lucky as now that 7E is here. They not only have damage, but they have reach. They extended onto this hero. Sakata coming in, has Winter's Curse, hoping to catch 7E and CTY, but he's just too far away. Might just have to settle for ZZQ's life. They should have enough damage for this. Aether Remnant thrown out. This time around, Rubik will get lashed, but they don't catch up to him in time. So he does throw out the telekinesis. Nobody from the side of Team Zero ends up dead. That is a big, big problem for Sakata because he's wasted a lot of time here, Fluke, moving around, but not actually catching any of these heroes.
Yeah, that's the one issue that I have with this Winter Wyvern as a mid is you need a lot of lockdown around her to be able to enable her to get a lot of this damage down. But they have Raw, but CSJ is in no way, shape, or form ready to try and fight. They've got Disruption, which doesn't help you because you can't do your damage while the stun is going, and then you've got Telekinesis, which is relatively low. So it is hard for the Winter Wyvern to actually be able to play this game. And you know, being a universal hero, it's always a big check in my book, but you have to try and survive here.
Ouch.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Bye.
first zap of the game, some bonus damage for Ice Ice. Also, I love the Team Zero patience on that play, right? Because they smoke up. Beyond actually caught a glimpse of where TZ was, but instead of making a call to run directly to the Shadow Demon, they're like, no. We want the Winter Wyvern. We will be able to find him. We wrap all the way around, and we first get down the ward before we make the jump, even though Ice Ice had his smoke broken. Very good patience. It pays off. And Winter Wyvern even further away from having the Witchblade for this game.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like game number 1 all over again, right? For Sakata. Has a very key item they need to get. Hasn't been able to land it, but maybe they get... Okay, they get the free kill there on a ZZQ. So his first death in 2 games. And kind of just being a nuisance in that bottom side.
His first death across 2 games. That's kind of nuts to think about. So what? What's his combined score then? What's his score right now? He's 3-1-3, right? So his combined score is 9-1-18 in this series.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It was pretty good. Yeah, but to combine that on an Enchantress and a Venomancer, I think a lot of people who were playing their pubs today would have been very, very happy, especially a lot of the 5 players would be very happy.
Yeah.
But this is where it starts getting to the point where a lot of these items are kind of going to be able to balloon the start for them, right? You know, 7E, he's got his Echo Saber running out, so that's a lot of damage that's coming in for him. They've got the drums online for ZZQ. CTY is going to have a Lincoln Sphere and a few hundred gold. Beyond is building like a carry, so it has the Usher.
No. Beyond and them, they're going on
King.
to God King. God King dies too fast. Oh my god, what a save! Winter's Curse coming in from Sakata. They get off the Thunder from the God King. He stays alive. Disruption onto Beyond. We spoke about it in the draft, how annoying it can be for Dusa. She just had to TP out. And Sakata, what a god. They smoked up with TZ. God King was dangling, right? And honestly, I didn't think they'd get there in time to save him. Sakata just pitched up Whipblade. It was so close, Fluke, but it ends up being great for them. And now he might also get a kill onto Ice Ice. Beautiful body blocks, preventing the TI winner from escaping up the ramp. And that leads Sakata into another kill for the Winter Wyvern. Oh my god, if the game ends up being in favor of Big Brain, that's the play that changed it.
Yeah, that was sick. I was just about to touch on the fact that God King hasn't been touched on the Terrorblade, right? Like, he had a pretty good lane. He was able to sit back and farm. He's got Diffuser Blade up as well. He's got his Dragonlance. Now he's going to be going in towards the Halberd.
Halberd?
For him, so... Yeah, I feel like he's probably going to be doing what he's known for, right? Like, maybe a bit of just... Oh, actually, you can't disassemble because it has a recipe, right? So...
Okay. Well,
I mean,
you're not
just-
incorrect that the God King is known for these off-kilter item builds, so... Average time,
That's what I'm thinking. It's like what is God King cooking this time around? Like, has he found something that's broken again?
TZ, his life is going to get broken, unfortunately, as he eats a long-range impetus shot coming in from ZZQ, who adds another to the tally. He has now 20 combined kills. No, 10 combined kills, not 20. 10. Sorry, my bad. Not bad for this Enchantress across the series. Down bottom, CSJ. Well, CTY is saying, hey man, my tier 1 tower is still alive, so your laning phase is not over. I can still bully you if you step even 1 foot wrong. And then how many deaths does he have? This is his 5th death in the second game.
Oofed. He's got Midas, so he can catch up if this game goes later.
Midas
But
beast.
it's always very depressing when your offlaner has a Midas and they're not playing Doom. You're like, come on, man. Like, what is happening?
Which is more depressing, Bounty Midas or Beastmaster Midas?
Oh, The bounty one baffles me, but the Beastmaster one is pure depression because you're like, he just did not have a game, like just not a game at all. That you're thinking I need Midas to catch up instead of I get some auras and feel strong.
Radiant are scanning.
Throughout the history of Dota 2, Midas has only been bought 10 times on Beastmaster. Very, very rare. Mid lane. Oh no. Look at this. Guess what they found? It's the God King. The DD on 7E. But they don't actually want to take this fight just yet. They're afraid of where the Winter Wyvern is. Without vision of Sakata, he's demonstrated up on top how dangerous he could be. Honestly, he's very lucky because they could have jumped and killed the God King without him. They will zap instead onto the Shadow Demon, but Sakata, yet again, proving some value. Cold Embrace not only keeps TZ alive, it prevents the bonus damage for the Lion. Disruption will be there as well. Winter's Curse does come out. Sakata and crew, do they have what it takes? There's a Stone Gaze out from beyond, but it's not going to be good enough. They kill off this Void Spirit. And Sakata, okay, both on top and now, not only with him being in the fight, but just simply his presence of not knowing where he is, changing how Team Zero are playing Dota right now and giving a better opportunity for Big Brain.
Yeah, Sakata's doing a really good job at keeping him in this fight. One big thing is CTY was not at that engagement. He did just have his Lincoln Sphere being picked up. Then maybe it might turn their favors.
CCQ, very far forward. I know you've had a good series, my friend, but maybe not that good. Beyond is also now on the high ground. Ice blinks in. Doesn't have access to the ultimate. The hell is happening from Team Zero? Ice will die. There's going to be a focus fire coming in onto the God King. But CTY misses with the shackle shot. So they have no way to lock him down for the additional damage. 7E thinking about jumping in. He finds Sakata here, dragging him back in. Nice little save from TZ. TZ's been on point in this fight. Shackle shot won't latch. Do they have the damage to find this kill? Not just yet. They turn onto the Medusa. Primal Roar comes out from CSJ at long last, and that enables them to kill off Beyond. The Aether Remnants will be thrown in to buy some time by 7E. They catch it out onto the God King. But God King still very, very strong in this fight. 7E now turning his attention towards the Rubik, but he doesn't die either. TZ saves him too with the Dissimulate, and he's still alive. 7E is back out in the fight. Sakata is not dead. He's still alive. Throws a Winter's Curse onto Ice, keeping himself up. The Medusa's already gone, and now the God King feeling hella strong. He does get shackled though. CTY going in with the focus fire, trying to bring down this Terrorblade, who's falling lower and lower. He's in front of the tier 2. He throws in the Thunder, but he's still gonna die. What the hell is this fight? CSJ now loses his life to 7E, and that's gonna be a triple kill for the Void Spirit. When all is said and done here, Fluke, 8 heroes find themselves involved and losing their lives around this mid lane. But the fight still ends in pretty much the same position that it started.
That was the weirdest engagement I'd watched in a long time. I honestly thought that was Team Zero running into their deaths. I thought they were like, I was like, oh no, this is save a mate syndrome, right? They're just constantly running in and feeding and just dying, and this is just where it's going to balloon out of control for Big Brain. But they just really pushed their limits. And a lot of their heroes, they were able to get some clutch pickoffs, they were able to get a few clutch saves. The fact that 7E was having that fight with TZ, was still able to win it before he eventually gets out after some of those Shadow Poison stacks do go down, means that they're able to just drag at that fight long enough that they're eventually able to get the kills. CTY as well as 7E were able to stay alive throughout the entirety of that, and that's massive for them. These Universal heroes are really going to start to get to the point where they're going to hit extremely hard. And they're doing a really great job right now at being hard to deal with, is the biggest thing for me, and just not having the damage to kill them. Yep. CTY, you got to be careful, buddy. Not good.
No.
7. They can't kill it. Oh,
they actually have to go back to base. Yeah, they have to go back to base. Feels bad, mate.
Oh, yikes.
It happens. To be fair, fortunately for them, the first shards that they would get aren't game-breaking, Lion Shard. Yeah. The only thing that reason you want Lion Shard is for TB, but End Shard, meh, whatever. Not that great. It's fine.
Yeah, I think
the double edge is good.
Yeah, I think End Shard would be okay with little friends. Just to be able to kind of throw it out onto the Beastmaster. He isn't going like a Helm of the Overlord, so it's not like you're going to get like a big ancient creep punching him in the face, but still means that a few things are going to be able to turn around. But Ice, oh man.
Super dead. Super dead.
Yeah.
That's an Aghanim Scepter out on Sakata as well with the Switchblade. an obscene amount of damage coming in. We're almost fully online. We just need one more like stat item to help them out in the mana department. Then we will have a proper core Winter Wyvern. Down bottom, ZZQ gets caught, and ZZQ is very, very dead. They should have given that kill to CSJ though. CSJ deserves every kill thrown onto ZZQ. From what he's experienced in this series, he needs his revenge, man.
Yeah, I think he's just happy that this game isn't over at 23 minutes. So still being able to be in the fight. So it's getting to the point now where Team Zero, yeah, they're ahead by 5,000 gold. But they still need to start winning these team fights. And as you said, Sakata's becoming a problem. He's becoming very, very scary and hard to deal with. They need to catch him out.
Yep. Speaking of Sakata, he has a Winter's Curse out on the top side of the map. They really want to kill off CTY. They want this Wind Ranger, and they are going to get her. Sakata's now on a mega kill streak, and they might get more. Disruption went in. 7E, though, finds the Shadow Demon. The zap will be there from Ice Ice, but yet again, Sakata delays the inevitable long enough that they kill off the Lion. Terrorblade here as well now with the Metamorphosis. And ZZQ, no Force Staff available. Ate the Remnant. They'll try to keep him alive. It'll hold off Sakata for a while. But with the Rubik being there with the lift back and the zap, even steals the kill away. They ensure that they win the top fight. 3 for 1. Sakata involved yet again. And Big Brain have now shaved the gold lead to only 2k. And after they take this tier 1 tower, it might even be just back to even parity here, Fluke.
Yeah, this is becoming a big issue now for Team Zero. They just don't have what they need to try and deal with Sakata. He's done a really, really good job at just keeping himself in these side positions, right, over the trees and out of sight. And whenever they're able to pop the Lincolns onto CTY, he's just free food. Even if the Winter's Curse doesn't have many people around, they just set up enough for him to be able to deal the damage. And this is why this core Winter Wyvern can be very, very scary. And Lincolns are very, very important, because if you get that Winter's Curse out, you can still deal full damage to people, and it is just a straight up stun. And definitely feels pretty good right now for Big Brain fans in chat. The fact that God King's doing well and Sakata are doing well. Yeah, CSJ, he's starting to get his farm, so now he's got Blink as well as a Crimson Guard, so he's caught up. You know, he's just behind 7E, who for some reason these Void Spirits are really struggling in this series.
Yep.
Not sure why that is.
We're having some balance brought to the Dota world. Initially, these heroes were too strong, so today they are experiencing some degree of humility. But he does have a Manta style now, though, so he has Manta with the Echo, still feeling very, very strong. And with the Aghanim Scepter just picked up by CTY, Team Zero actually have just hit a little bit of a timing. The only thing they lack is defensive itemization. So in that window, though, we might see an offense being mounted by a Big Brain as they smoke up with 3. They're heading to the top side of the map. The God King is already here. Beastmaster's already here. The rest of the heroes trailing in. And they do not have a mobility item just yet on the Shadow Demon, but they do have it on the Rubik. And we know just how powerful Blink Lift can be in the game of Dota 2.
Also, Blink Hex could be very, very spooky if Sakata gets found out. I think that's going to be a big point for both these two teams. What happens to Sakata? Does he get Blink Hexed? Does he get a good Winter's Curse off?
Let's see what's going to happen. ZZQ, he's the first one caught right next to the Terrorblade, but they will be able to interrupt this for now. In the meantime, we will find TZ on the back edge of the fight, the Shadow Demon falling very low. He did drop down the Demonic Purge before he died, with the Stone Gaze being thrown in by Beyond to make sure nobody can come. There's no reveal, there's no sentries, there's no gem. 7E eventually jumps in to find the kill. Beyond, though, losing HP. The blink from Rubik lifting back the Medusa, enabling the God King to finish him off. 7E is in the middle of so many heroes all by his lonesome right now. He needs some assistance. He doesn't have to simulate to Astral Step, and therefore it doesn't have a life. It's a double kill for the God King. The Terrorblade getting 2 cores, and now the path to Roshan is open. Fluke, is this the turnaround? The whole game feels like it's going all Big Brain at the moment.
Oh yeah, 100%. We saw CTY. He did a good job at just getting on top of Sakata. Forced him to Winter's Curse him in a poor position. Didn't get that extra damage out. But Sakata rejoined the fight. CTY didn't. CTY was hitting creeps in the Dire jungle. There was, I don't know, maybe there was a leave call. Maybe there was something else from a lack of communication between, human CTY. And to me, I'm not sure if I'm 100% sold on Beyond building a Manta style. I think maybe they thought with how the game was going that they wanted an extra physical damage carry, but him not having that early Aghanims meant that a lot of their team fights really didn't feel that great. And when you're playing this offlane Medusa, I much prefer when you go for these items that just make you a little bit tankier. If you wanted to get like a damage item, build a Skadi. Just build an item that allows you to stick in these fights and just have a bigger mana pool, because that's kind of the point of this offlane Medusa is you just want to be this big beefcake that constantly gets Mystic Snakes out and uses the Aghanim Scepter to kind of have that team fight control. But it's just gotten to the point now where TB is too big. Like TB is almost level 20, got a Diffusal Blade, Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike. Like I'm not quite sure how they're supposed to deal with these heroes here for Big Brain.
Also, hilariously enough, in that last fight, we saw some of the genius of God King coming to fruition, because he's standing there eating damage, and you're like, why are they not hitting him? Then you're like, by the way, he has a halberd. By the way, he bought Heaven's halberd. Nobody on the enemy team has, there's no Bloodthorn, there's no Revenant's Brooch, there's no MKB, none of that stuff. So he's just eating all the damage, and now CTY might eat more than he can chew down bottom, forced to try and run himself away. He's trying to TP out right now. Can he get out? Mike, what? Dude, CTY is actually a genius. All right. Who needs to know about the new map, Fluke, when you just have 10,000 IQ points? Gets him out of trouble by himself.
Well, I guess the big thing is they probably still needed to pop his Lincolns, but I thought everyone was close enough. I thought that definitely that we could have seen like a Halberd pop and then a Winter's Curse from Cicada, but wasn't close enough. And yeah, CTY gets out of it, even though he runs himself into a direct dead end, which was very funny to watch. But yeah, they're constantly just trying to play these side lanes now because they can feel the squeeze, right? Like, obviously there's an Aegis on the side of Big Brain, but their net worth lead has completely dissipated.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
We'll see what they can get out of this Aegis. They're trying to push the tier 2 tower down bottom. The actual Aegis carrier isn't here though, so this is a somewhat dangerous move because they could potentially be playing 4v5 without Cicada. And high key, Cicada is the most important person for their team fight. Like high key.
If he gets caught and killed in any of these fights without getting a good Winter's Curse off, then it is very hard for them. They still do have a big Terrorblade, which is a big positive for them. The fact that God King is such a menace right now.
Speaking of God King, though, he gets dragged back a little bit by 7E.
Oh, CSJ
Delusion. Already threw in the Primal Roar, but they have caught the God King. This is the real target. They want the Terrorblade. He's invis, but they did already throw in the dust. Do they have the damage for this? Yes, they do. Disruption will be there, but here comes CTY.
Thunder
has Shackle Shot in a couple of seconds. Thunder goes out onto a Medusa illusion, but unfortunately, Medusa is right in front of the Terrorblade, preventing any escape with the Stone Gaze. They even throw in the Lion Ultimate for good measure, and that will enable them to find the kill. Terrorblade is gone. The rest of Big Brain trying their utmost to flee. CTY finds a Shackle Shot onto the Rubik that sets up for the Grand Magus to be killed off. And Team Zero, they punished Cicada's positioning. Bro, he pointed to the TP tower, the tier 2 tower in the top lane. They had an observer with there. And then somebody's like, wait a second. If Cicada's here with an Aegis, why don't we just go fight? And immediately you see the mass Power Rangers TPs come in and they secure the Terrorblade's life.
Yeah, that was a really smart rotation from Team Zero. And that's why, you know, I feel like that their early game has been so good, even though that this game is starting to feel a little dicey for them. And it's just been their macro movements, right? And a lot of their decision making has been very, very good, especially in game number 1. There were some moments, especially in that, not the one that they just had, but the previous team fight near the Roche Pit, where I was questioning what their decision making and their team play looked like, but they're able to bring it back that time around and really punish Big Brain for having an Aegis on their Winter Wyvern and not on their Terrorblade. But yeah, it's the reason why Team Zero are always going to be in this game. But Big Brain, they can definitely close this out. I think TB is going to get to the point where he's nigh unkillable. Like, he's still got Skadi to build. He's still got a little bit of extra damage if he wants to try and go for... It looks like he's going to go for a Nullifier, but, you know, Skadi, Butterfly, all those very big late game carry items for the Terrorblade are going to be very hard for them to deal with.
You fool, Fluke. You forgot who you're watching. You're watching the God King.
I just saw
You're talking to me about butterflies and Skadis? What do you mean, bro? He's buying Orchid Malevolence. This is the God King. CTY might get killed off in the top lane. Ice happy to break the smoke on his behalf. I mean, you're playing Lion. You already have Blink forced off. You don't actually need more items, so who cares? But it does matter unless CTY... Dude, CTY is actually a madman. He's not TPing out right now. He's just chilling. He's waiting for these heroes to leave. And he's going to just carry on farming. Who is this guy, dude? What a player.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for maybe a straggler to come towards the top side because, playing around his vision means that if anybody comes not within earshot of one of those heroes, he could definitely punish them. But gonna sit back and farm. They're probably gonna lose their 2-2 tower in the top lane as well. With your Lion dead, you probably don't want to have these fights going. But 7E is able to clear out some of the ancient camps. He's got a gem now as well. Playing these side lanes and Big Brain, they really just kind of want to try and put their presence and try and force a full 5v5, because if they can force a fight on their terms, it doesn't matter if they're 8k behind just because of the Winter Wyvern, right? Like, she is such a turret in the background, and the Winter's Curse is such a scary ability for them to go into that it is going to be very, very hard for Team Zero to get a fight going if they don't find, I would say, the Winter Wyvern first and kind of stun her and blow her up.
Right now, Big Brain, with this Winter Wyvern, going to be stealing away a Tormentor, so we have an Aghanim Shard taken. That's a pretty big one. Demonic Cleanse in this game does feel pretty legit. So they got themselves a little bit stronger. Still contending with an 8k gold lead. However, they are able to take away the tier 2 tower down in the top lane. An intriguing game of Dota that we still have to be played out here, as they can still get a lot stronger on the Dire side. Radiant side feels like they've turned a corner. 7E has Linken's, Echo, and Manta. Suddenly much harder to kill on this Void Spirit. And once he gets the Nullifier as well, can also play offensively.
Oh, he's in lots of trouble.
Let's see. Can Rubik catch up? Four stops there. There's the lift. We have Dissimulate again in 3 seconds. Another Astral Steps charge.
Oh, they found Sakata.
He's chilled. They found Sakata. Oh my god, how did they find Sakata? Holy smokes. While the rest of the team is distracted, Sakata gets picked off by CTY and the gang. Oh no. That is a pretty big deal. They're actually smoking to come fight this. I don't know about this, Luke.
That's a magician's sleight of hand, that one, where 7E's just like, I'm all an illusion. And they get the real prize in Sakata. They're probably going to lose EQ because of this.
Maybe not.
CSJ.
They have a lot of forced offs right now. He gets forced off back into safety. Shackle Shot catches CSJ before he can primal roll. And now that leaves them trying to catch out the kill Rubik. Disruption will be there to save him. I must say, TZ has been on point this game with that spell. Unfortunately, though, 7E still has charges on the Astral Step. So he'll finish off the assassination attempt. And this will open up the tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower.
If they want to sit here, Creep Wave is a little bit further back. So they're going to rather take the tier 2 in the top lane, come back later for the tier 2 in the mid.
Yeah. Looks like they want to try and get a fight going. They found the real TB.
They got the God King. Shackle Shot was there. TZ yet again on point with the salvation attempt. There's going to be the jump in from this Lion. Do they have what it takes? Can they get off the Sunder? Cold Embrace. That's actually preventing Sunder. Sakata, what have you done? Okay, he buys space and time with the Winter's Curse. Throws it in onto the Lion. Shackle Shot will be there, latching him to another creep. Beyond throws in the Stone Gaze, breaking up the fight as he's in the middle of all of it. Stunning up several heroes. Sakata now gets zapped down by the Lion. Does have buyback. CSJ losing out on his life as well with all these right clicks. TZ will fare no better. And now God King, maybe this time they finally caught him. But he does get forced off into the base by this Rubik. That means he has no forced off left for himself. Gonna get caught out, hexed out, killed off. And Team Zero, they don't get their big prize, but in some sense here, Fluke, they might have gotten even more.
Yeah, Team Zero are just outplaying them. To put it simply, I think the way that they're playing these fights, the way that they're forcing out these spells, they're not getting themselves clumped up. They're, just making this game so hard for Big Brain. Like, they have to play so immaculately in these team fights when they get caught out that it is hard for them to play. Oh, Sakata, he bought back, man.
Oh no, Sakata just bought back. There's a Shackle Shot. He's caught and killed. 90 seconds, no buyback. The God King is dead as well without buyback. And that's it.
God.
GG, well played is called. They throw in the towel. Team Zero get the 2-0 and show us right now that probably they are the team to beat within the Chinese region. What a clean performance coming out of them, Fluke.
Whoa, that's a depressing way to lose that game, man. They were in control. They had that game. I'm so heartbroken. Sakata got caught out in the mid lane. Then they ran back in, and then God King got caught, and then it was a fight over God King. That's a heartbreaker. Like, this fight here was where I was like, okay, this is where it's starting to look good for the side of Big Brain, because there was a few issues with where these fights were going for Team Zero, but you can see that early on here when they just didn't have those extra couple of items, that the way that they were playing was getting punished a little bit too much from Big Brain, but they did a very, very similar thing to be able to end the game, and that's how they're able to play. They played on the bleeding edge for a lot of their heroes and were able to just kind of make it so all the spells coming out from Big Brain, they had to make the perfect decision in half a second. You know, like in like a split second, they had to make a perfect decision to win that fight, and it just wasn't able to work out there for Big Brain. And yeah, they were so close there. We were almost going to a third. They were so close, but I mean, Team Zero show why they've got, you know, TI winners and a lot of experience on that roster.
Yep, definitely showing that the hype, the gas, the promise about this team certainly not overblown. And I feel one of the reasons I feel really bad for Big Brain is, like you say, not only were they winning the game, but the comeback from after such a rough game one, they're getting demolished in game one. Game two looks so much better. You're like, oh, okay. This is going to be buoyed. If they win this game, maybe they're also buoyed emotionally, and that makes the third game easier. But I don't know why it didn't even work out, man. Though that lost 2-3 fights. Because here, we're looking at this, right? 23 minutes in. Honestly, I'm thinking we're guaranteed a game 3. They're soon going to have an Aegis not long after this. They took a very good fight here. Sakata's going absolutely ham in these engagements. This Rubik is just never dying. TZ is saving absolutely everybody. Like, the execution was also there coming in from the side of Big Brain. That's what makes it even more sad that this is what ends up happening at the very end. You know, game 1, nobody was able to play Dota. Game 2, everybody had a good game, and it still wasn't enough. And moments like this definitely do not help. The God King is just not allowed to get caught. This just can't happen. Like, in this game, you know, in retrospect, he bought this Orchid. Somebody in the team should have been like, bro, you're gonna play this game without Lincolns, without Manta, without BKB, 0 defensive items on Terrorblade? Are you sure, buddy?
Yeah, that's why I was, talking about the fact that maybe Skadi was the route that he wanted to go, to just try and be a little bit tankier, because in a lot of these fights, it was hard to kill him. And it still was pretty hard for them to kill him that time around, but it's just, when you're getting Gordon like that, Orca does literally nothing for you. Yeah, he silences CTY in some of these scenarios, but that's it, right? Like, it's very, very hard for them to play that game with how advanced God King was, but this is kind of my issue with this core Winter Wyvern as well, right? Your game can crumble so fast. Like, you just have one bad Winter's Curse. Like, you're just not in position one time, or maybe you misuse Cold Embrace. Like, this hero can be so strong, and then in a moment's notice, completely crumble and look like it shouldn't have been in the game. But I think Team Zero really showed that they've got the chops this time around to be able to put themselves in a very good standing at the end of this tour and even make a splash in Division 1. I think special shout out to Beyond. He kind of just played almost a carry Medusa that didn't really have to do much. There was a couple of moments where he got some good stone gazes, but this game for Beyond, it was, he got carried by the rest of his team who played immaculately.
The entirety of Team Zero across both games got carried by ZZQ, though, who absolutely needs to take MVP for both Game 1 and Game 2, the entire damn series. Hell, give him the day's MVP if we have a more screen like that, because it's beyond reckoning how much impact he had. Game 1, obviously on the Venom Monster. Game 2, really clutch kills with the Enchantress, making sure he's always moving across the map at the right moment, getting some phenomenal vision, the early gem pickup, giving them some more map control, the amount of 4-star saves that came out of this guy, as well as playing aggressively with the 4-star, several times pushing in the hero that got disrupted by TZ into the fray so his team could clean them up. I don't even know what to say. CZQ, shout out to this guy. Unfortunate that he's not back in Div 1 with YBB, but here in Div 2, certainly lighting the entire division aflame right now and looking so clean. So Team Zero, 2-0 up right now. It is a regrettable experience for their enemy, but what can you do? You're playing up against TI winners, so you should expect to suffer some knockbacks and some setbacks. But for Big Brain, it's only their first loss. one loss is not enough to guarantee that you can't get into Div 1. So they still have a lot of time to play for. And like you mentioned earlier, all of this is about the TI qualifiers anyway. So they could also still play themselves into better form down the stretch. And honestly, Fluke, maybe you do need some extremely difficult games here in Div 2 before you play qualifier games for TI against Div 1 opposition. Get crushed a little bit, know what it feels like, and then learn and develop from here.
Yeah, and I think obviously you learn a lot from your losses, and I think this time around Big Brain probably learned a lot from their games. Maybe you don't learn all too much from game number 1, to be perfectly honest. I think then they kind of just got outlaned super hard. But game 2, you definitely can learn a lot, right? Like, how did they lose that game? What should they have done when it comes to their positioning and the standing and all that kind of stuff with their macro movements, blah, 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 blah. And that could be a pretty big thing for Big Brain moving forward, because they've definitely got the skill on their roster. I don't think they got just kind of outskilled in every single one of the positions this time around, especially that game number 2. They kind of just got out macroed and out moved. So they have a lot of stuff going for them this time around, but you go up against Team Zero, who I feel like they're my pick to be able to easily get out of this tour going forward, and I think they showed it today.
Well, Team Zero will be in action again on our next broadcast day, as they'll be taking on Invictus Gaming Vitality. A bit of a reward for having a good game here. You get to take on a team that's not looking so hot, so hopefully that gets them some easy points on the board. Then, of course, we start that day off with Team Dissolution taking off Supernova. Supernova today fell earlier on. Regrettable for them, but they'll be looking for revenge, make sure that they can find themselves in a winning position. And of course, Team Dissolution, 1 and 2 so far, have been struggling a little bit in the DPC. They also want to make a bigger splash. Of course, those games will be happening in our next broadcast day, about 48 hours from now. So make sure that you are here with us on the PGL channel to witness that day of Dota. We also have to remember that as we witness all of these games, Div 1 teams that are at Dream League, everybody's watching all the Dota that's happening, because we're all aware that there's some new idea. Whatever team wins TI, it's going to come from some random idea that they caught in some random game. They implemented it in their own game, in their own team, and that gave them the necessary legs to go deep into the TI tournament. So right now, it's TI season. All about that big international tournament. Can't wait to see what the qualifiers look like and to see what the games look like at the big extravaganza. With that, though, Brother Fluke, we are done for the day. That means we're all going to be saying goodbye. So everybody at home, thanks for joining us for these last few hours of Dota 2 action. Please make sure that you hydrate. Make sure to remember to love yourself. Make sure to come back and share that love of yourself and of Dota with us in a couple of days. And most importantly, go to Fluke's Twitter and tell him that Techies is a garbage hero and should be removed from Dota 2.
Wrong.
Thanks, everybody. Until next time, peace out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.